Well, hello, good morning, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the home of British karting. Welcome to Trent Valley Kart Club. Welcome to PF International. Welcome to the 30th edition of the Motorsport UK British Kartmasters Grand Prix. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the British summertime is here in force. Hello everybody watching the Alpha Live YouTube channel. This is the first of 3 days of what could be the best kart racing you will see anywhere in the world this year. This is a mecca for karters all over the world. We have 300 of them here this weekend from 24 different nations, all vying for one of 7 GP plates. You're going to catch every moment of the on-track and off-track action over the next 3 days here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. My name's Henry Beaudette. I have been so blessed and fortunate enough to be able to cover this event from the commentary box every year apart from one since 2008. But this year, I have got not one, not two, but 3 brand new to Kartmasters, anyways, co-presenters. Firstly, Mr. Andrew Mather.
Good morning.
From Double Dash Motorsport, the British Kart Championship. How are you, sir?
Very good to be back here at PF International. As I say, first Kartmasters, it's an event that I've followed for many years. There's always been something that's taken me away from it. So yeah, it's been really good to be here. A circuit that we know very well, of course, from both the national and the international racing stage. And it's a true international field this weekend as well, everybody tuning in. Over 300 drivers with us across 7 categories, all on the search, of course, over the next 3 days for those all-important GP plates.
Yes, indeed. Alpha Live, you can see producer James Fitzhugh behind us, have got the biggest team they've ever brought to a British kart meeting here this weekend. They've got the biggest broadcast team that we've ever had. 4 of us. Now, we're up here the dry, down in the pit lane, in the paddock, going to be bringing you every single snippet of information as the day progresses, and up here in the commentary box as well. We've got BBC Young Commentator of the Year award winner, Kai Bachini, and from the US of A, Kart Chaser's own Xander Clements. Gentlemen, we're in the warm. How's the British summertime treating you down there, Xander? Hello.
Well, thank you very much, Henry. Me and Xander are very calm and relaxed down here on the gantry, unlike the drivers, which are getting ready for qualifying. It wouldn't be a British Kartmasters weekend without some rain. We've already got it out of the way this morning. And Xander, this is your first impressions, a wet Grand Prix track. How are you finding it?
Well, I'm surprised so far that, honestly, coming into the racetrack that we have as much standing water as we do. And again, with still quite a bit of cloud cover. It's supposed to get warmer later today. It's supposed to lighten up. It already is lightening up. But I think we're still a ways away from being able to put the slicks on. So it's going to be a wet quali for at least halfway through all the groups, if not all the way through. And that'll be interesting.
Well, we've had a lot of action on track already. We've had warm-ups and the drivers are hot and ready to get out onto the track. It's Senior X30, which are going to be the first class coming up. And Xander, you've had the pleasure of coming in yesterday morning and actually watching some of the practice go down. How have you seen the drivers faring up for the weekend?
Well, obviously, you have to look first back off history, right? Last year, Gus Lawrence, 31st all the way up into 2nd. An incredible drive forward. But then, just like we were talking right before we went on air as well, Callum Bradshaw will be kind of an oddball. We haven't seen him as active this year. Even the last couple of years, he's been more of a partial schedule, more coaching. And the big names throughout Senior X30, Senior Rotax, and, of course, the rest of the grid for Kartmasters are always going to be stacked. But we didn't really get to see anything close to the conditions that the drivers are going to experience now. Now, of course, being in the UK, the weather like this is just as common as it would be to have a dry circuit. So there's going to be drivers that are well acclimated, whereas we're over in the States, it's very rare we get wet races, normally only a couple times a year. So that throws more of a wrench, I would think, in the grid than what we might see in qualifying. You'll expect a lot of the same big names, at least for me. I would think so. Those that were quick yesterday will probably be quick here in quali as well. Where that'll be, if there's a lot of guys that are maybe a little better in the rain than in the dry, that might be the shakeup that could make the heats very interesting. I think that's what I'm most excited about, that hopefully this does shake the grid up a little bit, and then we do get dry heats and we have some fast drivers having to go through the field.
Perfect. We've got wet weather and high emotions. It's back up to the commentary box for Henry Beaudette and Andrew Mathers to talk us through for the weekend.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, audience, Alpha Live family watching out there, please keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. We're going to have plenty of activity going on because it's Kartmasters. It's not just about the racing. We're going to be trying to find the ultimate Kartmasters driver on the live chat in a series of polls. We are going to be playing Kart Mechanic Bingo. Get your bingo cards out. We're going to be judging best naughty cutback, best overtake of the weekend, but also we are going to be trying to beat this year's current biggest ever viewership for a karting event live on YouTube. That current record in 2025, 78,000 viewers over 3 days for the Saudi World Series International Finals. We've got 3 days. We can get this up to 80,000 viewers over 3 days. Yeah. It's down to you. Please like and share the stream. You're about to see some of the very best in the business. So who have we got on there? We have got people from Australia watching. We've got people from all over the UK. We've even got someone from Hooton Park watching. I know. Good luck to Dan Holland getting a lot of love. We got lots of love for the Croc team. Hello to Stuart and Dylan Brierley watching at home. George Fountain. But Andrew, the moment has arrived. Qualifying for Senior X30 is about to begin.
So Group 1 for Senior X.
Well, what a way to kick off the weekend. We're here for the first of the Senior X30 qualifying groups. And first on the grid here, getting himself ready, it's two-time IWF champion Gabriel Stilp. Fifth in practice this morning. He's been putting on a good show, and he's always up for some brilliant action. As we make our way down the grid, it's just filled with bigger and bigger names. We've got Callum Bradshaw, previous GP plate winner. We've got Gus Lawrence, previous GP plate winner, 31st to 2nd last year in the Kartmasters Grand Prix, and there's just multiple drivers looking for it, and they are getting ready. Qualifying is about to get underway, and mechanics are clearing the grid. So as soon as we are ready for racing action, we will be underway. As we're walking down, Callum Bradshaw, just here, Strawberry Racing driver, junior champion in 2016, making his return for another year. And as we get to the end of the grid, you can't take your eyes off this guy, Macaulay Bishop. He's always here for some fireworks and always here for some brilliant action. Last year's Ultimate Karting champion, and he will be looking for that pole position. Qualifying, one of the most important sessions of the weekend, as it sets you up so importantly for the heats that we have this weekend. Gus Lawrence, he's got the number one on the car. He's looking for the number one this weekend. Can he have a repeat of 2023? That's what he'll be hoping for. PFI colours at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. Let's see what he's able to do for this weekend. And as we're at the end of the grid, Kart's engines are up and ready, and we are ready for action. Back up to you, Henry and Andrew.
Thank you very much, Kai. I got ahead of myself, didn't we? We were so excited.
My fault. I was needling away at him saying, go, speak. And then James, the producer, said not to, because we didn't read the run of the show.
We didn't.
No, anyway, Karts on track. This is the first half, 50 Senior X30. The big news, ladies and gentlemen. Defending Senior X30 champion, Cian Geraghty, excluded from the meeting yesterday. Officials felt that when they threw a red flag in the last practice session that Cian didn't slow down enough. He protested that he did. They said otherwise. Bottom line is, unfortunately, Cian Geraghty out of the... It means we've only got one defending champion left. That is Albie Friend in Minimax. But enough about who's not here, and we do wish Cian well. Cian and his dad Nigel just saw them. They're going to be watching the live stream. Cian, he's a great lad, unfortunate. However, it does mean the officials are clamping down. This event, what time is it in the morning?
It's 11 past 10.
11 minutes past 10. 11 minutes past 10 on Friday at Kartmasters. Henry Beaudette is going to say the C word.
Uh-oh.
Crashmasters. But it's not. The officials are going to hammer down on this. You know, it does have a reputation occasionally, as all big events do, for having, you know, no one cares who comes second. So we're not going to use the Crashmasters word again. No more C words this morning. By coming down hard yesterday, because there were 2 other drivers sent home yesterday for retaliation after the checker flag. The officials say we will not stand for it. It's harsh on those 3 drivers. Hopefully it means that the racing is as best as we're going to see it. So there we go, that's it. We've got 3 minutes to go, and already Gus Lawrence is top of the charts. Now it's single fastest lap only. Only 1 flying lap counts. It's not the best 3-lap average, and they got their clear visors on. Looking at driver number 10, the Bismo International driver, Hayden Eldridge.
Yeah, good times at the moment for Hayden Eldridge. So 2.5 minutes of this session to go. Gus Lawrence currently fastest of all with a 1:17.2. Remember, this is the first of 2 groups of qualifiers. A very persistent rain earlier on this morning, although it is a different draw in terms of these drivers from where they were in the warm-up. So it's not necessarily that everyone who was in warm-up 1 was out on track now. Just to run down who else we've got out on circuit for this qualifying session. Remember, these times will set the grids for the heats later on today. So it's Gus Lawrence, Lewis Bird, Henry Gregory, Aaron Brown, Hayden Eldridge, Alfie Gallagher, Aaron Lask, Tiger Dixon, George Mayle, Thomas Gray, Leo Robinson, who had a good result a few weeks ago at Shennington in the Super Prix, Marley Pereiro, Jensen Buckingham, Sam Branston, Macaulay Bishop, Zeph Nurnberger, Tristan Powell, Spencer Allen, Harrison Mackie, Sam Lewis, Daniel Bridgen, Roxanne Lantinga, Lewis Goff, Callum Bradshaw, Ryan Exberg, and Gabriel Stilp. If there's a senior X30 driver that you're expecting for us to read out there, don't worry. They should be in group number 2. And as we've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, Henry, Bradshaw goes to the top of timesheets. Hasn't won a Kartmasters for quite a few years. But this is a good start. 1 minute 16.3 is the new fastest time in this group. It has been nearly a decade since Callum Bradshaw won his one and only Kartmasters GP plate title. Look at Macaulay Bishop, that really unique driving style that he's got. He's using his body. He doesn't race X30 very often. He's now focused on the Rotax classes. P2 at the moment. And clear visor, moving his head, moving his shoulders around, 30 seconds to go. Bradshaw fastest. There goes Callum just across your screens. There's Gus Lawrence, 3rd fastest. And there's Macaulay Bishop across the line. P2. Now we're looking at the number 88 MDL Motorsport car of Tristan Powell, who is 5th fastest. Gabriel Stilp, 4th quickest. Callum Bradshaw, the only current or former world karting champion in the field. There he is in the Strawberry Racing number 225, loving the kart control. As the checkered flag out. Drivers can complete this flying lap, Andrew. Who's going to improve? Well, Harrison Mackey's just gone up to P14. That's not where he would imagine himself at the start of this session. Who's going and setting some green sector times? It's mostly yellows at the moment. There might not be too much change here. Henry Gregory goes up to P9 within group. Aaron Lask as well. Roxanne Lantinga improves to P14, but no one is troubling. Wait, hang on a minute. Tristan Powell in the 88 machine has just gone purple through sector number 2. Here is Bradshaw out of the final corner. Bradshaw doesn't look like he's going to improve here on this 1 minute 16.1. Powell has pitted. Well, that's a shame because Tristan Powell was on a quick lap there, Henry, but stays in 5th. I think that is all she wrote for the first group of timed qualifiers. It's Bradshaw from Bishop, Lawrence, Stilp and Powell, your top 5. But we're not done there because we've still got another group to go.
Yes, 1 minute 16.11 seconds for Callum Bradshaw. It's not raining, which means technically the track should improve, and technically the drivers in Group 2 should be quicker. I want to do a quick call out. Dirk in the grandstand, please come up to the commentary room. Dirk in the grandstand, cross-eyed lion, please come up to the commentary booth. Okay, we're looking now at them going in over the weigh scales. The clipboard of doom, or the iPad of doom to get the nose cone penalties, that is not, well, it is going to be used, but there's nobody has gone through. Now, Henry Gregory, you mentioned Greg's on legs. There he is. He is one of several drivers doing double duty. He's the only driver doing double duty for 2 different teams. He's in senior Rotax with MLC Motorsport, and this, you just saw him go through that really striking green and white livery cart. That's his own team, Henry Gregory Motorsport, who yesterday signed their second driver, young Harry Chapman. So he's team boss. There's Callum Bradshaw having a look up. Oh, first I go, Paul. There's your father. There's Mark Kimber up there, 4-time champion. There's the rest. There's Charlie Smith, Eason Seng, Callum Bradshaw going, see, this is why you pay me to drive a coach. I can still get it done when it counts. Got his Team UK race suit. Now, let's go down. I've been waiting for this. It's going to an itsy bitsy teeny weeny pit reporter Kai Bachini. Let's hear from him for the first time today. Oh yeah, as a bomb ballerina in Tilly Mallet reference. 20 minutes into the broadcast. What a time to be alive.
So that is the end of the first qualifying session of the weekend. And what a weekend it was. Early in the session, it was dominated by Gabriel Stolp, and it was looking like it was going to be the Croc driver on the top step, but unfortunately just pipped right at the end there by Callum Bradshaw. Macaulay Bishop was able to get himself into second position by nearly 5/10 was Callum Bradshaw on pole, and that's so rare to see here at Kartmasters just because of the calibre of drivers and how close it always is within the grid. Bradshaw has done a brilliant job to get himself on that top step of the podium. Now we're just waiting for Callum to come out of his Parc Fermé area here. This is Callum Bradshaw. The 225 in the strawberry racing colours will make his way into the Parc Fermé area, and we will just catch him in a second after what was a brilliant qualifying session. Callum, Team UK colours on your chest. You're proud to be back on home turf, and a brilliant qualifying session. Clear by nearly 5/10. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was a really good session, to be honest. Back to after a year really out since the Worlds. Nice to be back in the qualifying environment. Gets the stomach going and everything like that. But no, really good. First one I ticked off. Now I've got the Rotax to go.
And you know, you're racing 2 classes this weekend. It's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. And when you think of the best British names in karting, Callum Bradshaw has to be one of those names you think of. How does that feel coming into this weekend? Do you feel that pressure? It's been nearly 9 years since your last title at the Kartmasters Grand Prix. Are we going to run it back?
I mean, that's what we're here to do. But honestly, there's no, I don't even feel any pressure, to be honest, because I'm only here for the one race. Like, these kids are here for the whole weekend, the whole season, sorry. And it's like they're doing it. I'm just doing it for a little bit of fun and hopefully take the 2 titles. So yeah, should be good.
Well, let's hope that fun turns into glory. Callum, thank you very much. And back up to you, Henry and Andrew, for the next qualifying session of Senior X30.
Thank you. Thank you, Kai. It's, well, I've been joined now. Xander Clements up in the commentary box. Xander, qualifying in the UK. We'll give you update on some of the corner names, which, you know, you'll need to know. But, yeah, our predictions yesterday, if it was dry, they'd all be sitting in the pits. But this wet, they're all out for the full 5 minutes. Welcome to Kartmasters, mate. I'm really glad that you're here.
Well, I'm just glad that the wet has done that for us, Henry, that it has basically given us karts on track for the entirety of the session, so we get a little bit more time to shine some spotlight throughout the entire field. Obviously, as we witnessed there, a couple big names setting the benchmark, so the time to beat will be that 1:16.11 by Callum Bradshaw from group number 1. Macaulay Bishop was 4/10 off the pace of that, so I think that speaks to the impressive resume and accolades that Callum Bradshaw has accrued, that he's still just as quick as he ever once was.
Yeah, there's no sign of ring rust at all from Callum Bradshaw. That's why he's the 2020 FIA World Karting Champion. So, to give you an idea, this is the Bruno Ferrari S's, named after the only driver in history to win 3 British titles in one single day. Now we call this the bowl. We can't call it the banking for some strange reason. We call it the bowl. Over the bridge through turns 3 and then turns 4, coming down the hill to the first hairpin. Now you'll see the difference coming off the bridge there. That grass block is very, very slippery. You'll take the inside line and then cut right to the outside, as if possible, away from the racing line. It's a unique...
Well, everything to avoid the rubber, right? And that makes sense with how much activity that Paul Fletcher International sees on a weekly basis, weekend basis, that there's that natural grip line. I was talking with Gus Lawrence a little bit last night after our Paddock show, going back and forth, walked the track and checked out a few corners. And what was interesting to me is, again, the line was clean, and there was definitely a base level of grip, but it wasn't it wasn't super noticeable. It just looked clear, the path of it. So, but in the wet, still, that natural grip line that always seems to appear here in the dry is enough where these drivers are going to want to avoid for the heavy brake zone down there coming at turn 5, that first of the 2 switchback hairpins.
Yeah, and of course you've got, this is the exit, this is Mick's corner, named after Mick Barrett of Mick Barrett Racing. The curbs here, coming out of the final corner, 2 corners, in the dry, you use the curb to help rotate the kart. In the wet, you've got to stay off the curbs. That's the key. Now, it's deceptively difficult to drive this circuit. Again, he's going in. There's the number 2 kart. So this is Freddie Lloyd, fast Freddie Lloyd. He's one of several drivers doing double duty. He is fastest at the moment, a time of 1 minute 16.7, so 6/10 off Callum Bradshaw's fastest lap. Now this is the short chute, named after Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You've got the Terry Fullerton S's by here onto the back straight, and then you've got the Bobby Game corner, which is named after one of the inaugural Kartmasters champions. So on some corners you use the curb in the wet but not the dry. In others you use the curb in the dry but not the wet. This is the Mike Wilson complex, named after 5-time World Karting champion Mike Wilson, who helped our good friend Zach Commander Mello to second in the Rotax Grand Finals back in 2014. Did Mike. But it's now Freddie Lloyd, Fred Green, part of the Jamie Green Racing dynasty. I will say dynasty, not dynasty. He is now second quick. It's Caden McQueen here in kart number 142 as the number 40 kart goes for a spin. That was Sam Houghton for S8 Racing. McQueen third. Kevin Lantinga from the Netherlands is fourth.
I have a question for you, Henry,
okay.
and I was skimming the rules here to just confirm it. Will we be using the 101% rule to balance the groups if the track conditions vary?
If the track conditions vary, we do use the 101%
Because
rule.
already Freddie Lloyd, a 1:16.11 would put him neck and neck with Callum Bradshaw.
Yeah.
Granted, Fred Green and the rest of the field are still a little ways off the rest of the top of that first group. But
yeah, but that's bad news for Fred Green and everything else. As long as Freddie Lloyd is within 101% of Callum Bradshaw, and they're tied on time at the moment, it could be bad news for everybody else in that group. It could be Fred Green could be second in group, and at the moment will he be 6th, 5th overall?
We're following the 87. That's Max Cooper in the TWM OTK machine, leading the O-plate of Fred Green there. He had just made a pass on this lap. I'd be surprised if he picks up any more. Freddie Lloyd's already hit the line. No improvement for him. He was purple in Sector 1 on the fast lap. Let's see as we watch the O-plate on Croc Promotions. Got 3 inside the top 5. Second, third, fourth to Lantinga, and then Caden McQueen. And I have to imagine that this week's got to be a heck of an adjustment. Joking with Gus yesterday on the Paddock show on the difference in conditions, the jet lag coming over. Well, Caden's also coming over to a completely different chassis that he's I don't believe he's driven a Croc Promotion chassis before this weekend, no?
Well, he has, but not for a couple of years.
Okay.
He was, in his junior days, he was synonymous with Croc, then moved to KR Sports and for a couple of years, and then to the USA on the Energy and the Sodi kart now. He's back with his sort of original karting family at the Croc Promotion
Impressive
team.
time there from Fred Green on that last lap. I didn't think he was going to go better. He did. So he'll now jump up to 3rd overall. No need for the 101% rule, but the number 2 of Freddie Lloyd as he heads to the pit lane will provisionally top the boards in the group. And it looks like it'll go down to the 1,000th marker, Henry, for the nod to Callum Bradshaw for the overall pole.
Yeah, he'll get provisionally outright pole. Is Fred Green related to Will Green? Yes, they are. John Smith, behave yourself. Respectful comments only. We're not going to have any C words at Kartmasters this year. It's Kartmasters with a K. Fred Green, Will Green, Zach Green, they're brothers and cousins of Jamie Green, yes. The number 12 kart going through, that is Theo Lestrange, one of our Irish drivers. 24 nations here. You can see the track is already drying out. The PF International Circuit does dry out quite quickly. The marshals are already sweeping away. There's a lot of low cloud here in Lincolnshire. We're quite high up. In terms of the English landscape, Lincolnshire's quite high. It's high and flat. It's why there are so many old World War II air bases here, because of the topography of the land. So we're quite high above sea level, which means the clouds are quite low. But because it's flat, when the wind picks up, it does dry the track very, very quickly. Kai Bachini is down in the pit lane. I'm not going to do my Bomb Ballerina reference. Go on, Kai, take it away.
Kartmasters is always going to be one of the tightest races of the year, but not quite as tight as what we expected in this qualifying. Freddie Lloyd took home pole position in this session, setting identical times to our Group 1 pole position sitter of Callum Bradshaw. A 1 minute 16.11 is the time that he put on the board. Freddie Lloyd is just in Parc Fermé here. You can see his car over there. Unfortunately, no driver to join it, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. We'll have to chuck over and get ready for the next session, as Junior X30s are going to be the next drivers out on circuit. As we walk around the Parc Fermé area here, you can see all the other drivers are waiting after the session is done, but this session is done, so Junior X30s will be up next.
Okay, here we go. Junior X30, 42 drivers in total. Well, now down, sadly, to 41. Yesterday, William Archer went over a curb and at an angle that his rib didn't agree with. I saw one of his driver coaches, Ted Bradbury, leaving the circuit yesterday. Saying that, unfortunately, so hopefully Will gets better soon. Now, again, we're going to talk really quickly. So, commentator Cam, this is direct from me to you, Anthony Jordan. There's another event this weekend somewhere in Denmark. Not quite sure what it's called. It's not as big as this one, so we need you to be watching this one and then watch Anthony Jordan, the PFI Pigeon, Monday and Tuesday after you've recovered. That's right. And then you can go and watch what's on Kart Chase this weekend as well. So you've got Alpha Live's coverage, then Kart Chase coverage. Go and watch the FIA race at about Thursday afternoon. That sounds about right, yeah?
Yeah, something about that, right?
Yeah.
I just have a feeling that we're going to have a little bit more action here. And we've got action.
Of course.
Already. Junior X30 and a flurry of them right out of the grid. Probably about 6 or 7 all lined up, headed over to the bowl at turn 2, and already a few moves off the bat to reposition. Now, the drivers mentioned, obviously, and you can visually see it at this racetrack, the size of the straights, that the toe is going to make an impact. And I think as this track is drying a little bit, you'll see that potentially help if you're behind a fast enough driver. More than anything, learning the lines of the drivers in front of you, because it's going to change. The mist, Henry, is still coming down, but like you mentioned, you're starting to see less and less of the standing water. A big tip of the hat to all the marshals that have been vigorous with the brooms on the inside of every major corner, especially they've been very active in the Mike Wilson complex. Kai Bachini and I were taking note of that right before we went live. So they're doing everything possible to clear the circuit of all the rain and wetness to it, and the rooster tails off the back of the tires are becoming less and less prevalent, but it's still going to be tricky to make moves like that. You're going to have to force the driver wider than they want to go, just as we saw there, to hold them to the outside, get yourself high enough in the corner to get the grip you need to get the launch onto the straightaway. Now, this last turn, Henry, you were talking about it in the last session, right? About the difference of curbs you hit and don't hit. And I think we'll see a massive variance when we get over to the cadets, the Mini Max, the Micro Max, and the Water Swift classes, because for them, they were a lot of the young drivers were following more of the line that the senior X30s, junior X30s, and senior Rotax drivers were taking, which was similar in a way to the dry line through the last two corners, up onto the left curb, full four-wheel launch over the right-hand curve that they'll typically miss in the dry. But in the lower horsepower categories, the better launch was holding it to the far outside in the last corner and straightening the wheel earlier on. I don't know where that will affect at all the junior X30s. I don't know if we'll see anyone try that line, because it also leaves you the opportunity for someone to stuff it down the inside in the final corner and burn your lap. So with all of them packed together as they are, we'll see.
And also, the different tyre profile. You've got different tyre sizes. Hello to Michael Burke watching in Bathurst, Australia. Now, Mike Rennie. First of all, we've got half the people in Denmark are actually watching this live stream, because I've just been showing some photos. Vinny, people are watching from all over the world. From Australia, from the USA, people are tuning in from the UK. We've even got some watching from school at the moment. Well, maybe school's out now. Vinny C is on there. He was watching his mate's race at the Sony World Series finals. He was there. I'm in computer science. Please don't tell my teacher not to shout at me. How are you, Vinny? Riley Cranham getting a lot of support. So is Charlie Blenkinsop. Now, Charlie, as we watch Riley Cranham at the moment, pole position. Riley is one of only 31 drivers in Kartmasters history to have more than one Kartmasters title. He won the 2022 IAMI GP plate last year. He won it in Junior Rotax. He's this year's British Open champion. That's the O plate. It's another one-off event like this, open to anybody with a license in any country. And if you win it, you get to run the Zero. He's the only driver in the country that can run the Zero in Junior X30 this year. Behind him, George Edgar. Don't be fooled, it's not Jorge, it's George. But the Edgar family, they're a very famous racing family. Every single member of that family, his name begins with J. Johnny Edgar, Jessica Edgar, Justin Edgar, Jason Edgar, and George Edgar, spelt with a J. There we are. He's in second position at the moment. He's never won a Kartmasters title. 55 seconds to go. Now, let's have a look. Mike Rennie asked a very important question. Are the tyres controlled? Yes, Mike. Slick tyres are park firme. Wets aren't. Slicks are, wets aren't. There's your answer to that. Zach McDonald, 7th. He's an independent driver, privateer driver. Nat Johnston, Nat Stappen himself. Massive fan club on the live chat. But we're looking at Riley Cranham. You were with Riley and I at the Rotax Winter Trophy in Orlando. The difference between him then and him now is remarkable. He's a far more polished product now. There's a Terry Fullerton S's, and again, you see him using a lot of curb through there. The Bobby Gain corner, that's one of the only corners on the track where the dry line and the wet line is pretty similar. Now, the checkered flag is out into through the Mike Wilson complex. There's Mick's Bend. And will we see any improvements?
I think we'll see a big change out of George Edgar. He looked really good in the middle sector. He was purple in sector 2. Let's see if he got a good launch. It wasn't great out of the final turn. He'll jump to second. But Cranham out of sector 3, that was a phenomenal run in the Mike Wilson complex all the way to the line. A 17.3. Any other changes on the last run to the line? All 8 of our first runners to the checkers. No changes yet. I don't think we'll see any looking off the sector time. Some minor improvements further back.
Yeah, I was going to Ben Cuts-Bland is about the Vismo International driver. Now, that's an Ego 6th. Right. Ben Cuts-Bland for Vismo International. That is a story. We will tell that story in tonight's Paddock show. Bring your tissues with you. It's a remarkable story how that young man, 14 years old, every single penny that has gone in to getting him here this weekend has come from outside sponsorship. He has raised every penny. I don't know exactly how much. It's thousands to get here for this event. He has raised it himself through outside sponsorship, small local businesses. He has done it old school, knocking on doors, asking for tyre money, asking for practice fee money, and he's here. And he's found a great family in Vismo International. And, yeah, do you know what? He's in the top 6. Rain's a great leveller. You know, rain doesn't care how much power you've got in your motor. It cares how you get round the fiddly bits. And that's a great thing. The Mean Green TV kart machine of number 15. Let's have a look at the grandstand there. Who was that going through? Alex Wiley for S8 Racing. This is great fun. There's going to be some Coldplay kiss cams there in the grandstand throughout the weekend. There's one on social media. Now, they're walking in the shorts there. Early contender for Winter Kart Mechanic Bingo, Dan Holland walking there. He's got the hair, he's got the tan. Double Kartmasters 177 champion, Dan Holland. But believe it or not. Meanwhile, let's go back down to Kai Bachini. Who have you got for us now, Kai?
Well, what a qualifying session that was. It was very hot up at the front end, but it ended up being the O-plate of Riley Cranham that puts it on pole position just in front of George Edgar, obviously younger relative to Johnny Edgar, who has been very successful all the way through the formulas and is now racing globally. If we walk here into the Parc Fermé session, we have a couple drivers that are just coming off the back of qualifying session. We're going to grab Riley Cranham for an interview off the back of his pole position. The O-plate coming into this weekend. You're looking to add to your accolades. You've already got an O on your kart. Will it be a GP by the end of the weekend?
Well, hopefully. I mean, I think every driver on the grid's good enough to win it, so we'll just see how it plans out at the end.
You know, the wet weather, you really seem to be in your element there. It's looking to dry up over the course of the weekends. How do you feel you're going to tackle these interchangeable conditions?
I think I'm quite good in the wet and the dry, so I don't mind whatever condition it will be, so we'll just see what the racers do.
And obviously, it's a long weekend ahead. You still have your heats, pre-final, final. What's the game plan going into it?
I think it's all going to be about consistency in the heats, just to at least be at the front by the final, and then everyone has a chance of winning then.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Riley, for the catch-up. He's on pole position for the Junior X30s. And next up, we got another group.
Group 2 of Junior X30. Charlie Myers we're looking at there. All the drivers with their clear visor strips. Now, when the heat races commence, we will be starting a series of polls in the live chat. We've got 16 Kartmasters champions. We're going to put them head to head. You, the viewers, will vote to see which one goes through, and by Sunday we will find our ultimate Kartmasters champion. And it's kind of like Supernats at Las Vegas. You've got, you know, the stats from the whole runnings. We're up to 30 editions of Kartmasters this year. Supernats, it's Supernats 28 this year. Entries opened yesterday. There are already over 300 of them, but it's these one events. It's great for the statisticians amongst us. Yeah, you know, which is really good because, you know, 184 drivers have won a GP plate title. Only 2 drivers have ever won 2 classes in one day, Ben Barnicoat and Noah Wolf. So we're always trying to find who is the greatest Kartmasters driver of all time. Because it's not just down to the amount of wins. That's got a lot to do with it. But then you look at the era they were racing, who they were racing against. That is the number 63 of Henry Carter, the Crop Promotions team, discovering that there wasn't a great deal of braking power going into hairpin number 1. The good thing is, I mean, you can just see the undercut there. There are obviously different terms for stuff in the UK. You know, you call the switchback, we call it the cutback, or at Kartmasters we call it the naughty cutback. We use the Thomas Fleming Flembog scale of 1 to 10 of how naughty a naughty cutback is. Again, something that only happens at Kartmasters. Other things, Fusion Motorsport always got a special Kartmasters graphics kit. We were in the tent last night, not the tent, the awning last night, as they were putting on the special Kartmasters graphics kit. But as you look at, so Archie Owen from Wales, Singapore's Isaac Sayer, third ahead of Henry Carter. Carter, a driver's crash helmet. The other thing, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to try and find the best crash helmet of Kartmasters, because, for a you look at the crash helmets, and they're really intricate design, but then for a commentator or an announcer, bold, striking, it makes it much easier for drivers to stand out.
And I think what's standing out to me, too, is seeing how much experimentation's gone on the outlap. Now, the lines are probably going to start to look a little bit similar, but you're seeing a lot more drivers experiment with different ways in turns 5 and 6 on the circuit. Initially, in those Senior X30 sessions, everybody was entering extremely low, staying on the inside for the brake zone, but also the inside using the curbing and then washing out, and then only really finding the grip to rotate the kart at the very end of the corner. We're starting to see more and more experiment by going wider on entry and trying to square up the turn earlier. You're seeing even as well the line through the Mike Wilson complex all the way to the final couple turns afterwards begin to really push the water off to the side and look a bit similar to what they'll be in the dry. Now, the line doesn't change much here in the Bruno Ferrari S's, but another thing to note, Henry, different purple sectors across the board. Henry Carter on that purple lap overall was fastest in Sector 1. Archie Owen fastest in Sector 3. Isaac Sayer fastest in Sector 2 as we got problems for the 63 machine.
That's Carter. That is our fastest driver so far. Something on the croc. Oh, as the croc chipped a tooth. He's trying to sort of get something is kind of cut out.
I'd be surprised if maybe he didn't knock the ground wire jumping over the curbing.
That could be it. That's
you could see him,
possible.
His hand was down right in front of the radiator trying to refire the motor and go straight to the button, and it was not cranking back up. So Henry Carter will have to live with a 1774 right now. That still puts him third overall.
He's got it going again. We just caught a glimpse of him. He's got it going again. He came down the escape road, but he didn't cut the track. So, he didn't cut the track. He's back. He did get it fired. But there we go. Now you see the difference between taking that tight line in from the 274. That's Dominic Parobach. And then the other driver, again, taking a high line in and just getting the kart rotated and getting the power down. You can see marbles. There's the first bit of cinema of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely bit of cinema there. You've got the marbles and the grandstand filling up as well. Hitting the curbs at the wrong angle. You just saw an example there, one of the red and white Jades. Clipping at the wrong angle. They're so she broke again. And he's down to second, so it's not complete design. There goes Charlie Blenkinsop through our screen. He is a privateer driver. He's got a lot of support online. In the Paddock show later, we're going to meet Bertie Blenkinsop, and I'll say no more. You need to watch. You need to meet Bertie later on. That's in tonight's Paddock show. Blenkinsop is 12th, just in front of Alessandro Di Benedettis. There's Isaac Sayer. Earlier this year, Isaac became the first driver based out of Singapore to stand on a British Kart Championship podium for the Jamie Green racing team. Jamie Green, ex-DTM, Formula 3 driver, the Will Green, Zach Green family. But Isaac Sayer, at the moment fastest. Henry Carter, watching from just below our commentary position, is still P2.
Big lap out of Mayan Patel. The Kart Republics look pretty strong right now between Riley Cranham, fastest in his group, and still fastest overall by 1/10 1/4. And everyone's hit the line, so that'll do it. Isaac Sayer, fastest for the Jamie Green Racing Camp in group. It'll put him third overall behind George Edgar and Riley Cranham. Yep. And lucky enough for Henry Carter, that opening lap at a 17.74 will still hold for fourth overall in Junior X30 over the two groups that have run to this point. Impressive. And
you saw Isaac Sayer looking over his right shoulder there. he's not like trying to find his mum to wave hello. Here, there is a huge digital scoreboard here that has got the qualifying times on it. I think that when the racing begins, I think we might have the live stream on it. The live stream is in the paddock and the big screen on the podium in the paddock. There we go. That is what the drivers try to find as they're driving round. Sometimes in the races themselves.
Oh yeah.
You will see them trying to. There's Isaac. Yeah, go to the weigh scales, and you can see there that's the official. Say right, he decides. Okay, I want to do random checks on this cart, this cart, this cart. First outing for the iPad of doom, ladies and gentlemen. Nose cone penalty, or in UK call it the front bumper bracket. Bumper penalty. This is the nose cone bracket. There's Toby George and Finley Bunce in the grandstand. We've just been spotted. Finley Bunce, Toby George runs the junior arm. Matt Cooley on his phone for Strawberry Racing Team. Trying to see, all right, we need a bit of extra whack. Jack Dex there in the background for the JDR team as well. Cooley's just, he's on the phone to his missus. Hopefully he's on the phone to his missus, not someone else's missus. But there we go. Hello, Matt. Kai Bachini, take it away. Back to some drivers.
Both the X30 classes are now done and dusted. It was Isaac Sayer who took the pole position in this group. Didn't take overall pole position though, that stays with Riley Cranham. Isaac is actually just here to join us for a quick chat after his qualifying session. Obviously, Isaac, it's pole in your group. It's unfortunately not pole overall. How are you going into the rest of the weekend with your mindset now?
Yeah, really good qualifying, so I'll try to, stay in there and try to move forward in the races because I'm not pole overall.
Yeah, obviously, pole in your group, you'll still be up at the front end. And from what I know, this is your first British Kartmasters Grand Prix. So how are you finding the environment so far?
It's quite tough, but the drivers are quite similar to British Kart Championships, so yeah.
So overall, obviously, you've got Riley Cranham on pole position. He's going to be a big competitor. But who do you see in your eyes as your biggest competition for the weekend?
I think there's a lot of top drivers, so I can't really name like one outstanding one because they're all really good, so I have to keep a lookout for everyone.
Nice political answer. And for you, what would it mean to be named the British Kartmasters Grand Prix champion? I see a little smile on your face there.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, so I have to work my hardest to get that.
Brilliant. Well, Isaac, thank you very much for joining me, and congratulations on pole in your group. A brilliant session from Isaac Sayer there. He will now have a little bit of a cool down with his mechanics, a little bit of a cool down in the group, regroup, see where he can improve or anything like that. But Junior X30 is now out of the way, so back up to the commentary booth with Henry and Andrew.
Thank you, Kai. 52 drivers remain in senior Rotax. Hello to the 600 plus of you that are watching. I've seen people watching from Sweden, from Denmark, from Australia, from the USA. There's people watching from all over the world. 52, we did have 53. We've already mentioned Cian Geraghty and why he's not out there. Andrew Mather back with me in the commentary box. The track is drying out very quickly indeed. Here's a question for you. What's the order? We've got Senior Rotax, 2 groups. This is Group 1, then we've got Senior Rotax Group 2. Junior Rotax Group 1, Junior Rotax Group 2, then Micromax, Minimax and Water Swift. When's slick tyres going to be put on?
Micromax.
You
think? Because
think?
it always hits Micromax.
In the comments, ladies and gentlemen, hello to Roscoe in Canada, hello to Phil, and Nanny Babs is going to be here, can't wait to see Nanny Babs. Albie Lapper is now known as the rock star. Great reel.
Yeah.
Really good reel after Le Mans. There is Macaulay Bishop. There are 1, 2, 3, 6 drivers doing double duty in the 2 senior classes. Macaulay Bishop is one of them. Now, in the live chat, Andrew Mather says it's going to be slick tyres for Micromax. That is, you've got 2 seniors, 2 juniors, then Micro. So in 5 sessions' time, Andrew Mather has thrown his hat in the ring to say slick tyres. I think I'm going to say Minimax, one after you.
Oh, okay.
So in Sawyer Henderson, a driver in Honda for the kart championship. Hello, Sawyer. He says Minimax. I say Minimax. Andrew says Micromax. Who's right? Who's right?
Are any of us right?
Are any of us right? What is the answer to life, the universe, and everything? Well, it's 42. It's 42. Matt Copsey. Oh, Matt Copsey, well done. Well, oh, look at that. And if by magic a pole appears. Hello, pole. Micromax, Minimax, or another time. Excellent.
Could be before, could be after.
Could be before, could be after, could be never. Could start the rain again. Right, Callum Bradshaw, going for 2 out of 2 already.
Yeah, and could be, back-to-back fastest within groups here. We saw him go fastest in the Senior X30's first group of qualifiers. Remember to keep up to date. Big thanks to Motorsport Timing. .uk. Oh, now what happened there? Something fell off Macaulay Bishop's wagon. Don't know if we got the replay monitor set up. So, Bishop reached down to his right-hand side, had a little fookle with something, and something fell off.
Now, Macaulay, last night during the Paddock show, we went and interviewed Macaulay Bishop just as he was putting some lead on that side of his cart. I'm not going to say I'm responsible for whatever happened. I did distract him. I don't know. Let's have a little look. We do have replays this week. We may not have them right this second. Oh, do you know something? Oh, can I change my answer? I reckon a driver is going to gamble in the second...
In the next session.
No, in the second junior group. Okay.
I think the trouble at the moment for the drivers, down into turn 1 there's a dry line forming, but it's getting around the whole circuit really. Fullerton S's particularly still looks very damp.
There's no
radiator
cover.
Spot on.
Let's have a look. Let's go to the Alpha Live action replay. Here we go. And
so he's going to adjust it, and it's just going to... Oh, he's just pulled it straight off.
He's that strong. He's been in the gym, he has. Look at that. He's been in the gym. There we go. Just his radiator too hard. Yeah. Now, where's Mikey Walker? James Tester is slipping down. Now, in this group, we've got such a fantastic entry. Jaden Tien from the Netherlands. We have got Jamie Peretti back after breaking his shoulder. Which is great to see. Lena Galvo is there, but we've also got Teresa Babichkova. Teresa Babichkova racing Formula Woman. She was, the highest in terms of all female motorsport. Highest championship available at the time.
Yep.
Teresa Babichkova, she crossed the line first and won the senior Rotax grand final in Bahrain in 2021. Was then given a penalty. So she is one of the very best. As we look at the number 42 kart, Ewan Charman. Now, Mikey Walker, the Mikey Walker fan club, which is great for the YouTube algorithm because Charlie Longman makes about 11 million comments. Now, there is Ewan Charman getting a technical flag. Mikey Walker is not in this group. Yes, he is.
P9.
He's P9. The Jack's... Oh, there he is, going across the line, P9. Is he still P9? Yes, just P8. Just in front of Brian Truman. Uncle Tyrone crossing the line. He's now in P9. Is Brandon Truman. Victor Hansen. Ollie Goodyear in the top 10. Jack Lilly moves into the top 10. Now, how many people voted in the Alpha Live poll so far? We will give them... Right, we have 52 votes so far. Out of 750 people now watching. We'll give it until the start of the next session. When the green flag goes out for the next session, we'll close the poll and show you the results.
So noting on the times as well, 1 minute 13.21 is the early benchmark for Callum Bradshaw. Track's 3 seconds quicker than it was early on today versus the Senior X30 session. Macaulay Bishop won 13.54. Jaden Tin had a very good run in the European Championships in the KZs a few weeks ago for the Sodi Kart team. Third in that session. 1 minute 14.39. George Holbrook and Alfie Thompson. Good to see two privateers there up in the top 5.
Now, Macaulay's and his dad Ian, Ian's overlooking both karts. Macaulay's brother Mason is mechanicking one kart. Macaulay's mechanicking the other kart. So the radiator flap coming off, that's either Macaulay's fault or his younger brother's fault.
I'm sure they'll have a nice discussion on that one.
But they'll both blame Ian, the dad, for not overseeing everything. Man like Aaron Charles on the live chat there. Malotti in the background on his phone. There's Mr. Carter. Darrell Henderson for Team Wales, back from Australia, working for Coles Racing this year. Good to see Darrell back in the British paddock. There's a lot of phone calls going on. I wonder if this is like just talking to people back in the team mornings about what the track conditions are.
Good stuff indeed there from our senior Rotax drivers. I think we now can head down once again to Kai Bachini.
The second senior class to take track this weekend. It's Senior Rotax, and it's a familiar name on the top step again. Callum Bradshaw, we can see him lurking in the background. We'll grab him for an interview in just a second. But it was Bradshaw, followed by Macaulay Bishop in second position. It was 2 tenths that separated the two drivers. Obviously, Callum Bradshaw, the Strawberry Racing driver, is on pole position once again. And we're just going to grab him for a quick chat if Callum is able to come over once again. Callum, I feel we're going to get fed up of talking to you this weekend. Another pole position in a separate class this time.
Hopefully you don't get fed up of me.
No, it's fine. The viewers love you. The viewers love you.
It was difficult out there, to be honest, because the track was changing. It's very dry out there now. And obviously, in the first one, I got a little bit of traffic in X30, so I just tried to get out there at the front, but then the track was drying, so it was like changing lines, and obviously I'm the first to come through it, and it was really challenging, to be fair, out there. But no, happy to get the pole, and yeah, it's a long weekend, so it's a small step, but we'll take it.
As you mentioned, different conditions and a different car altogether for you in this class. Obviously, viewers watching at home might not know the difference between these two cars. So how do you find switching from an Miami straight into that Rotax car?
It's super difficult, honestly, in the dry and in the wet. Obviously, the Comet tyres are really, really grippy. I think they're probably about 2 seconds faster than Rotax. So going from such a difference in speed is really, really challenging. But I like the challenge. And then same for the dry. Obviously, the characteristics of the engine and how you have to drive a Rotax compared to an X30. You can drive an X30 a lot harder. Now the new tyre takes a little bit to come on. Once it does come on, it's really, really grippy. So it's just sort of getting your sort of mind and hanging and getting your mind around that, really. But I'm struggling, but we'll be all right, hopefully.
Well, you're clearly not struggling enough if you've got pole position in both classes. And obviously a double class win. It's been done a few times in the past. Are we going to see Callum Bradshaw added to that list?
Hopefully, that's what I'm here for. So yeah, we'll give it our best shot.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Callum. Once again, pole position in the senior classes. He's done the double in qualifying. He's going to try his best in the heats to set himself up for the final. And can he add himself to that esteemed list of drivers that have won 2 classes in one weekend at the Kartmasters Grand Prix? As if one isn't difficult enough, Callum just wants to take on a new challenge. But we hear engines in the distance. That means that it's going to be the second of the senior Rotax class making their way onto the grid for qualifying. So Henry and Andrew are going to be up there getting ready to take us through that session.
Thank you very much, Kai. Time to qualifying Group 2 now for Senior Rotax. And once again, a few thrills and spills there coming off the bridge, showing just how tricky the conditions are. Let's have a quick run through of who we're going to be talking about in this group. This is in the pre-grid order, so it is going to be a little bit jumbled up and down with the numbers. But listen out for those key names that you are following throughout the circuit or at home. Connor Tubby, Charlie Cox, Jack Gillingham, Harry Bartle, Hugh Moulton, Joe Fox, Adam Wooden, James Lowther, who's pretty quick this morning in the warm-up in the slippery conditions, Jeremy at Montgomery Swan, Liam Hartley, Joshua Turnbull, Ty Measure, Jack Baker, Finley Jones, Joshua Graham, Harrison Crowther, Ardish Mehta, Matty Hingley, Lewis Gilbert, Jack West, Kai Hunter, Freddie Lloyd, Charlie Smith, George Hart, Henry Gregory and Lewis Goff. The first of their 2 qualifying sessions here this weekend. These sessions will be setting the grids for the 2 rounds of heat for each individual driver through today. And then tomorrow is a rinse and repeat. We go again, all of the coverage can be watched and followed here on your Alpha Live broadcast. Heading down into hairpin number 1. Hugh Moulton at the front of this little train. Kai Hunter goes to the top of the timesheet, and the track is continuing to develop. That is a 1:10.22. The track is turning. It may well be before we get to the Inter and the Cadet categories that we go to a slick tyre. The track is still very, very slippery offline, though. That's going to be the biggest problem for everybody out there at the moment, and definitely a challenge for anyone who switches to a dry tyre. On your screens, this is Charlie Cox in the number 12, currently in 13th place in the order. Where does Cox go to here? This is going to be one of those sessions where it's all about keeping yourself a bit of momentum for the latter stages. Lowther goes fastest, 1:10.08. So we're more than likely, unless something remarkable happens, going to see the pole position time in senior Rotax for today come from this session. There is Kai Hunter, O-plate holder, last one here at Kartmasters back in 2023, and he goes back to the top of the timesheets with a 1:09.27. This session could all be about timing and who gets over the line to start another lap with 1 or 2 seconds remaining. Right now, though, I think the drivers will just be focusing on getting their heads down and pushing on. Everybody is going quicker than they've done before. For reference, Bradshaw's time from Q1 at the first practice at the moment would put him down in 23rd place within this session. That's how much the track is evolving out there. Kai Hunter, there he is on your screens, is your fastest driver. Lovely new livery for the Hunter Motorsport team here this weekend. Meanwhile, going through the first chicane, a couple of other drivers who've recently completed laps. Liam Hartley's put in a nice time there, up to 3rd place for the Jack Dex Racing team. Although he's immediately displaced, Crowther goes fastest, and as soon as we say that, Harry Bartle now to the top of the order. So the track continuing to evolve, 1:08.43 now the benchmark. Pretty much everybody in this session has gone quicker than the fastest time from group number 1. That won't necessarily negatively affect those in group number 1. The formation of the grid will go along to the relative position method. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. There is your new provisional pole sitter, Harry Bartle in the 373. Very familiar name and sight to those following British karting. Reigning 2024 Junior Rotax champion. Best results in his Kartmasters career, a 3rd back in his Minimax days in 2022. This could well put that right. Moulton goes quicker though, 1:08.33. Is Hugh Moulton going to sneak in here and take pole position? There was a moment there between Bartle and one of the George Whitbread karts. Freddie Lloyd goes fastest, 1:07.38. Look at that from Fast Freddie, half a second on the rest of the field. Bartle does improve, but not to the same pace as Freddie Lloyd in that 2:27 kart. Normally we see Freddie Lloyd racing in the X30 categories, but he's one of those drivers doing double duty here this week, and that is a magnificent performance from a driver who does like the damp conditions, the damp and wet conditions here at PF International. He had a very good run in the wet conditions last September in preparation for those World Championships. And well, as things stand, Lloyd in the 2:27 will be on pole position for the heats later on today. There's still more times coming in actually. Liam Hartley's just gone up to 2nd place right at the end there with a 1:07.72. So in the end, Lloyd's advantage will be just over a third of a second. Bartle third, Moulton fourth, Harrison Crowther got a good lap time in there. Oh, but look at that on our screens. Drama potentially. Freddie Lloyd is fastest in this session, but is now under investigation. We've not seen what that could be for, and we'll update you as and when we receive more news. Henry just rejoins me here in the box.
Hello, yes.
Well, a quite remarkable qualifying session there. The track definitely turning. The track went 6 seconds quicker in that second session for Senior Rotax versus the first.
Well, that's going to be the 101% rule in at there. And now, does that mean that 43% of our responders for the first Alpha Live, 107 votes? So we're going to put lots of polls up today. We want a minimum of 100 votes in all of them. Are those mechanics rushing onto the grid with slick tyres? I wonder if Kai is going to be able to shed any light on the rapidly brightening matter.
The number 1 spot is once again filled by the 227. That's Freddie Lloyd. He gets himself on pole position here as we're watching the drivers come into the Parc Fermé area here. If we have a look over, the drivers are once again in their Parc Fermé positions and ready. Freddie Lloyd is just having a debrief of the session, and once he's done chatting to his fellow drivers, we'll get him over for an interview. He's just going to quickly get his helmet off and make his way over Freddie Lloyd once again. We're going to have a quick chat with him after this session. Freddie, as he runs over right now, Freddie, you're on pole position here for the Senior Rotax. How was that session for you? You look a little bit tired after that one.
Yeah, I'm quite tired. I mean, I'm doing 2 classes. I mean, the X30 is going well and the Rotax seems to be going well, and I've just put it on pole there. I'm feeling confident.
And I've actually just got word in my ear that you're under investigation in this session. Do you have any idea what that would be for?
No idea.
Okay, well, you're on provisional pole position, let's say, for this session. Either way, it's something to be proud of here at the British Kartmasters GP. Under investigation or not, it's something to remember and something to set yourself up for the weekend. Surely this is a good confidence booster.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've just gone faster, so I should be right.
There you go. That's exactly what you want. Freddie, thank you very much for your time, and well done on the provisional pole position. So once again, the 227 of Freddie Lloyd is on provisional pole position, pending an investigation after the session, unfortunately. But with the ground ever so drying, we can see these little dry patches emerging in the concrete. Will we start to see slick tyres come out in this next session, or will it still be wet? The tyres that the drivers prefer coming into this one, the Senior X30 second group, is now out of the way, and we're just waiting for cars to make their way back out onto track. We're going to jump up to that right now.
Well, not everybody made it out on slick tyres. There is going to be a mix, because as Kai Bachini was talking, I watched a mechanic with the slick Parc Fermé tyres on their tyre spike. Uh-oh, that's not good. Number 111 car, Harvey Sargison, does get going. This is the biggest grid we have. 62 drivers and 1 driver slowing down, coming under the bridge. Has that driver got going, or is the camera going to pan back to see there? Number 118, that is Jensen Chalk for the MLC Motorsport team. Something is loose, something is not connected, and the yellow flag is out. There's another driver slowing down. Uh-oh.
The 115 of Harrison Bishop, possibly. Down the back straight. No, it's the 15, rather.
It's the number 15 of Joshua Smith, the George Whitbread Racing drive. Now, are we... Oh, we're not going to get rolling over now, are we?
I hope not.
But you fear that as the track dries out, obviously drivers are going to start looking for a tow, which is massive here at Paul Fletcher International.
Massive indeed, but we can see, or we saw in the previous session, that if you get caught up behind someone in the last sector, then you could potentially lose some time. Well, that's definitely not rolling over for Jensen Chalk.
No.
Chalk out of this qualifying session. That is a real setback. Now, of course, it is a long competition. Many rounds of heats, many opportunities to fight back through. And, of course, there's still repecharges as well late on, and we have seen drivers come back from very lowly positions, but that's not how Jensen Chalk would have wanted to start his Kartmasters.
Now, the number 30 driver, that's Boaz Maximov, the Dutchman. Very fast driver anywhere he races in the world. The number 233 car, just going through your screen there, that's Logan Lauder for Precision Racing. Somebody asking, well, of course, you will see Albert Friend in this session in the traditional number 19 that he always uses when he's not using the number 1 plate. But he's not in his traditional green and white. He has moved across from Strawberry Racing to Dan Holland Racing. Last week, the move happened. And so this is now his second event. I think this is his first event at in the blue and yellow of the DHR team. There, standing above everybody else, that's Lee Taylor, his mechanic. It is Lee's birthday today. Happy birthday to Bruce. And it'll be interesting how quickly Albie Friend adapts, to his new surrounding. Same mechanic. Obviously, every team has got a slightly different way of working and preparing, but it should be like a duck to water. He's not on the green Tony kart. He's on the blue. He's on the blue Tony kart, which is called the Lando Norris chassis. There we go. Toby Farthing and Kevin Ivanov getting plenty of support. Fletcher Jameson getting plenty of support. There is the rock star. I wanna be a rock star. He's got a bucket hat and era-appropriate sunglasses. Albie Lapper on wet tyres. I think we're all on wet tyres for this session. Looking at the lap time spread, Harry Friel. Now, Shea Hilton didn't go out. Harry Holland didn't start this session. Maybe they were trying to go out on slicks and missed the gate. I don't know. Harry Friel. Harry's sausage dog, Darcy. Darcy remains the most infamous Paddock show pooch of all time. Darcy Sausage, she is here. She's here, looking for an ankle to bite. Probably mine.
Spin for one of the Sam Pollitt machines. That's the 188 of Archie Lovett. Who's
not loving that.
No, not at all. Lovett's P5 at the moment, so that's a bit of better news for a very experienced driver in this category. Kai Clark goes fastest, 1 minute 7.29 for KR Sports. So again, that shows the track evolution, that these guys and girls are now driving quicker than we saw the seniors in their second group. So Kai Clark, there he is on your screens. Kart number 67, just heading towards the Fullerton S's now. It's still a lap here. Has just gone and set a personal best through sector number 2. Charlie Wolford up to second, but Blake Southern's gone fastest. Blake Southern in the MS kart for Jack Dex Racing may have pulled a bit of a shock here. 1 minute 6.64. The driver who has come through from Arrive and Drive karting may well have just taken pole in Junior Rotax.
You will know Blake Southern from Club 100, is that right?
Yep.
Fantastic. Ashton Edwards, you don't like my singing? That's shocking.
Only kidding. Only kidding.
I'm all upset now. There's the man of the moment. Could he have imagined coming to his first Kartmasters? Club 100, ladies and gentlemen, is the bridge between...
He's looking at the board. It's like, hang on a minute, what's going on here?
So, you start up, you go to your local kart track and have a blast, arrive and drive, rental kart racing.
A team sport.
Team sport, for example. Then you want to go a bit better. Then you phone up Club 100, you speak to the legend that is John Vigor. Club 100 provide all the karts, but it's racing. But it's rental kart racing. And then when you think, okay, I want to move on from rental kart racing, then you buy your own equipment and you go racing, Motorsport MS UK racing, like a Kartmasters. And that is fantastic. That number 100 driver, if anybody is watching this, then anyone who's watching this who only goes around, who's maybe persuading their parents to go to team sport or another rental car race, once a month, once or twice a month for a bit of arrive and drive, it can happen.
It can.
You can do it. Okay, it's only pole position. It doesn't matter. It's pole. Kai Clark could have, should have, would have won the Rotax International Trophy, the second biggest Rotax race in the world 2 weeks ago, and he's second to Blake Southern. Brilliant.
And a great result for the Jactex Racing team as well. They've got a good contingent of drivers here this weekend. And Blake Southern's not the only Club 100 or former Club 100 driver in that awning. Let's head down after a real surprise here in Junior Rotax to Kai Bachini.
Perfect. After what was a brilliant session here for the first of the Junior X30 qualifying groups, it's not often that you see an arrive and drive driver on pole position, but Blake Southern has done what seems to be the impossible. Blake is joining me now. From what I know, you are an arrive and drive driver which just came here to the British Kartmasters Grand Prix, and you're on pole position.
Yeah, we did owners and rentals last year, but this is like my full-blown year in owners, and I think I've done very well. Like, we're in these conditions last month for the practice club round, but pretty much. Yeah, and I got fastest lap in the final in similar conditions, but we did all right for the quali, I thought.
I think all right in qualifying is a little bit of an understatement here.
To be fair.
Well, you came pole position. Yeah. So you're on pole position. You've put your car here. I think you belong in the scrutineering area.
Oh, all right, cheers.
Perfect. It's pole position for the weekend. The number 100 is on the number 1 spot. How do you carry this confidence? How do you carry this momentum into the rest of the weekend?
Just try to stay up there, just try to make the final, and then the final's going to be all for all, really. It's like whoever's got the best racecraft and all that.
I think you shouldn't have an issue making the final if you're keeping up the pace that you put in this qualifying session, but the track is drying out. Obviously, you're happy in the rain. How do you feel your pace is going to be in the dry?
In the dry, I think the dry and the wet, I'm similar pace and all in all. But yeah, we did quite well yesterday. But I think I've got a good chance.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, and very well done on your pole position. That is going to be Blake Southern, the number 100 on pole position here for the first of the Junior X30 groups. Drivers are over on the grid and ready. A couple engines being started up. Mechanics getting ready to sprint off the grid for the second of the Junior X30 qualifying groups.
I think Kai Bachini was caught up in the moment there. It's Junior Rotax, but that's okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for an underdog to cheer for, I think you've just got one. Blake Southern getting all sorts of support. I love that. Just, where do I go now? Oh, yeah, the fastest goes in... Really? Goes in scrutineering? Okay. So, of all the 300 drivers here, all sorts of different stories. Underdog. 62 drivers in Junior Rotax. With all due respect to Blake Southern, if I was going to pick 36 drivers before the racing started to make the A final, he would not be one of them.
Probably not.
But he is now.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of 2 days of pressure to go, but he is now.
And particularly if these conditions continue to be mixed, that's another one of the things with, I say there's quite a few drivers who've been in Club 100 and have switched to the Junior Rotax because they're familiar with the engine.
And you talk about the weather, I mean, Ashton Edwards, you listening? Because I did my one Oasis bit of singing, and Andrew Mather mentioned about the rain. I said, no, it's going to be loads of sunshine.
4 minutes and 10 seconds of this one to go. Let's quickly run you through who's out in this one.
Yes,
Cam Nelson, Ben Baker, Charlie King, Alex Shepherd, Ed Spain, Cian Bernard, Harry Freeman,
Oh,
Harry
but
Taylor. Oh, who's that in trouble?
Connor Large. Connor Large makes it out. And now we're going to start seeing... Right, we don't have any... They look like wet. They're all wet to me. I think for qualifying, we're still a little... This is the session that I said that one driver would go out on slicks. I may have been about to be proven wrong.
Other drivers in this one, Liam Hasty won the O-Plate here back in March, of course. Jack Collinson, Eason Seng. Matteo Palazzo's definitely a driver to keep an eye on. The last time I remember us having a bit of a surprise pole position was when Palazzo was with the Soltime Motorsport team
here
at a British Kart Champs round. So keep an eye on Palazzo now with KR Sports.
He's the Scottish Italian sounding driver.
Yes. Toby Farthing, Alfie McBain, Daniel Hartley, Callum Sims, Zach Turner, Finley Smith, Ryan Gill, Connor Large, we've seen back out on circuit, Zach Starbuck, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Hugh Hobson, Sebastian Lush, Jack Beasley, that's another driver I think who's come up through the ranks, Jack Flewitt, Daniel Kilpatrick, good to see Daniel Kilpatrick, who I remembered correctly had a bit of a bump here in the British Champs round last year.
Could very well. Somebody...
that's Jack Beasley.
Jack Beasley for the global karting team. Rob Hanscom's outfit. Let's have a look. Zach Turner, or Braith Murdoch, says that Zach Turner possibly on slicks. Where's timing screen gone?
Timing screen is gone there.
Zach Turner, his 10th. I don't... If he's on slicks and he's 10th, that's a master stroke. We'll try... First cameraman challenge of Kartmasters. Try and see if you can find a driver on slick tyres for us. Well, keep an eye. Harry Freeman, Ryan Gill and Cam Nelson, the top three. No drivers that we have found on... Look at that, the Alpha. They know that there's a little sort of insider competition for the best, close-up shot of the week here. So, I mean, all of you... Can't see, there's the number 14 kart of Finley Smith, one of the Craft Motorsport drivers. Michael Burke's slicks are worth a punt.
I'd agree.
He's
keeping them warm.
Oh, okay. So hang on a sec. We've already got Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor for Dan Holland Racing. There's slick tyres. Oh, I was right. Henry was right. Oh yeah. Someone took a punt. They were listening. Thank you very much. Now, let's have a look. Harry Taylor, 7th.
Purple through sector one. This is a good lap for Harry Taylor, who's got the temperature into his tyres now. He's leaving Leon Hasty for dust at the moment. You can see how much he's using the curbs, though. This will not be his final lap. He'll still get another one in. Taylor is attacking this, potentially to break JDR and Blake Southern's hearts here to take pole position. Eason Seng going pretty quickly as well.
Also on slicks. Two drivers.
Pole, there it is. 1 minute 2.27. 1.35 seconds clear of the rest of the field, Henry.
Wait for Eason Seng from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. And we've never had a Taiwanese driver.
Finley Lines.
On the Pantano chassis. That brand new kart to the UK this year, the Pantano chassis. There's another, the 99 on slicks. That's Zach Turner. Yes. The three of them, if there was this, they thought, there's some aura that needs to be farmed and we're going to go and get the combine harvester out and farm it. Taylor, but checkered flag is out. Is there going to be time for Eason Seng and Zach Turner?
Well, Seng did improve last time around. Zach Turner's just gone purple through sector number 1,
right,
Henry, so there's still a chance here. Freeman goes up to P2. But we need to keep an eye on the 99 of Coles Racing. Zach Turner is on a lap. Taylor crosses the line, does not improve. Stays on a 1 minute 2.27. Zach Turner has just gone to a 1966 in Sector 3 now. The number 99, the red, white and blue of Coles Racing. Here he is. Could this be pole position in Junior Rotax? There's drivers flying around everywhere in front of him. Pole for Turner, 1 minute, 1.87.
Oh, his dad John's going to be so happy with that one. Well done, Zach Turner. Another surprise, you know, it's great. And we've got a comment coming in here now from Hector, who drove with Blake Southern at the British Indoor Kart Championship Regionals. Now, that's at an indoor warehouse, you know, with everyone on rental karts, and, you know, he's now doing it at this level, the very highest level of British karting. Keep your comments coming in. I mean, we're going to talk about performance of the week so far.
Yep.
Blake Southern.
Yep.
But the gamble, I'm going to go Blake Southern and Zach Turner's mechanic. Those two are the performances of the week so far. Now, the next group, did everyone get slick tyres on before the grid gate closed? There's Harry Taylor. So, slicks first, second and sixth, Eason Seng. Harry Freeman, Cam Nelson, Matteo Palazzo, Eason Seng, your top six.
And the timing there as well for Turner. I mean, maybe a little bit of racer's luck involved there. But just to be, you know, on that lap late on, I'm getting Nico Hulkenberg in a Williams at Interlagos vibes. 2010. Just being on the right piece of track at the time, at the end of the session, to get that lap time in. In the end, it was 0.4 quicker than what Harry Taylor achieved. And I think a big part for Harry there was simply too much traffic around him. Too many other drivers
Andrew Mather
on the wet tyres.
Yes, quite right. Andrew Mather, we had one pole.
Yes. And you've taken 1-0.
Who was right?
You were right.
Ah, okay. Sorry. What was that again?
He was right.
Ah, there we are. Thank you very much. Let's have a look. Let's say hi quickly to some of the Alpha Live. We'll go to Kai quickly, then we'll introduce you to the rest of the Alpha Live crew dotted around the circuit. First of all, Kai Bachini with a very happy pole man.
Well, the track is ever so drying. There might still be a little bit of a breeze, but we still have drying conditions. And Zach Turner might have been the one to prove that. The number 99 gets himself on pole position, took it on the last lap of that qualifying session by 0.4 of a second. We saw Zach Turner put it on pole. But even still, all the way through, it was a battle for all of these drivers. A 2-2-5 here coming into the pit lane, and multiple drivers were up for grabs in this session. I was peering over in the gallery area over there for the drivers that are making their way onto the grid. And as we walk over to the weigh scales here, we'll see if our pole position was on those slick compounder tyres. But over on the grid, it looks like for our next session of the day, pretty much all of the drivers are opting for that slick compounder tyre, which is the exact compounder tyre that Zach Turner put it on pole. The number 99, he went for the gamble, and it was a very, very smart choice, as it's earned himself pole position for the junior Rotax class, with a brilliant lap time being set. Once again, 0.4 clear of the rest of the field. Unfortunately, it looks like Zach was a little bit late into the area, so we won't be able to catch up with him yet, but I think he's done a great job improving a statement without words, is that slick tyres are the tyre to be on.
There is the focused look of one of our Micromax drivers, the youngest members of Kartmasters 2025. That, I believe, is, let's have a little look. It's George is what it is. But I can't find the driver called George on the entry list. Maybe he's borrowing someone else's helmet because he's got that's Micromax. It is Micromax now, isn't it?
It is indeed.
I haven't got a number 17.
I haven't got a number 17 on my entry list either. Oh, this is good. Anyway, I tell you what, we're looking at George
Quinlan.
George Quinlan, there we are. Let's before we get going, we're about to get underway. It's great to hear Stefan Chiffon Racing driving with Blake Southern at Daytona Milton Keynes, the Junior Sprint League. James Gain was the race director at Team Sport Coventry, where he started. So I tell you what, hello Jacob Ashcroft, reigning Junior Rotax Grand Finals champion and now newly crowned Rotax International Trophy. Let's have a look. We want people to find out. We've got so many people watching this. A lot of you are kart racers. In the comment section, name the indoor track that you started at. This is Minimax, is it?
It is Minimax. That's why we were confused. That's why there was no number 17 in Micromax. That's why we were confused. We've had an off at hairpin number 1. Driver is okay and is getting their kart out of the scenery with a bit of help. It is the number 42 Zip Kart that's gone off. That's Esme Rosie from Belper. Esme's not had the kind of start now. There is Jacob Underhill.
Yes.
We're going to talk about Club 100 a lot in this part of the programme, ladies and gentlemen. This is another driver, a little bit younger than Blake Southern, who's come through the Club 100 Cadet Championship and is racing his first Kartmasters this weekend.
This is what I want to hear. Just let us know. Team Sport Edmonton, Docklands. That is where the late Martin Howell and Bob Pope, the old Ackley bus station in London, the first Playscape Pro Racing indoor kart track. Outdoor Brentwood Karting, Red Lodge. My first ever go-kart circuit was South Wales Karting Centre, Newport, in 1989. And then I started racing and working there when I was 15, the Raceway Cardiff. So yeah, because someone's going to... get your... Where did you first start racing? Andrew Mather, where did you first hit the go-kart?
I've just checked it's still open. I'm going to throw in the Full Throttle Raceway in Stourbridge.
Okay.
At a University of Birmingham social kart club meeting right at the start of the year.
I British University Kart Championship. I was at Cardiff University Motorsport. We had Stormy Down in Bridgend back in the late 90s as well. Some of these tracks have gone, and it was basically an old warehouse. You had some tyres, a Stratos kart with a single or a Biz kart with a Honda GX160 engine, top tanks. Away you went. There we go. Minimax. Xander Clements. There is the number 46 kart of James Devereaux off the track. Let's have a look there. The farmer, Tom Reed, Rotax International Trophy Champion, Emerson McAndrew Uren, Josh Cormack, Austin Oman, Oliver Spencer, Alfie Ward, Alfie Mayer, Riley Murrow, Josh Husker and Benjamin Lorne. Now 4 drivers haven't taken the start. We've got 36 on my list. I don't have 36 out there. Now I was going to say, is it going to rain again, Henry? I hope not, says Jake. I hope not, Jacob.
Clouds are lifting.
The clouds are lifting. The clouds are lifting. Alfie Ward goes fastest. Now, in Minimax, we're going to do a feature on them in the Paddock show later. This is the first appearance. It is Minimax, isn't it?
It is.
No. Where's Mr. Apollo? The Apollo kart. That must be Micromax. I'm getting very confused here.
Or is it Waterswift? I think it's Waterswift.
What? The Apollo's in Waterswift? No. Well, anyway, we're going to do a bit on the Apollo kart later on. Which is...
Yep, it is number 52 in Waterswift.
Margaris Kovetskis, a new British manufacturer. There we go.
38 seconds to go in this session. Tom Reed currently fastest. This is going to be a very, very busy end to this Group 4 Minimax 950. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. They're all jostling at the moment to try and get best track position for the start of this final lap. Apologies, the timing screen's gone down in our booth at the moment, so we can't quite tell you who's on pole position, provisional pole position, going on to the last lap. It's funny, I was only watching a video the other day of Fernando Alonso going around a Parc Fermé at the Hungaroring, trading everybody's times, because they all only had their their personal lap times and not the full timing. So apologies for the technical issue at the moment, beyond our control. I think we just call this as a race, Henry. This is some good scraps going on out there.
It gives you a chance. So there is the checkered flag. Gordy match. Good to hear Gordy.
Oh dear.
You should come back and have a go at this, Gordy. Good. Jay Larkin. Any comp karts this year? No, not a single comp kart chassis I'm aware of is in the paddock, unfortunately.
Got timing back. Still Alfie Ward on pole position, I think, here. Checkered flag is out. Oh, as there's another kart that joins the Coles that was already off the road. That's not good to see.
Lucky escape for the two members of the Orange Army there, the Trent Valley Kart Club Marshals. There's Oliver Spencer in the pits for Global Karting. Now, the SFR Motorsports outfit, and it was the number 18 of Tren van Malik, the Dutch driver, that went into the barriers there. And now SFR Motorsports, the red and black attack. They've got new graphics kits. Alfie Ward's. There is Oliver. Alfie Ward in kart number
83.
83. He was very impressive there. But the graphics kits for the SFR Motorsport, they're not only on the outside, they're actually inside the side pods and on the underside of the nose. Now there, here we go. There is the SFR graphics kit. Now look at the inside of the side pods on the car that's just got out thing, and the inside of the nose cone. They're really, really good. Attention to detail. Here's another one of the SFR
Look
cards.
how it almost changes
So
colour.
this is,
in the light.
yeah. No,
That's fantastic.
They've gone all out as Nathan Rawlings' team and the RPM team. As you come to, that is Alfie Man. Now look at that inside the side pods and on the inside of the nose cone as well. I mean, you talk about going the extra mile, you know, that's the extra bit of vinyl, that is. Looks very good. The red and black attack are back. SFR Motorsport have been very, very impressive this year. Okay, so that is, we apologise for a slight glitch in timing. We believe it's Alfie Ward, Tom Reed, and Emerson McAndrew Uren. Now, behind us, we have got Jack Dixon, who is helping out with an awful lot of things. I tell you what, Producer James, say hello, Producer James. Let's go round the cameras and you can tell me who's on what camera point. So let's introduce you to the largest ever Alpha Live crew there's ever been at a British karting event. Martin Webster is above turn number 1. He's the one you see the back end of him. That's Martin Webster. He's going to capture the run to the front. So this is Emma France. Emma France out on the banking. And she'll do now. Coming off the banking, this is Sam Woodford on the run down towards turn number 1. And going into the Fullerton S's, that's Andrew Holmes on the camera there. So we're going to see plenty of action going in there. And then at the outside, in his usual position, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Baps About Britain himself, Chris Simpson. So he'll be the cameraman responsible for catching all the 5-in-1 naughty cutbacks that happen going through that corner. So there you go. That is the Alpha Live crew here, as well as our mobile cameraman down with Kai Bachini, but less about that. We'll do that in a bit. Next qualifying session coming right up. Here we are. Now we're with the youngest member. Now, Xander, I know you were supposed to come back in for Minimax, but I got all confused. Here are the babies, the Micromax drivers. You can see how quickly the circuit has changed, and now we're on slick tyres. So it gives you a chance to see. I mean, obviously you watched practice yesterday. But now you'll see the track, we've got this session and then water shift to go. Then we're into racing. What have you thought so far?
Well, Henry, I'll be honest. I was thoroughly impressed with how quick the circuit dried, like you mentioned. I mean, it is still just barely getting a bit lighter outside, but you wouldn't call it a sunny day. It's not the warmest day in the world either. No.
This is a sunny day in the UK.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Not the beat down of sunshine that you'll get when you head across the pond to hang out with me sometimes. But still, this circuit has dried impressively quick. But obviously, it's still very damp offline. So while they're repositioning here at the beginning of the quali session, that'll be really tough if you do get passed in an awkward point to stay with the pack, which now that we're on dry tires, the pack, the tow, the slipstream, the draft, if you want to be American with it, is going to be critical, especially, of course, for the youngest superstars of Kartmasters here with Micromax. And off the bat, how about the O-plate going to the top?
Benedictus Masiokas going to the top. There he is. He's another member of the red and black attack of SFR with the Ayrton Senna tribute crash helmet. In Micromax, the tow is worth at least half a second. Some people say 0.5 of a second, 0.6 of a second per lap around this circuit in a Micromax. In the Micromax class, when you come out of the final corner, you are flat chat from when you pick up the gas to go into the final corner, all the way to the banking. That's
the 72 Arlo Gamble on the Sam Pollitt racing machine.
Arlo's just turned 8 years old and he's stuck. But from this point here, all the way down the main straight through the Bruno Ferrari S's, you are flat chat. You don't lift through here. You don't lift until, we'll wait for Emma to come back on, and Emma's camera there. That's your lift. That is the longest piece of tarmac in terms of meters where in the UK, but without using a brake. It is the fastest stretch of karting anywhere in the UK for these drivers. It's fearsomely fast because you walk down, as we're looking at Harris Barber now at the top of the chart. Harris Barber, Albie J. Stubbs, Albert Farrow, and young Chloe McGill. Chloe McGill, who has got a special graphics kit. The team, her team, they have given her, there she goes, it's the hot pink Sam Pollitt Racing graphics for Chloe McGill. There she is. That's a special Chloe only graphics kit for this weekend. The Sam Pollitt team, a nice touch. I think she was fourth. She's still fourth. Harris Barber going through as well. So yeah, and you can see now the drivers. You said earlier how you notice the drivers using different types of curve. In terms of the different class. Now you will see through that final corner the drivers really using the curb to help rotate the kart. That is Dimitar Uzanov. Very impressive young driver, Bulgarian heritage, making a move. Lap times, Masiokas, Charlie Page, 0.03 of a second slower than Masiokas. Albert Farrow and Otto Amy, your top four.
And still a 0.2 spread back to Albert Farrow, but I think we'll see that change this time by. One other point here is while the track is dry enough for slick tires, it is still slippery enough that we didn't see the typical wait 2-3 minutes and try to play the who blinks first game on the grid. Everybody was quick to go out. Now this will be the money lap, I think. The first bit of the group should get another one. We might get most of the way through the pack with one more lap to go. Another improvement from Benedictus Masiokas. But it will change at the top. He'll drop to third. Fourth now as Chloe McGill goes to second. It's Sam Pollitt racing 1-2. Albie J. Stubbs to the top at a 105.9.
I think 2 weeks ago at Le Mans, Chloe McGill came of eye. Something clicked. And she went from solid midfielder to genuine contender for race wins.
I've got my eye on Dax Farah right now on this lap. Check out the number 35 Tony Kart. Back of this group here, about 5 car lengths back, maybe 4 kart lengths now coming out of turn number 5. He's going to watch the battling go up in front. You can see a couple of the fusions going side by side. That was that was the 96 of Albie.
That's the SPR cards.
SPR cards, sorry.
They look
mixed
like
there.
fusion
A little bit. I'll work on that.
No, that's okay, but they'll get upset with me.
No, it's fair enough. Sam Pollitt racing 1 and 2, but they've battled now enough. I think Dax Farr on the 35 for Strawberry Racing, if he gets a good exit out of the launch here, he'll be right now only a car length back to start the straight.
He's been in a good position to get that toe. You know, let's have a look if Xander's right.
Not enough. They battle too much. Benedictus Masiokas back to the top. 105.84. Alfie Garrett with a big lap to second, 300ths off.
Now we'll look there. So that's a good. There's excuse me. There's Mr. Farah walking off. He's
probably a bit frustrated after that one. Albert Farrow dropped to 7th on the last lap.
So Teddy Murphy 9th. Otto Aney rounds out the top 10. But it's incredible. I think somebody mentioned it the last time I was out with you at Alcott Lake. They said that Ayrton Senna passed away 31 years ago, and yet there is not a kart race anywhere in the world without at least one driver with an Ayrton Senna tribute crash helmet. Such was the legacy of the man and the impact he's had on the psyche of racers. People talk about they want to get their inner Ayrton Senna, that racer's mentality, which is unlike any other driver. I think maybe Dale Earnhardt, you want to get your Intimidator head on.
Yeah, you talk about the influence of drivers that have outlived their legacies by many, or the legacy has lived on for many years. And how about that for the Ayrton Senna helmet tribute in a similar fashion, right? You think back to when he first came over here to begin the road to Formula One as a kid that probably felt very much on his own, and a privateer in the way of Benedictus Masiokas to the top here in Micromax.
And that's really good. Okay, we've got one qualifying session left. Jack, you can see, he's chatting with Andrew Mather in the background. He is going to put our first poll up. Now, we're going to find out who the ultimate Kartmasters champion is. Because it's not just about race wins. It's about how you do it, your other body of work,
overall performance. And again, wins only tell part of the story, right?
They only tell part of the story.
You have to take into account average finish and how good someone was over the course of a given weekend,
and who they
adversity faced, who they've beaten. Yeah, the level has only improved over the years.
So over the next 3 days, we're going to put in the polls some head-to-head competitions. You vote on who you think in that head-to-head is the better of the two in Kartmasters terms. We move on. On Sunday afternoon, we'll crown the ultimate Kartmasters champion. It's not going to be me. It's not going to be Xander. And it's not going to be Kai Bachini either. But he might win the award for the ultimate pit lane presenter at Kartmasters, certainly this year. Kai, down to you.
And we are here after the Micromax qualifying session. We're going to try and dodge the moving carts playing Crossy Road here to make our way over to speak to our pole position sitter here of the O-Plate of Brandon Masiokas, who we're going to speak to right now. How was that session for you, mate?
Great. So I started 21st in qualifying. So I just went out with a pack. Got a good track position, and yeah.
And obviously it's a big session for you for this weekend, sets you up very nicely for the heats. How are you going to attack the rest of the weekend?
Just win every race.
Do you think you can win everything?
Yeah.
Perfect. That's all you need to hear. He thinks he's going to win everything. He's going to turn that O plate into a GP plate. He does have the rest of the weekend to face to see if that dream is going to come true. But putting it on pole position is definitely the perfect start that you would want for the weekend. Micromax is over, and just 2 more qualifying sessions to finish us off for this weekend before we jump ourselves into the heat. My mistake. There is only 1 more qualifying session before we jump into the heat, and that's where we get into the heat of the action. All slicks are now out on the circuit, completely dry, so it's going to be no more messing around with interchangeable conditions, as it's dry weather and we're into true British summertime as we get ready for Water Swift qualifying.
True British summertime, he says, as he puts his jacket back on. There is a look at Daniel Ferguson, the BMR Restart team. BMR restart, who guided Harry Platten to a pair of GP plates in Senior X30. Harry is here working with a number of drivers this weekend. There is the only Welsh driver. F1 Owen, the one of only 2 Welsh drivers in this class. William Bennett for the Jade Racing team, and he's even got a special Welsh-tinged graphics kit on the usually red and white kart. And of course, I was going to say to Xander that he's beaten me. I said that we're going to get this situation, and Xander went, no, they're all going to go out and get maximum track time. Well, I'm 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. They're sitting and waiting under the watchful eye of race director Dan Ashton. Now, I'll tell you what, this have a chance to talk about the drivers that are on circuit. There's Hugo Williamson in kart number 11. Izzy Bennett is giving William Bennett a support, and ladies and gentlemen, tonight on the Paddock Show, we are bringing you the biggest Paddock Show pooch we have ever had. All 47 kilos of him. We have not just put Anthony Jordan in a furry costume.
We have put him in a pigeon.
We put him in a pigeon, but no. You must watch the Paddock Show tonight. It features Xander Clements learning how to play cricket. It features the biggest Paddock Show pooch we've ever had. And we're going to do a feature on the Apollo chassis with Margaret Kvetskis out on circuit now. And Xander Clements is going to try and learn how to speak frag. Ooh. But you must watch the 2-part Paddock Show, which we're going to record later tonight. Now, as I was saying, let's have a look. There's the number 4 kart of Austin Newstead, the baby-faced assassin, the Fusion Motorsport. Austin Gibson, one of 2 former champions in this class. Alessandro Salas for the XR Motorsport team, number 28 is the other. There is the E-plate of Chester Forks. Now, sadly, there's the HGM car. Just behind this car, there is Harry Chapman. That's Chester Forks. Behind Chester Forks is Harry Chapman. He's got new livery. He's just joined Henry Gregory Motorsport. Usually a privateer, now he's with a team. And
has now stepped up as well. So the last time we saw Harry was a few weeks ago, Water Swift Restricted. He's now stepped up to the Water Swift category.
There's no Water Swift Restricted this weekend.
At that level.
Yeah, no restricted this weekend. A big thank you to people like Lincolnshire Competitions, to Bardol, and to the other sponsors for this. Now, on track, it's Henry Clark who is fastest. Everyone has now come out onto the circuit. With 1 minute to go, this group of drivers, there's number 13, Ruben Sagu, they're getting their money's worth. At the moment, Jensen Ackerman has just gone quickest. Night Measures up to P2. Henry Clark third, Enzo Butterazzi fourth. Luca Narroway, another great story. Luca Narroway's go-kart is painted, or is graphic kit up, as Donald Campbell's Bluebird.
We're going
to talk about that later on as well.
25 seconds of this session to go. I stepped back into the box, Henry, because I could hear you having a Wales moment.
Yes.
Which triggered my thought, because I've not said it so far today.
We can have a Sheffield moment.
Not a Sheffield moment. We're going to go wider today.
Mexborough.
Wider than Mexborough. I'm going to pick on Colby Patterson because he's from Halifax.
Halifax.
So if we can find the number 24 on screens. Happy Yorkshire Day, everybody.
Ibagum.
Just to balance it out.
Yes.
Session's finishing, by the way. Alfie Davidson's just gone fastest, 63.17, but there's still quite a few drivers on flying laps, including a bit of that's not a Fusion train as such. That's a Fusion battle happening out on circuit with an SPR in there as well. The quarters out with the blue and orange, and both on Kart Republic.
It caught Xander Clements out. It caught you out. I've got no chance. If you know, yourself and Xander can't get it right, then I am absolutely screwed. As very quickly, we're going to let them cross the line. Are there any improvers late on?
Just Forks up to P6 with that E-plate that he won at Shennington a few weeks ago. Harry Williams still out. Keep an eye on Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. I'll get that one by the end of the weekend. Has just gone purple through sector number 2. Has not finished their lap yet. So it's the number 29 that we're looking out for. Goes P4. Ackerman up to P3. But it looks like Alfie Davidson's got pole position for IAME Water Swift, last year's British IAME Water Swift restricted champion. That is a very good qualifying from Alfie there, who's had a couple of second places in his, a couple of fifth places in his Kartmasters career. So could this be a breakthrough weekend for Davidson to join that illustrious roll of honour?
I mean, he cost his team yesterday in tired out.
I saw that, yeah.
You know, so he's got to make up for it. Now, on the poll on the live chat, that is the first quarter final. I have selected 16 former Kartmasters champions. It's quite simple. Vote for who you think is the ultimate Kartmasters driver out of those two. It's Oliver Rowland or Alex Albon. Alex Albon, I think, has got 2 Kartmasters titles. Oliver Rowland possibly only with the 1. But again, that doesn't matter. It was, you know, Albon winning the 2006 Coma Cadet title. Oliver Rowland a little bit earlier. We'll get there. So who do you think is the ultimate out of those two? When we get to about 100 votes, we'll move on to the second quarterfinal. We're going to narrow that down from 16 to 8. Tomorrow will be the 4 semi-finals, as it were. And then on Sunday, we will crown the ultimate. So it's a straight knockout. So Alex Albon or Oliver Rowland. I'm going to quickly check there. Oliver Rowland won it in Jicker, I believe. Did he win it in Jicker? Or did he win it? I'll get that there. But I mean, you can have a look at the Trent Valley Kart Club website, tvekc.co.uk, for the full list of winners. And then make your decision. Who do you think is the ultimate Kartmasters champion? Who would survive best in the modern era of Kartmasters? We'll find out very soon. Okay, we're going to have a short break before the next race, but as the sun begins to shine, the Trent Valley Kart Club marshals head off the circuit for a well-earned break. We'll go down one more time to Kai Bachini.
Qualifying was a fiery morning and a great way to get us warmed up for what is in store for this weekend at the British Kartmasters 2025. For Water Swift, it was the number 46 of Alfie Davidson that put him on pole position. We're actually going to walk over and have a chat with him now if he's ready. He's taken his helmet off and he's all prepared for his interview. Alfie, you're on pole position here for the Water Swift. What does that mean to you for the weekend?
Everything. Starting pole on Kartmasters is outrageous, really. Hopefully we can win.
Yeah, and obviously it's your first pole position at Kartmasters, so how are you going to ease yourself into the weekend? Obviously, it's a long way ahead. The heat's up next. You've got a lot of competition around you, don't you?
Yeah, I got a lot of competition. Hopefully we can keep calm and hopefully win and start on pole for the finals.
Yeah, starting on pole for the finals is exactly what you want. You're starting on pole for the heats. You've set it up perfectly. Very well done.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And that was Alfie Davidson, our pole sitter for the Water Swift class, the number 46, driving under the Fusion Motorsport colours. But as I mentioned, that's it for qualifying this morning. So if you came for the fast timing, that is it done. But make sure to stick around for the meat of the action coming up today. We've got heats up next. We have a little bit of a break first. So we will have what I think a little wander around the paddock might get you in store for that. Don't quote me on it though. But we do have the heats coming up next. Qualifying is done, so we'll chuck back up to our commentators, Henry and Andrew.
Thank you, Kai. I mean, well, we've got to get our money's worth out of him.
Absolutely.
We're going to send him off round the paddock, the young lad, to find out. Just give you a little bit of a taste. We've got 3 one-hour-long paddock shows. Last one is already on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. It was quite humorous. it's going to get even better. There's 4 of us now doing it. So thank you very much for joining us. Don't go away. Kai Bachini is now going to have a little wander round to interview a few people who make this event so special. We'll see you very shortly for the first of 56 races over the course of the 3 days. 24 qualifying sessions, 56 heat races. I know one thing, Andrew. I'm already running out of iron brew. Of course, it's not just the cameras here. Every time, now we're going to get into the heat races, and there are going to be incidents because it's Kartmasters.
It's racing.
It's racing. Yeah. It's not just the officials out on circuit that are making the officials. Nigel Edwards, Daniel Ashton, the race directors. They have got marshals giving them physical reports on the track. Then those reports go to the camera room where we've got a bunch of officials looking at not the pictures you're looking at. There's David Manchester, there's Claudia Short, there's a few others there. They're look at the banks of cameras. They can bring up any incident at any timestamp that they're given, and then they replay that on the big screen there. And so really, even though nothing's ever 100% guaranteed, you're going to get every single call 100% right. And in a situation like Kartmasters, you're looking at the main placings. Stuff goes on back in the pack that people notice, but have we got 3 hours after every race to go through all the incidents? No, but all the main talking points are going to be reviewed. You can see the incident report forms there. It really is, high-tech stuff. That is the one area that Xander was very impressed with yesterday when we showed him.
And another thing from our perspective as well, we do what we can from a box to describe to you at home, what's happened, what's going on. The guys in the camera room for the brilliant ops that we have around the circuit, they'll have 3 or 4 different angles of a different incident. So it's always an interesting part of the operation here at Trent Valley Kart Club. They'll be having a busy weekend, I am sure of it, making sure everything's running well.
Okay, right then. Well, let's go and earn our money with Kai Bachini, shall we? We'll see you very shortly. Thanks for joining us. Keep liking and sharing the stream. Don't forget, we're going to break a world record for 2025 this weekend on Alpha Live. We need 80,000 views live on the 3 live YouTube stream. I think it's time that we go and speak to a driver who did win a Kartmasters, then didn't last year. Take it away, Kai.
It might be a little bit cold and windy outside, but I can tell you it is absolutely boiling in this strawberry awning. But we've got somebody who's hot and ready for the races as well. Harry Bartle, 3rd in senior Rotax qualifying. How did you find that session?
It was drying up quite quickly. In the last lap, I had a purple sector 1 and a green sector 2. And I got held up a bit in the last sector, which wasn't great. And so, a big gap to P1, but it's dry now, so anything can happen.
Obviously, big results, many that you have under your belt as well. As you mentioned, drying conditions, we now do have a very dry line around the circuit, but it's still a little bit damp off that dry racing line. How are you going to tackle that going into the races? Because obviously, it's going to be very difficult overtaking and that.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm starting yet, but outside probably won't be ideal. Skating across the wet bits. Inside probably going to be a lot better for the inside row. So hopefully I can get on the inside. Then just patient throughout the race. It's a long weekend, loads of races to get points in for the pre-final and final.
And Harry, as you mentioned there, you're talking through the format. You've obviously done many a big one-off races. What's the mindset coming into a weekend like Kartmasters?
In the heat, it's just got to be calm, not take any risks. It's a long weekend. And pre-final, again, just try and get a good position for the final, and the final go all out and try and go for the win.
Perfect, Harry. Thank you very much, and best of luck for the heats and the weekend.
Welcome back, everybody, to Kartmasters 2025 here at PF International. So the qualifying practices are complete for today, at least. The grids are being formed up through the timekeeper's office for the heats this afternoon. So essentially, every single driver will compete twice across the course of this afternoon. We've got 19 races in total to bring you here from Trent Valley Kart Club, and essentially this is half of the heats across today and tomorrow, so it's not the absolutely deciding part of the weekend. Of course, everyone's ultimate aim is to get through to those finals on Sunday afternoon, but again, it's a very key part of the weekend to get yourself running nice and cleanly in the early parts of the competition. Not leave yourself with too much work to do in the latter parts when the pressure starts to rise. A little bit of housekeeping, the rundown, the order of events for this afternoon. As I say, we've got the first heat in Senior X30 coming up in less than 4 minutes time for their scheduled start time. That'll be a Group B versus C race. If you're new to group formations and you're wondering, well, what does Group B versus C mean? Every single driver from their timed qualifying will have been allocated into a group. This is particularly for the categories with lots and lots and lots of drivers. Senior X30, Junior X30, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. Everyone is either in Group A, B, C or D, dependent on how they did in timed qualifying. Statistically, Group A, slightly quicker drivers, then running down through to Group D. So for Senior X30, you've got 3 groups now through the heats. So B versus C will take each other on first. Same story for Junior X30, same story for Senior Rotax as well. So it's those 3 races first. Senior X30 at 12:10, Junior X30 at 12:28, and then Senior Rotax at 12:46. Effectively, Group A sit out that mini round of the agenda here today. A versus D, B versus C will be next up. That's Junior Rotax, so everyone races within the same mini round. Go for a little bit of a round robin for this phase of the competition. So that'll be races 4 and 5 at 1:04 and 1:22 as well. Then we get into the categories where it's a little bit easier on the brains. Minimax 950, Micromax UK and Water Swift all have a single grid, so all of the drivers in those categories will be competing in those heats, races 6, 7 and 8 at 1:40, 1:58 and 2:16 respectively for Minimax 950, Micromax UK and Water Swift. That then takes us to the lunch break for about 25 minutes or so, and then we go through it all again. Group A's in Senior X30, Junior X30 and Senior Rotax, they will come out for their first races of the weekend. They'll be going up against Group C. For them, it'll be their second races. B versus D, A versus C for Junior Rotax, Minimax, Micromax and Water Swift again with their second heats, just a single grid. And then the A versus B races, that's what I'm really looking forward to as we get towards the end of the day for Senior X30, Junior X30 and Senior Rotax once again. So it's that order that will take us through to just after 6 o'clock local time here at Trent Valley Kart Club. As we get ready for things here in the box. We've got a few of the grids starting to roll in ahead of us, which start to tell us the story of what has actually happened in timed qualifying, who has got the best positions of all. Of course, we saw those provisional pole sitters all having to go through their post-qualifying checks. Let's go for it then. I think we are just about set for the first racing action of Kartmasters 2025, and we kick off with a B versus C race for Senior X30.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Senior X30 heat number 1. Group B, and Group C. We have got a very, very slight delay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes delay, which means you at home have got 2 minutes to get your vote in the round of 16, the poll. Oliver Rowland or Alex Albon, who is your ultimate Kartmasters champion between those two? Who goes through to the quarterfinals? There's one driver that in years to come might enter the realms of one of the ultimate Kartmasters champions, Gus Lawrence. He starts this one from the inside of row number 2. The 2023 Senior X30 GP Plate Champion. He has won the trifecta, Xander Clements. He's won the British title 3 times. He has won the GP Plate and he's won the O Plate. In British karting, they are like in motorsport, you've got the Triple Crown: Monaco, Le Mans, Indy 500. In British karting, the Triple Crown. This event, the O Plate, the British title. For the PF International team, behind him, Caden McQueen. 2 drivers who are, I'm in the UK. I work for Motorsport UK. 2 drivers who are seeing the light and going to the United States to become professional kart racers, getting paid to race, which is what we all want to see. More professional paid kart racing drivers, because that indicates the overall, health of the sport. The teams can afford to pay drivers. So we have that karting as a sport within its own right, not simply a stepping stone.
Well, the best part of it is that means that we get to see them more often.
Yes.
We get to see them back, and a kudos to both Gus and to Caden, because now I can attest to it specifically on the travel here to the UK from the States and back. And for both of these two, they are on the fast track to international stardom. But as mentioned here, where they're starting, they're not top of the heat grid for this one. How about it for our front row? Freddie Lloyd and Macaulay Bishop starting in front of both of these two. Of course, Gus Lawrence and Caden McQueen. We expected the two of them to be fast in the dry and wet conditions. And in fact, for Caden, one of the biggest talking points with him is he doesn't have much kit left over here. He was on scuffs all day yesterday. First run at new tires. But more than anything else, for everybody else, this is the first real read we're going to get across the board, because while some drivers may have gone newer in practice 4, maybe practice 5, maybe earlier in the day, now it's a level, it's a reset all onto the new sticker Comets. But again, those two lined up behind the number 2 of Freddie Lloyd and the 68 of Macaulay Bishop, who just barely had the edge on the overall tally combined for qualifying. And again, we're still not seeing our overall top qualifier, because these are groups B and C, 2nd and 3rd overall in qualifying for Lloyd and Bishop and on back.
Okay, we are going to go now. The front row contains 2 drivers. I've worked with you in the States for now 2.5 years, nearly 3 years. A lot of British drivers have gone over there, some have stayed longer than others. The US karting paddock needs to see Freddie Lloyd and Macaulay Bishop. They would certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons out there. That's the cat amongst the pigeons. You put pigeons, cat, pigeon scatter. They would ruffle some feathers, I think is the word that we're looking for. We're about to find out what I mean. Here is your starting lineup. Freddie Lloyd and Macaulay Bishop go from row number 1. Gus Lawrence and Kevin Lentinker from the Netherlands on row number 2. Caden McQueen and Tristan Powell, row 3. Aaron Brown, who builds his own engines for the Versamo International team, and Alistair Creswell on row number 4. CJ Bennett and Lewis Bird. Henry Gregory and Cameron Edmonds. Joey Brown and Harrison Mackey. Then George Mayle, Sam Houghton, Theo Lestrange, Sam Lewis, Roxanne Lantingham, one of 14 young ladies racing overall at Kartmasters this year. We are going to close the first poll shortly. We'll close the first poll. Max Cooper, Aaron Lask, Alfie Gallagher, Jensen Pugh, Luca Mann, Leo Robinson, Tiger Dixon, Joao Castro, Ty Mejia, from Minnesota and Bahrain. I think his dad's in the military in Bahrain, from Minnesota initially. Jensen Buckingham, Marley Pareo, Jake Brook, and Daniel Bridgen. Now, Xander Clements, I've been doing this for 18 years. Always, the start of a Kartmasters race is one of the most intense things. So, Alex Albon will move on to the quarterfinals to find out who the ultimate Kartmasters champion is. But for race number 1, kart chaser Xander Clements, bring them to the line, please, sir.
First race session of the 2025 edition of Kartmasters, and we are on the gas early, and that was way too early. We've got contact. One of the TB carts spun around. The number 40 machine of Sam Houghton on the SB Racing is stuck in the wet grass and is going to quickly try to get back up to the formation zone. Oh, man.
Yep, the front runners, like you said, got away so well. I think I know what happened there, Xander. They were so excited to hear you call the start of a Kartmasters race, they lost track of time and went too early. So,
well, it's a cat and mouse game, right? This is a little bit of gamesmanship back and forth. Macaulay Bishop, Freddie Lloyd to each other, and of course to Nigel up on the stand, or the gantry as it's known over here. I was asking actually earlier in the weekend where we were going to stand for our opening segment. There's a gantry over there, gantry over here, gantry over here. I'm used to the gantry solely being known as the lights, the start lights here that stayed red obviously on that first attempt by, but yes, the flag stand in America, the gantry here, where race director Nigel's looking over, didn't like the way the drivers were formed up, but they were, again, Freddie Lloyd, Macaulay Bishop, not just trying to see what they could personally get away with to get away from the field, but on each other. On each other as well. Of course, Bishop on the outside trying to not lose any ground because he'll be in prime spot up the hill on driver's left to turn number 2. So here we go again.
Yes, I shall build you up. So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time at Kartmasters 2025, Xander Clements.
Macaulay Bishop on the outside, Freddie Lloyd on the inside. We're green this time. Lights out and away we go up the hill. Great start for Gus Lawrence to second. Way wide for Caden McQueen under the bridge. He'll lose a number of spots as they go to the bowl.
And of course, there's still damp patches on the circuit, so everyone's sweeping to the racing line, going through turn number 1. Everybody keeping it on the grey stuff and off the green stuff. Lloyd leads, Lawrence and Bishop still trying to, that's Lewis Bird, trying to get some heat into these tyres. Down the first flash point, hairpin number 1, somebody running wide in the middle of the pack, but it's Lloyd, Lawrence and Bishop. 1, 2, 3 coming down the short chute into the Fullerton S's.
All spread out, single file through the top 10. McQueen looks like he's gotten into around 8th or 9th, right behind one of his teammates. That looked to be potentially Lewis Bird there in the 5 as a wide run goes for the 24. Way wide there going to the Mike Wilson complex. We'll put the first lap in the books. Pull the timing on the left side of the screen, see where they all populate on the pylon as Freddie Lloyd commands the field, and one is into the pit lane already. Into the pit lane for the number 6, the privateer entry of Henry Gregory.
Greg's on legs, out on the first lap. Privateer, he's actually his own team boss. He's running his own team, Henry Gregory Motorsport, and it's over early. Bishop to the inside. Macaulay Bishop does not wait. He knows one way to drive. Catch him, pass him, go. It's his raison d'etre. If he tries to change the tactics, that doesn't make him Macaulay Bishop. He will now, he's fearsomely fast. We spoke to him last night. He looks to the inside, into Bobby Game corner, picks him up, puts him down. New leader, Macaulay Bishop.
Now they've got to make the tires last throughout the weekend, and for that heat against the A group, of course, they still have their sticker set of Comet tires waiting for them on the grid, and watching along for groups B and C as Lawrence takes over second. But Macaulay Bishop shot out of a cannon right now, Henry, and so is Aaron Brown, who went to 4th at turn 5 last time by. He's all over the back of Lloyd. Let's see if he can do the same move to go to 3rd.
Aaron Brown is the only driver, I believe, in Senior X30 that builds his own race engines. Brown Power is the thing, and he's looking over his shoulder, and he's got plenty of waft. Waft is the European term.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm aware with that. Don't get me wrong. There's still some European terms that have traveled over because the kids think they sound a little better than the American ones. So the waft for Aaron Brown, quick enough, he was able to get the job done earlier on. And now back goes the 332 of Kevin Lantinga from the second row. Now back to 8th as McQueen slips by.
And like Kevin Lantinga and his sister Roxanne Lantinga, they've come to race here for the last 2 months in preparation for this event. They're now realising that the British Championship, well, there's a club round, that's, 7 out of 10 aggressiveness in a heat race. The British Championship, 8.5 out of 10 aggressiveness. Kartmasters, you've seen the moves going in already. It's 10 out of 10 in terms of aggressiveness from the minute the first race starts.
Another one into the pit lane.
That's Jensen Pugh for the Jack Dex Racing team. Nothing can repay. When I travel around the world, I say if they're going to come and do one event in the UK, do this one. It teaches you have to be razor sharp every single session. Kevin Lantinga finding that out as the number 121 Fusion kart of Harrison Mackie, last year's Junior X30 GP plate winner. 6 minutes plus a lap to go. Bishop already pulling away. Lawrence going with him, and then Bird, Lloyd, and Tristan Powell. There is a potential cover. Oh dear. And that is already a repair job. Jake Brook for the Jade Racing team has obviously had an impact with something solid that has rearranged the rear end of that. Dan Ashton looks on in his catalogue pose. As we go out of second hairpin, up the short chute now.
Couple of pushback bumpers look to be deployed at least on the 5 of Lewis Bird, and I think right behind him in the 121 Harrison Mackie also looks like they've had some contact already. Still trying to outrun it as Mackie gets to the inside of the 88 of Tristan Powell. He'll go back behind McQueen. 3 spots lost there. But Gus Lawrence last time by 2/10 faster than Macaulay Bishop. Let's see what the delta looks like this time. It looks like he's already there. 10th and a half back and closing here as they run up the hill for the lead. So we'll have a challenge here at the halfway point. And still quite a bit of fighting inside the top 10, side by side down the inside. Aaron Brown, McQueen trying to follow. He cannot.
Yes, he can. He put off I think McQueen got through. Now here comes Lawrence. Lawrence to the race lead. Bishop, the crossover, tries to squeeze him. Not quite. Gus Lawrence hangs on. This event, to be fair, doesn't suit Gus Lawrence. You've now seen him race a number of times. Gus is a championship racer. He knows you don't have to win every single race to be a champion over the course of a season. That's why he's got 3 British titles back to back to back. This is a Macaulay Bishop style race. You have to win every race. You've got to go for it.
The heats are essentially a mini championship in itself, and that's where a driver with that kind of calm demeanor that Gus Lawrence has will start higher up the grid. Obviously, last year had the woes that put him buried in the field, but he doesn't need to win this heat. He will if the pace is there, but you didn't see him get rattled at all when Macaulay went by early. He's not going to get rattled, I don't think, by this move, albeit most would have. That was a heck of a send by Macaulay Bishop to retake the top spot. He knew Gus was moving with how big of a lead he first had, then for Gus to track him down, and now Macaulay is going to try to park the bus here. Freddie Lloyd back on his heels as they go to the Mike Wilson sector, and a switchback coming out of it, but not quite enough.
And look at Freddie Lloyd. He went backwards in the opening stages. There he goes into the Mike Wilson complex. New leader, Freddie Lloyd. Remarkable turnaround for the premium karting driver. From pole back to about 4th. Now back to the race lead. We've still got 3 minutes to go. Hector, yes, Caden McQueen is Lightning McQueen's uncle.
And he's fast right now. Fast lap of the session that time by, hunting down the leaders. It's tightening up, but again, the pressure once again mounts to Gus Lawrence to close the gap to the lead.
Mackie.
As these drivers further back between Mackie, Bishop, Brown, Lewis Bird there, and the number 5 on the outside. Let's see if he can hang on. Bishop feeds him a little bit of a wheel. He'll drop back 1, maybe 2. Here comes McQueen, his teammate. He'll cut him a break.
And that is what I mean. Bishop, if you're not attacking, you're being attacked. You know, it's constant. A lap ago, Macaulay was leading. Now, he's back to 5th. It's kill or be killed, you know. It's really, it's survival of the fittest, and I mean that, you know, in the nicest possible way. Another retirement, Jensen Buckingham out of the race for the Mark Dave Litchfield team. Now we've got the 3-3-2, Kevin Lantinga fighting back. A real, it's comers and goers. Lantinga was going backwards at the start. Now he is attacking the Dutchman. There's a second one, but he's passed 2 of his teammates in 2 corners. The 150 of Roxanne Lantinga.
Up 10, and she had the fast lap of the race earlier in the session as well. Now inside the top 10 and 8th, so let's see if Roxanne can keep that forward momentum going while Kevin tries to continue to rebound. McQueen now back to the front of this group here. Kevin Lantinga right behind, Roxanne Lantinga right there, and then looking on one of the Fusion Motorsports entries, Joey Brown now joining the picture as we focus in on the back half of the top 10. Freddie Lloyd with a minute plus a lap to go, still holding the lead by a half second to Lawrence.
A lot of drivers, talking about a special graphics kit. Joey Brown, he gave his mullet a special trim just for Kartmasters. He's the owner of a fine neck warmer, is Joey Brown. Now, we've got our second pole, our second round of 16. Joe Turney versus Gary Catt for the Ultimate Kartmasters champion. We'll come back to that later. 40 seconds ago, Lloyd leads Lawrence, Mackey, Brown, and then a gap to Bishop, who's now in no man's land. And here is the 6th place battle, headed by Caden McQueen, who's just been given a warning. McQueen, then Brown, then Lantinga, sister in front of brother. I wonder, we should try and speak then to see, you know, what is the family dynamic like when one beats the other? Who gets the most upset when they come second out of the 2
I gotta
siblings?
think if you're Kevin Lantinga, you're thinking, no way Roxanne's already gotten up to me. She has been on the charge. 11 spots so far. More room to go here still as the clock will get to 0 and we'll get the final lap next time by. McQueen going on defense further back. Up front, Lawrence has once again been in the spot to close the gap, and he's done it, but he's got a challenge and a big send from Harrison Mackey.
First-year senior driver versus Lawrence, who has been in seniors for 10 years.
No!
Oh, no,
Around
Lawrence
he
gets
goes.
turned around. That's a blind corner. Mackey backing up Lawrence. Mackey had a half spin. Lawrence on the gas. Aaron Brown behind, had nowhere to go. That is, you can't afford too many mulligans in this competition. Has Gus Lawrence just had his first one as we start the final lap? I was about to say, Xander, this is now going to be a prime example of how quickly the field can sort of, you know, shuttle together.
Well,
when
and the other point to
keep
keep in mind, too, Gus Lawrence barely made it above the cut line last year to make the main. You got to think that there's an 18th place average looming in the minds of all the drivers to make it out of the heats and to be on the grid for the Kartmasters GP plate contention on Sunday afternoon. For now, though, Freddie Lloyd safe out in front here for this heat race. Second on back, well up for debate. We'll probably go to race control for a few of those spots in the top 10, and it's still up for debate on track as there's a nice move by the 35 of CJ Bennett.
Indeed. Now, here is Freddie Lloyd through the Mike Wilson complex. Now 2.5 seconds in front of everybody else, but it was very, very difficult. The first checkered flag of Kartmasters 2025 goes to Freddie Lloyd. The rest of the field, oh, you can see Roxanne Lantinga punching the steering wheel there. It's, of course, these are provisional finishing positions.
Harrison Mackey up 12 fast lap of the race, but again, we believe he may have a pushback deployed, and also on the 112 machine, the exhaust had come undone.
I think it was the Daniel Bridgen on the Praga kart. It was very throaty coming past. Let's have a little look. Ooh,
the 135, there we go. So, heat 1 in the books. Freddie Lloyd overall avoids the chaos behind him, gets a bit of a gift there at the end, but he earned that one, no doubt. Folks had to drive through the field after getting shuffled back. Mackey to Bishop to Brown and McQueen at top 5. It looked all going wrong off the start, but Caden McQueen able to rebound through the field and salvage a solid finish over Brown, Latinga, and onward, and then back. Gus Lawrence, you can see 16th, so barely above that initial, just again, rough math estimate that you want to be 18th or better.
That, in fact, that was a lucky escape. Now, there's Cameron Edmonds finishing just in front. I just met Cameron Dog Rufus. Let's have a look. Okay, official on the left is checking the weighing scales. But where is the iPad of Doom is out there. We'll try and see who has got nose cone penalties. I fear there will be several. Yeah. As we look there. So Freddie Lloyd gets the first win of Kartmasters 2025. Henry, tell Xander what call he can do on old tyres. Okay. The poll. Gary Catt, a 4-time Kartmasters champion against Joe Turney. But let's have a quick look at the race highlights.
Taking you back again, second try at the start to get this one underway, and it was good for the inside lane up until that fight for third sent Caden McQueen wide and dropped him back down the leaderboard a little bit. Some of the contact early on in the midfield had a few victims. That incident didn't take anyone out there, but the incidents up front happened later on. It all looked good for Lawrence, and especially for Macaulay Bishop, who probably, compared to everyone else, might have been a bit higher on air pressure, and he quickly shot out to the lead while they began to fight again behind him.
But look at that is what caused the Jack Dex kart to retire. Smoke, that looked expensive. But look at Freddie Lloyd, struggling early, then having to fight back. Bishop, dominant early, and then fell back. There's the number 140 kart. Now, Gus Lawrence, an early lead into, and that Macaulay Bishop there, that's...
Yeah, right back to him. And a smart move, like you said, a bit of kill or be killed, and really in Macaulay Bishop fighting for every spot. He wanted to stay in command of the race as much as he could, but Freddie Lloyd stayed tough on the inside there all the way through that long right-hand sweeper heading into the Mike Wilson complex. And then right about here is where it started to go a bit crazy. First of all, Macaulay Bishop getting shuffled back. So B versus C for Senior X30 done. Junior X30 groups B and C together for heat number 1 for them. We drop one age group down the bracket. One grid in the books. Let's go to this one. How about it for Isaac Saya and George Edgar overall for groups B and C? It's Edgar that will lead us to green alongside Kai Clark. It'll be Archie Owen and Aaron Richardson on row 2. Alex Wiley, Ben Kutzplan, row 3.
Yeah, Maisie Creed, Oliver Meek. I'm assuming that what we're seeing on screen is right. What we've got in front of us, maybe not quite as right. We've got different names on our grid.
But going off of timing here, we'll assume that we've got it all tidied
Bachelor
up.
And the rest. Well, we're going to find out who's the race now. Here we go. Stu Stratton taking some pictures there.
It does appear to be Isaac Saya there in the 232 on the left side. And there we go. We're green for Junior X30, Groups B and C, Heat 1. A bit wild through the opening sector as they climb the hill to go to the bridge. So far, so good. Looks like we haven't lost anyone yet. Junior X30 up and over and down the run to turn number 5 for the first time. Isaac Saya leads your field and slotting up and into second and quickly going on defense. Looks to be the 76 of Kai Clark. They're going to go side by side with a nice crossover going into turn number 6. And will it get completed? I don't know if Kai was able to hold on. He was, but again, the battle continues. The number 6 of George Edgar wants that spot. He'll finally get it done over by 7.
And again, you saw a couple of drivers at the start very, very aggressive because the inside of the end of the back straights going into turn number 1, it's not wet, but the track is green there. No one's laid any rubber down on it, so it's the tarmac is colder. Less grip. Saya, a great start. Edgar, second. There are still some threatening clouds around as we head under the bridge. Now, that is where the PFI Pigeon lives. Under the bridge, flat chat. You just threading the needle through there. There is the number 40 kart of Archie Owen. Archie, who has had a breakout year in the British Championship this year.
And I think he might get a shot at more as there's a little bit of contact down by turn number 5. Kai Clark on heavy defense mode right now, trying to just hang on to that third spot. It's allowing the top 2 to get further up the road and to the outside. Not going to work. He'll lose a spot in due to it for the number 40 machine of Archie Owen. So back one more, while up front we've got a challenge for the lead. How about this second lap here for George Edgar? On the move there and all over the leader.
And again, it's if you get within 5 kart lengths of a driver coming out of this final corner, you are sitting in the seat with him by the time you get to the bowl. That is the power. And George Edgar, for the Mick Barrett Racing team, picks him up, puts him down, and takes the race lead. That is a tremendous turn of pace. Isaac Sayer looks like he's put the handbrake on that kart. Edgar, head down. He's had a great season, has George Edgar. He's a 3rd generation driver, is George Edgar. Jessica Edgar, Johnny Edgar, sort of brother, cousins, sisters. Then Jason and Justin Edgar, dad and uncle. They both raced very, very successfully all the way up to the early 2000s. And I can't remember the granddad's name, but they're synonymous with racing up in the Lake District area of the country. Now, the number 72 kart, Maisie Creed. She doesn't do the full British Championship, but she did a guest round here about a month ago and was top 10 in virtually every single session. There's only ever been one female Kartmasters champion, Gabby Weyer, back in 2011 in Cadet WTP, which is an engine long since discontinued. Several have come close, but only one winner. And, you know, this year, 14 female competitors. I go on about it. People get upset at me saying, well, you keep talking about girls in race, because there's not enough of them. Until we've got the representation is getting better, but it's not good enough, and so I'm going to keep highlighting, you know, the go-karts doesn't know who's driving them, but it's important, you know, it's important to get girls out there that, you know, yeah, you can still come and do this. The good thing is we've got quite a few in seniors. We've got 5 senior girls, including Roxanne Lantinga, who we saw earlier, Maisie Creed.
Taking a page out of Roxanne's book. She picked up another spot that lap there, getting by Kai Clark, who is still trying to fight for a bit of grip right now in the number 76. He is struggling and hoping to hit the reset button this time by. We got a decent exit off the bridge, and he's got a healthy gap back to Archie Owen. George Edgar's lead, though, continuing to open up as we got one up the embankment. The 83.
That would be Ethan Woodward for the Fusion Motorsport team. Now, Kai Clark normally races only Rotax. He's doing double duty. There are 11 drivers overall in this event in 2 classes. Obviously, so one's their regular class and one isn't. This isn't Kai Clark's regular class. The fact that he's up at the front is very, very impressive indeed for the KR Sport team. Alex Wiley, mechanical issue. Edgar, though, has disappeared up the road. The well, it's great. However, you don't want to show all your hands in terms of what cards you got right away, because George has still got to keep improving on what we're seeing there. If he wants to win Kartmasters, if he wants a GP plate, he's got to go better than he is now.
And two, he's got to make sure that he manages tires to get through and have something through all of the heat races to stay at the forefront and hopefully lead your field to green on Sunday. Aaron Richardson, Isaac Saya, Ben Kutzbland in the battle we're watching now as Saya's dropped all the way back to 4th. They hunted him down, and now they've got by him.
Ben Kutzbland, they're the 2-3-2. Isaac Saya now behind Ben Kutzbland. Talked a bit earlier about that young 14-year-old. He sadly lost his mother. And then decided to get back into karting on his own. No family support, no outside, no personal funding. Has raised every penny to get that kart out there. Aaron Brown, the Vismo International team, have looked after him really well. He's found a new family in karting there. He's showing that wet qualifying performance wasn't a fluke. and we're going to try and highlight old school sponsors, local shops, local businesses putting a couple £100 in. A little bit here, a little bit there. You can't see the names. We're gonna see in the Paddock show. We'll highlight. We saw him on the Paddock show last night. Highlight those small local businesses to Ben that have decided to put some of their hard-earned money in this tough times, for independent businesses, into that, and he's rewarding them with running third. And there's some more artwork for you. There's Kai Clark. Oh, that's an artwork on the racetrack. Clark into P2.
I think there might be something going wrong here for Isaac Saya, because he had his doors blown off right there by Kai Clark on the straightaway. Let's see if the run down to 5 shows any bit more chinks in the armor. I think he might be okay. Maybe it was just an awkward exit out of the last turn. As we go back up the board, Archie Owen taking the fight to Maisie Creed. Maisie with a nice crossover to get the spot back.
Yeah, indeed. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort on the live chat. Yes, Brandon, we have educated Xander on my favourite beverage, and he was quite impressed with the brew. I've already run out of one flag. I've only got 2 litres left to get me through.
It's early in the morning, Henry. You're going to need to make another store run during the lunch break today.
I'm going to need to go to the bathroom. I know that much.
Well, if nothing else here, thankfully we have Andrew and Kai as well to help carry the load here this weekend. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. George Edgar's lead continues. Ben Cutzplan second, Aaron Richardson third, and Kai Clark. It took him a minute to find his footing.
Yep.
He seems to have found it now. He is all over the back of the 22 of Aaron Richardson. That fight for third is going to go down the hill if he can get the launch he needs off the bridge, and it looks like he got a good one.
And as we look at this battle going on, we're joined by our first viewer from Montenegro, Vlado Jokic. Marjan Jokic, probably Montenegro's premier kart racer. He's only a Micromax driver. Watching from Montenegro. Hello, Vlad. Hello, Marjan. Again, a global audience. It's great to see as we got this battle. So I said to Vlad, come and watch Kartmasters. This would be a great, great schooling for any young driver. So I hope Marjan is taking notes. His graphics kits are from Super Mario, but it's Super Marjan, which is quite cool on everything, his race suit and all that. This is why you're watching, Vlado, and this is why Marjan should come and race here, because it teaches you. This is heat number 1. There's a crossover. Isaac Saya. That is
5-second penalty. Archie Owen in the number 40. That's our 6th place runner currently.
And who's that out of the race under the bridge? Somebody has gone off under the bridge. We'll have a little look. I think it might be Finley Allen.
Maisie Creed in the 72.
Creed. It's Maisie Creed.
And now she was battling with Archie Owen, so I have to think that could that penalty may have come for that incident.
1 + 1 might equal 2 is what you're saying. Hello to Chad Daniel from South Africa. Maisie, well, luckily Maisie's got another heat today, and then 2 more heats tomorrow, plus the qualifying session.
And the grid's a tiny bit smaller than the Senior X30, so the odds of her still transferring to Sunday, 2 good heats.
Yep.
She could end up still in a good spot, but she'll need now, the pressure will be on for heats 2 and 3.
Exactly, this is what you don't need. Isaac Saya sending it in quite deep there. A 5-second penalty for Oliver Meek in the
8th place
promotion.
currently. That'll be a huge blow there to drop him down to the mid-teens.
Yeah, indeed. As we're looking, there's Archie Owen again to the inside. Isaac Saya has been up and down like a yo-yo during this race. It's his first. Again, even drivers, he's a podium driver. You can get intimidated by the event because it's a one-off. You've got to learn how to control the adrenaline, learn how to control the emotions, the aggression. There's Uncle Max Endicott. Uncle Max for the BMR Restart team again. Podium finisher here a month ago. As we cross. Look at the difference in elevation. That gives you a great idea of how steep the bowl section is, because this is that steep uphill. And now closing the door is Aaron Richardson on Archie Owen. George Edgar still leads. Final lap. Ben Cutzplan up into 2nd place. Well, we got the lads from rental karting in Junior Rotax. This Ben Cutzplan is another great feel-good underdog story. as Aaron Richardson getting crossed over there, or trying to cross over, getting passed by Archie Owen. This looks like it's going to go down to the wire, but George Edgar.
Phenomenal.
Yes.
All the way to the end. Green to checker. Lights out to checkers for George Edgar. 2 1/4 seconds over Ben Cutzplan. Kai Clark hangs on for third. And that last lap, a big time move out of turn number 6 for Aaron Richardson and Archie Owen back and forth. That ultimately ends with Owen in front. But again, a couple of penalties going. A warning even on that last lap to Charlie Blankenship. That was just a bit further down the board. He was battling in the 17th and 18th place range. Crosses the line P18, but there will be a lot of shuffling based on the penalties you've already seen. Hit the loop. Provisionally, though, George Edgar, Ben Cutzplan, Kai Clark, Archie Owen, and Aaron Richardson, your top 5 as they crossed.
Can we have a quick shout out for the brand new Kartmasters only Alpha Line graphics kit in Trent Valley Kart Club Orange. Harley Max Endicott, Jacob Bashler, Oliver Meek, then plus his penalty after that, so that's going to drop in. Independent driver Zach McDonald working with Mark Rowe to get him up into the top 10. Archie Rogers Tyler, one of the youngest drivers in the class. Katie Donaldson finishing 16th. Alexander Di Benedictis finishing 17th. And what will Bertie Blankenship make of Charlie Blankenship finishing 18th? Lemar Chigarimbo, Ethan Higgins, Leo Aina, being run by Stuart Angus from Scotland. And we'll talk, well, I'm not allowed. We're gonna find out about fanny bombs, Scottish fanny bombs.
That's right.
It includes Iron Brew. There's Ben Cutzplan. Good morning, Uncle Roger. Roger Young from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Hello, well, Mongolia. Big up the Ulaanbaatar Massive. If you are indeed watching from Mongolia. Wonderful, wonderful. Commentary sound is spotty. Henry's on and off. Well, that's a good thing. Now, there is Neve. Neve, you can just see in the black leggings, she holds the iPad of doom. Oh dear. Producer James is about to be there. Apparently my audio's cutting off. The audience is in raptures because my microphone's breaking. There we go. I've only been here for a couple of hours. I've already broken the microphone. There we go. Now, there's Archie Owen discussing why he's been given a penalty, or being told. There's not much discussion. You've been told you've been given a penalty. If you don't like it, then you can go and see a steward. Archie Rogers Tyler with the now Oakley Pryor. There is a first contender for Kart Mechanic Bingo. We'll get back to Oakley later. That was quite a calm race, Sander.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
Well, I would say at least calmer from what we saw. Not nearly as calm from race control. They had more penalties in this one.
Now,
oh yeah, all right. So you want to go Kart Mechanic Bingo?
Kart Mechanic Bingo, ladies and gentlemen. There's Oakley Pryor. We have got that's not Oakley Pryor. That's just one of the other Mick Barrett racing mechanics. Oakley's off to the right. There he is. You can just see the slick back here. So you've got the team T-shirt. Click, tick. You've got grey shorts. I think they're Mick Barrett racing shorts. Slicked back here, earpiece in, radio around the back, and you had orange trainers. But there we go. So first contender for Kart Mechanic Bingo, but we've got another race coming right up. Sorry, Producer James. It was Roger Young not being able to work his computer. My audio is fine. Roger's computer skills are not. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Mather.
Hello.
You're back. Let's go racing in senior Rotax. Harry Bartle and Hugh Moulton, row 1. Jaden Teal and Alfie Thompson, row 2. Matty Hingley and Jack Baker on row 3. Jack Lilly, Mikey Walker walking along, singing a song, walking in a mighty wonderland. Adam Woodham, Jack Gillingham, Ollie Goodyear and Ben Southgate. James Lowther and Jack West, Kai Veach and Charlie Webb, Charlie Cox and Charlie Smith. From the USA, Miles Roby, James Tester, Henry Gregory back for the MLC team, then Josh Graham, Harry Bloor, Oliver Liversedge, Joe Fox, Lewis Goff, Lizzie Mentier, poor qualifying for Lizzie Mentier, Albert Wilton, Tyler Here, and Connor Tubby, Sam Kelbrick, Finley Jones, and Ewan Charman. Sorry, I went there because we had a bit of a confusion. The names on the screen weren't the same names as what was on our paper yesterday, so I wasn't sort of taking over.
Interested to know why we've got a story for Ewan Charman, because remember that Ewan seemed quite quick in TQ, did he not? The formation lap's ongoing at the moment. Disqualification for Ewan Charman earlier on in time to qualifying, so that is why the Charmander goes from the back in this race into the tram lines then. First heat for Senior Rotax, not quite yet though. The field not formed up to the satisfaction. There's a wry smile on Nigel Edwards' face.
Alpha Live cameraman crouching like a
gazelle?
Like a lion in the long grass.
On for the gazelle.
Trying to get the gazelle to give us that low down camera shot. New kneecaps for that cameraman, please. Camera person, please. Now, Lizzie Mentier getting plenty of support. Let's have a look. How we'll check on our poll later on. How many votes have we got in our poll? Are we up to 164? When the voting gets to 200, we'll move on with the next one. We've got 8 polls to get through, so we'll give you a bit of time to breathe. So we've got. I need to find a pen. I've lost your pen. I ruined my pen, and I've now lost your pen. Right, Andrew Mather, please, for the second time of asking. Let's see if we can get this race underway. Well, I write down that we've got our first kart mechanic bingo contender was Oakley Pryor.
So here we go then, 2 drivers on the front row of the grid who've both been to the Rotax Grand Finals, but this is Kartmasters weekend. This is all about the quest to claim the GP plate in 2025. Lights are out. We are racing in Senior Rotax. It's a solid start for both of the Strawberries at the front of the field. Bradshaw will lead in the early stages. Hugh Moulton immediately up to second place, using that grid 3 spot well indeed. Through the pole, looking pretty good at the moment, are our first group of Senior Rotax drivers. Bit of a sideways moment there for Benjamin Southgate in the red and white Pro Train machine. Moulton has a look, but it's Bradshaw leading through the first hairpin. This is where things can get a little bit tight, Henry, but I must say that is a very, very well-behaved start from our Senior Rotax drivers here in race 3.
Yeah, I want to talk about, you can just see there Jack Gillingham going through for the Guy Cunnington racing team. A very, very impressive qualifier for the driver in that GCR entered car. Oh, and there's 2 drivers. Lewis Goff being one of them in kart number 151. I didn't catch the other one. I think it may have, it was like a fusion kart, but that can't be right. Or Strawberry Kart,
was it
actually.
Charlie Smith?
I think it was Charlie Smith from California who gets going again. Jack Gillingham, really impressed with Jack Gillingham in qualifying, and here we are. So there's the 373, Harry Bartle. Harry, who's juggling karting and car racing this year. You know, really, really, good to see Harry going through. He's a former Miami Warriors final winner, podium finisher in the Grand Finals, British Junior Champion last year. Oh, dearie me. That was Adam Wooden. And jumps back on track. Well, Adam, in front of Jack Gillingham, you can see Jack there getting the car up onto 3 wheels. But, okay, Bradshaw, Hugh Moulton. I've got... No,
it is, yeah.
Hang on a sec. Why are we saying Matt?
I think timing's had a bit of a bubble.
Timing's had a bubble. Okay. It's Bradshaw from Hugh Moulton. Coles Racing. Really, really coming on strong this year. They've had a bit of a dip in form in terms of they're still a front-running team, but they're not winning races at a British Championship level like they were maybe 5 years ago. Hugh Moulton, Zach Turner, of course, was you know, doing so well in qualifying. But this could be this could be the weekend where Coles Racing go, oi, Henry, shut up. We're a top team, remember? They are a top team, but what I'm saying is that other teams are winning more at the British Championship level than Coles are currently. Is that about to change? Hope so.
Well, Hugh Moulton's best result in his Kartmasters career was here last year in the junior Rotax race. Scored a top 10 in what was a very solid 2024 season for Moulton and Coles Racing. As you mentioned, Henry, I agree, they've taken another step back towards the higher reaches of British karting so far this year. Here's a move for third place. No, not yet. Jaden Tean there in the yellow and orange helmet. Very impressed with this from Jaden Tean, as well you would expect.
Absolutely.
Such is Jaden's level. But holding his own at the moment ahead of a reigning British champion. Keep an eye on Matty Hingley behind as well. Matty Hingley, another driver who's impressed so far in 2025. I remember a few weeks ago at Dunkeswell he had a very, very good run in the British Championships. And good to see another one of the Jack's Motorsport runners up there as well, Henry. Mikey Walker, plenty of support from him in the comments.
Always.
He's up to 6th place in this race.
Always. Under the Jack's Motorsport team again, another team that they're breaking through. You know, it used to be all about the big three in Rotax. Now there's 6, 7 teams. Not just drivers, teams. Whole entire teams that are maybe even, I'd say more than that actually, that they're winning all the time. Don't panic. Xander Clements is going to be back. You know, he's going to be back on the commentary as well. We've got lots of people. I'll you know, disappear for a while, which will make you all happy, I'm sure. But they're all tripping over each other, and that's slowing themselves down. There's number 10 kart. That's Jack Lilly for the Sam Pollock Racing team. There's the 55. That is Ollie Goodyear. Now, Ollie Goodyear with the Nathan Chafer Racing team. Nathan Chafer is the CRG importer for the UK, but they're not on CRGs this weekend.
It's no TK. I think I spotted it was over the Cosmic or an Esprit down when look at it earlier on in the pre-grid. We need to keep an eye on Henry Gregory, because he's up 10 places in this race. Obviously, he had some problems.
Greg's has got legs.
Had some problems in the earlier X30 heat, which meant he didn't run too long in that one, but it's not bothering him at all in this one. He's coming back through the order. Some changes there as Bartle had a go at Tean for third place. Matty Hingley's now going to switch back on Bartle and try and draw alongside. This is for fourth place into the Fullerton S's. Nice stuff there from Matty Hingley. Jack Lilly in this mix as well has got up to 6th place, just past Mikey Walker. And there we mentioned Ollie Goodyear on the move in the number 55 machine, nicely in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, looking down the order, now, Adam Wooden, he's dropped down. Lizzie Mentier, fastest lap of the race, up to 21st. Ewan Charman, 22nd. Joshua Graham has gone the other direction. Graham down to 26th. That is very un-Joshua Graham-like. Lewis Goff, sadly, out of the race. Sam Kelbrick is going on. He's had an off, but he's still racing. And, of course, you've got Bradshaw and Hugh Moulton. Well, Jaden Tean, again, a top-level international driver, both at Rotax level and at KZ, the Dutch driver racing in the KZ FIA Championships. But, again, I think this is his second Kartmasters, I believe.
Yes, you'd be right. He raced here in senior Rotax last year.
And there is an evolution doing a revolution. Alfie Thompson goes around, but then he gets himself righted. And yeah, Jaden Tean just doesn't look like he's quite got the pace at the moment, because he got passed there by Matty Hingley going into turn number 1, didn't even defend. Now, 2.5 minutes to go. 2.6 seconds was the lead at the start of this lap that Bradshaw and Moulton had over new third place man Matty Hingley. Let's see if that comes down. 2.5 minutes to go. We could be seeing just how quickly how quickly, you know, a gap can disappear here at PF International when somebody decides they want to defend.
Just looking further down the order, Henry, some good drives in this heat. Connor Tubby is up 15 places into 16th place. Ewan Charman, as expected from the back of the grid, is now into the top 20. Is now into 18th place. Lizzie Mentier going through as well. So all drivers trying to just do a little bit of damage limitations. Out of the race is the number 92 DHR machine. That is Jack West. That's a real shame for Jack. I was hoping to see him come through from the middle of the pack in this one, but he'll have to wait for the second heat later on this afternoon.
Yeah, now 53 or 52 drivers in senior Rotax, so it's going to be a bit trickier, you know, to get into the top 20, the top 30 automatically in points. There's Bartle. He said, right, I've had enough of this, I'm going. Jane Tian, again, tyre conservation. Just maybe we're a little bit wrong the pressures. There could be a slight... All it takes to miss the setup ever so slightly, and, you know, you're nowhere. It's minuscule differences. The performance level is so equal here in the UK, and there is Sam Kelbrick getting out of the way.
Good performance this so far from both Bradshaw and Moulton. Just half a second separating them at this stage of the race. This is the battle headed up by Benjamin Southgate. It's a bit further down the order, just outside the top 20 at the moment. Finley Jones, I think, is just ahead of these guys. Has driven very well, up to 19th place. That's a gain of 14 for the George Whitbread racing team. 20 seconds on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps of this one. Remember, this is just groups B and C in senior Rotax. There's another third of the field here this weekend for Kartmasters for the Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix. We will be watching this one intently to see what happens now in the latter stages. Callum Bradshaw, at the moment, Henry, reminding me of the kind of performance that we saw from him about 15 months ago at the start of the 2024 British Kart Championships here at PF International, where he went toe-to-toe with the likes of Bishop and Hunter and performed very well. That's a nice move. That's teeing down the inside of Lilly and through
and Ollie
into
Goodyear
fifth place.
Saying, go on. I look at Ollie Goodyear signaling, this is a great drive for the Nathan Chafer racing driver. He was lubricating his muscles in the bar last night, was Ollie, and it's worth it. He's doing very well. James Lowther in the number 22 Coles Racing kart as well. So that's going well for James Lowther. Where did James start?
I want to say in the midfield to the back, row 7, started on 14th on the grid.
He's gained a couple of positions, but, you know, he's there in that second Coles Racing kart, just going through your screen. Final lap. Here comes Ollie Goodyear, defending now from the number 10 of Jack Lilly. Behind him, Mikey Walker has got Henry Gregory, Kai Veach, James Lowther, and Oliver Liversedge. Liversedge gets by the lot of them. Fantastic for Liversedge. Out onto the back straight. They're crawling all over each other. The checkered flag, though, is out. It's like he's never been away. He just cruises home. Callum Bradshaw, easy as you like.
And wins by nearly a second ahead of Hugh Moulton. Matty Hinchley, a solid third place there. Ahead of Harry Bartle, 2 strawberries up in the top for their Jaden Tien. Good start to his Kartmasters campaign with a top 5. Ollie Goodyear can be proud of that 6th place as well, moving up 6 spots. Jack Lilly 7th, and I think then your biggest mover of the race, Henry, in 8th place, up 17 positions. Race pace very much on for Oliver Liversedge there for the Jacks Motorsport team. James Lowther and Henry Gregory both in the top 10, a good gain of 12 spots there for the MLC Motorsport driver. Mikey Walker and Kai Veach take us to 12th. It's then Charlie Webb, Adam Wooden and Lizzie Mentier in the top 15. Mentier up 13 spots in that race. Jack Gillingham, Joshua Graham, Ewan Charman, all in the top 20, completed by Finley Jones and Ben Southgate. Charlie Cox, James Tester, Connor Tubby, Miles Roby, and then Jack Baker take us down to 25th place. Harry Bloor, Albert Wilton, Ty Mechia, Joe Fox and Charlie Smith, definitely with things to think about before they go to their next heat. Alfie Thompson, Sam Kelbrick completed the field of finishers. 2 retirements in that race, Jack West and Lewis Goff.
So, as you look at the drivers going through here, that was first Rotax race out of the way. This week, we are mourning the loss of Gene Gravitt. Jag Rotax, John and Gene Gravitt, John and his brother Andrew Gravitt setting up Jag Rotax, the British Rotax distributor, the only company that have ever distributed the Rotax motors in the UK for 27 years. John and his wife Jean were fixtures here in the paddock. And very sadly, Jean, who has helped so many, countless, hundreds and hundreds of drivers into the sport of karting. They've helped create the biggest Rotax distributor pretty much anywhere in the world now. They have helped to get Rotax to the huge popularity that it is here in the UK. Gary and Tina Shield, their children, are running Jag Rotax now. So to everybody, from everybody in the British karting paddock, to Gary and Sheena and the Jag Rotax family, you have our condolences, and Gene Gravitt, her memory will live on, because we've got plenty of Rotax racing to go.
Let's get ready then for the first race in Junior Rotax. This should be heat number 1 for groups A and D heading out on to circuit. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Zach Turner, stunning, shocking pole position earlier on today. We'll start this one from the front row of the grid with Kai Clark for company. Harry Freeman and Charlie Wolfett will go from row number 2. Eason Seng and Hani Sadiq are on the third row of the grid to start their racing campaign for Kartmasters 2025. Callum Sims and Sebastian Clark on row 4. Daniel Hartley and Kevin Ivanov are there on row number 5. Benjamin Baker and Eli Baden go from row 6. Jake Blewett and Eva Morris have plenty of experience around this circuit. That is the current club championship leader on the inside of row 7. Joined by the KR Sport number 32. Hugh Hobson and Archie Lovett go from row 8. Daniel Kilpatrick and Maximum Boaz go from row number 9. Zach Starbuck and Lloyd Palmer complete the top 20. Jack Collinson and Samir Paul go from 11. Finley Smith and Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 12. It's Sebastian Lush and Sam Kohler on row 13. Finley Lines and Harry Friel start on row 14. Jensen Chalk and Shay Hilton on row 15. Cameron Nelson, race winner in the British Championships earlier on this season, starts Xander Clements from the very back of the grid. 31 drivers. Very mixed up field there. This could produce some really stunning racing.
Well, again, remember, this was the session where we saw in qualifying that kind of changeover effect from the wets to the dries, with a few starting to make some aggressive moves off the start. We're back underway, and one touches the grass a little bit. The rest look okay. We'll keep it all in the dark stuff as they go up the hill. No, one cutting straight through there on the run to 2.
Good start then. Oh, Finley Lines is out, and I don't think that's a congratulatory thumbs up there from the Minimax O-plate holder from 2024. Finley Lines has not had a good start to this Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Zach Turner for Coles Racing leads this one and is trying to defend here from Kai Clark. Kai Clark's going to draw alongside here as they head towards the Fullerton Essers. Clark gets down the inside, takes the race lead. Good experience shown there by Clark.
And the aggression won't stop there, right behind as well, looking on, look to be maybe
Hani Sadiq, but we've got one other slowing coming out of the Fullerton S's. We'll go to the line this time and see the timing hit the left side. Kai Clark, your leader at the end of lap number 1. 4 groups B and C and Junior Rotax, and it's Zach Turner to Freeman, Wolfit, and Sadiq there in the 62. Up the hill we go, and defense continues for the lead. Kai Clark on the inside. Up the bridge, the 278 Harry Freeman wants the move for second, won't get it. Contact still, he'll drop to 4th, and they'll continue side by side. 3 wide down the hill.
Brilliant stuff there as Charlie Wolfett trying to force his way through into second place. There's a bit of a challenge coming in there from another one of the KR Sports. Junior Rotax races so far in 2025 have very much been typified by the KR Sport drivers like to get their elbows out, especially in the early stages of these races. 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this one. The 251 trying to file away through the order as there goes Boaz Maximov on a nice move up into the top 10 now. The driver from the Netherlands, another one of the international runners here this weekend.
2 laps now in the books, and Kai Clark will get handed the biggest lead so far here in Junior Rotax. And one of the bigger ones so far on the day this early in a heat race, as the midfield is all over the place here going through the bowl. And now back up towards the top 10. You saw the look there from Eli Baden. Didn't quite make it, and now it'll back up around him with more action up and over the bridge. Another big swing and contact down the run to turn number 5. That was an aggressive defense move there from Harney Sadiq, and we've got 2 together.
Yeah, and Eva Morris is one of them. Didn't quite catch the other driver. In fact, there's a Hunter Motorsport card I can see that's currently going in the wrong direction for a moment. So a lot going on in this first heat of the weekend for Junior Rotax. Who else was it? Eason Seng possibly is lost out in that exchange that took Eva Morris back down the order. Let's recap at the end of lap number 3 then. Kai Clark nicely in position, leads this race, but there's going to be a change for second here. Charlie Wolfett down the inside, takes that position away from Zach Turner. Harry Freeman still there in 4th. Maybe a little bit of help coming in now from the KMS driver. Eli Baden going for 4th place round the outside. This is going to be tough now for Zach Turner after that heroic qualifying. Now starting to come up against drivers with a bit more experience is the number 14 Craft Motorsport machine of Findlay Smith is now involved. This is what can happen sometimes, particularly at a one-off race like this, Xander, that when you get those juniors out there, they're very keen to go for overtakes, and it doesn't always work their way.
Well, and a good chunk of them we saw earlier in the morning already with Junior X30 getting their first heat race in for groups B and C. And now with Junior Rotax, they're taking away notes of, well, I should have been more aggressive, and maybe that's been a bit too much. This has definitely been the most chaotic start to a heat of the day. Kai Clark, your leader still, although Charlie Wolfett will eat into the gap a little bit that time with a nice lap, about 0.3 faster than the man atop the board. Freeman, Baden, and then Maximum Boaz moving up into the top 5. Now in the number 30. But another driver to keep your eye on, as you mentioned at the beginning of the race, Cameron Nelson, up 13 spots to 16th, and more fighting like this will allow him to get some more spots before that the checkered flag will wave here in heat number 1. This is the fight still with the 155 machine, it looks like, just right around your top 10 as we got another one off. The 18 up the hill in turn 2.
Yeah, that's Sam Kohler for the Sam Pollitt Racing team, is a little bit further down the order. Did start this lap in 20th position. 5 minutes to go then. Kai Clark still leading this one, but is starting to be reeled in by Charlie Wolfett. These two drivers haven't necessarily had the best of results in recent times in Kartmasters, but Charlie Wolfett a few weeks ago here for the British Championship showed some very, very good speed around this circuit. Kai Clark continuing to build. He really had his breakthrough performance at the Rotax Grand Festival last year at Warden Law and has continued to strengthen through the season. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, this is a good scrap, Xander, for P4. Eli Baden ahead of Boaz Maximov.
Yeah, we've been following quite a bit of the action here for P4. Now P2 and P3 on screen, just flurrying on by as well. They're staying a bit calmer, trying to continue to reel in the gap to Kai Clark. This group here as well, you can see that the overflow bottle started to work its way loose on the 155 of Eli Baden. So that, of course, not going to be an issue until it would fly off. Then you would have lost equipment on the circuit, but that dangling extra hose off the top of the radiator shouldn't affect performance in any way. And he stays fourth across the line. The quickest lap will still go up the board in front of him, or at least it was. Archie Lovett now fastest on the racetrack as Harry Freeman continues to close to Wolfett.
Good progress by Archie Lovett in this race, up 9 spots. Had difficulties in timed qualifying earlier on today. Even Morris is now the fastest driver out on circuit. As here's the move for second place to make it a Chaos Sports 1-2 on the road. Nice stuff from Harry Freeman down the inside of Charlie Wolfett. Just looks like the Chaos Sports have got a good level of setup on there, as out is the Evolution number 33. That's Callum Sims, who had problems earlier on in this race. I've just been watching, particularly through hairpin 2, Xander, the last couple of laps. Charlie Wolfett looking like he's struggling to get the front end of the kart in. Chaos Sport, lots of experience around this place, seem to have got things dialed in.
Yeah, the grip levels are quickly coming back up now that the track has dried off from the very soggy warm-up and initial qualifying sessions that we had. There was quite a bit of grip already at the end of the day yesterday, and that'll be the challenge for the drivers as the temperatures continue to tick upward here today. We are slated for what should be beautiful weather from this point onward through the weekend. That means the track will only have more and more grip built into it, and the surface temps continue to rise. 5-second penalty, Zach Starbuck. Another one from Race Control, very active up in the box this weekend as we check down the board a little bit. Let's see some more of the activity going on. This is the 188 further back from second and third here. There is your 278 and 295 duo of Harry Freeman, Charlie Wolfett. Freeman got by him. Looked like he might have been able to pull away. Like you said, Wolfett seemed to be struggling through those through turn 2 especially, but even in the hairpins he didn't look as strong. He's since locked onto the back bumper, and they've eaten in about 3/10 since last time by the loop, and they'll eat in a little more, it looks like, here working together down the front stretch.
This is one of the differences with Kartmasters, that even though we're in the heats, these are longer heats than a lot of these drivers are used to on the national scene in the British Kart Championships. Cameron Nelson is now the fastest driver out on circuit. The Welshman on the 57.95 has made good progress in this race, is up to P13. Let's head down to the pits. Kai Bachini has some information for us.
Perfect. So we're here down in Park Ferme with Callum Sims, who unfortunately has just pulled into the pit lane to retire from that race. Callum, what happened there?
So I went for the move on number 62 into the hairpin. I was fully alongside him, and then he got me back on the hairpin too. As we're about to go into it, he just turned into me, and I've just obviously gone off. And steering column was bent, so that's how I came in. I just couldn't drive it any further from that.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstance there, unfortunately, but just focus up for the rest of the weekend, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend, Callum. Yeah, so back up to the commentary box there with Henry.
Thank you very much, Kai. Yeah, the number 62 being Hani Sadiq, who has had an in-race plus 5-second penalty. So whether those two events are related, we're not quite sure in the box, but either way, not a happy Callum Sims down there in the pits, and I don't imagine Hani Sadiq is going to be too pleased as well. That plus 5 is going to drop him down to around the Samir Paul Jensen Chalk area, so from round 13th down to 22nd. 30 seconds remaining on the clock, or there or thereabouts. Battle back on here at the front, Xander. Kai Clark's been reeled in.
Yeah, Harry Freeman and Charlie Wolfett have been working together beautifully on this lap especially. We're getting to the nitty-gritty, to the very end of this opening heat for Junior Rotax for groups B and C. They should get in just under the timer to make this 2 laps to go. And we've got a 3-driver dogfight up front, 2.5 seconds back to Eli Baden, who is hoping for a lot of fireworks right here. Let's see how early they want to pull the trigger for the race lead. Well, Kai Clark's going to beat them to the punch. He'll instantly go to the low side to defend in turns 2 and 3.
That was good stuff from Kai Clark. Didn't allow his kart to wash out and allow an undercut for Harry Freeman there, but now he's going to have his work cut out. Down towards hairpin number 1. This is where we see many a great overtake round this PF International circuit. Again, well dealt with by Kai Clark, wanting to retain this position. This 1-2 for the team as well, but Charlie Wolfett is the fly in the ointment at the moment for KR Sports. He's right there, still in 3rd place, and that kart, well, whatever the setup work has been over the last hour or so, Xander, they've definitely made a kart that's finishing this race strong.
And the nice part is now, at this point, set up to the win. This is going to be an all-out brawl to the finish. Final lap underway, and straight to the inside of the racetrack goes Kai Clark. How hard can he park it on the apex to keep from a crossover move, or maybe an around the outside move? Big momentum shift here for the 278 of Harry Freeman. He'll almost get the job done, but not quite, as they run back down the hill out of 4.
That was good stuff again from Clark and Freeman. Clark still had control. Freeman's trying to get him off the racing line now, maybe try and get a switch back into hairpin 2. This is what we're talking about with Kai Clark. His maturity. Oh, but he's left the door open there. And Freeman's gone for the move. Nice stuff again from Harry Freeman. Kai Clark's not happy about it at all, because Charlie Wolford has gone through into second place. Wolford could still win this heat, you know, into Bobby Game. Now the Mike Wilson complex. This is where it can be very tricky to overtake. Can Harry Freeman hold on to the first junior Rotax heat of Kartmasters 2025? Yes, he can. Harry Freeman wins from Charlie Wolford. Kai Clark third. Eli Baden a solid fourth there for the KMS team. And Boaz Maximov up 13 places, scores a top 5.
Big time improvements for him, and big time improvements for Cameron Nelson. Get up and go. Fast lap of the race on the last lap around. 20 plus positions gained from tail end of the grid to P8. That'll be a solid points haul. Unfortunately, he'll have to keep driving forward to put himself in a position to fight for a GP plate on Sunday. But that is much needed, and I'm sure a huge boost in confidence early in the weekend for that young man. Your top 6 as they cross there beyond Buzz. Archie Lovat for Sam Paulett Racing in the 188 P6 as Harry Freeman scores the first win of the junior Rotax category. Many drivers and friends and family trying to figure out when they're on the racetrack. Well, again, this was only a combination of 2 groups overall. This was groups A and D here for heat number 1 with junior Rotax. So this is just half of the overall entries. A massive grid, as to be expected, with the 30th Kartmasters here at PF International. And quite a bit to delve into from the way that race transpired, Andrew. Obviously, race control having their hands full, and sadly, so was the scale line with a number of early retirements.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's what you kind of expect with A, junior race, and B, a grid that was very, very mixed up after those damp to dry qualifying sessions. But good work from both groups A and D. They will go for a little bit of rest and recuperation, but we're not leaving junior Rotax. The other half of the field are up next. So getting ready then for the first racing appearance of the weekend for groups B and C here at PF International for Kartmasters Friday. And once again, like we've just seen with groups A and D, a very, very mixed up grid after a tough qualifying for a number of drivers. There on your screens is Harry Taylor. He starts second on the front row for this one, and it's Blake Southern for the Jack Dex Racing Team on the MS kart. The 100 starts this race from pole position. Was stunned with that performance earlier on this morning. Harry Taylor was mentioned P2. Albi Lapper and Matteo Palazzo start on the second row of the grid. Joshua Smith and Ryan Gill go from row 3. Hasnain Khan and Jared Fox-Whiteley are well positioned to score well here from row 4. Row 5, DeJean Bennett and Charlie King. Nathaniel Gray and a win around these parts, Kian Bernard, starts on row number 6. Albie Friend in his new colours for Dan Holland Racing goes from row 7. He's joined by Hunter Motorsports' Alfie McBain. Row 8, Logan Lauder and Connor Large. Fletcher Jameson and the O-plate holder. Leon Hasty won that O-plate here at the very start of the season. He starts 18th. Marta Kobahidze from Georgia starts P19. Top 20 is completed by Ed Spain. Harrison Bishop and Alex Shepard go from 11. James Kell and Toby Farthing from 12. Harvey Sargison and Isabella Stansmore Wilson complete row 13. Lomond Wilcox, Jack Beasley, Noah Barham and Harry Holland complete the 30 runners in this one. Particularly keep an eye on Noah Barham there, similar to Cam Nelson in the previous race. A Dan Holland Racing driver starts from the rear of the field in this one. Xander, I'm really excited to see, though, what Blake Southern can do here from pole position.
We saw a chaotic run for groups A and D. Will we see the same in B and C? It's time to find out. Let's go racing again from PFI with Kartmasters, and it's a good start for both lanes on the front row, but a great launch off the line for Blake Southern. He'll lead him up the hill to turn number 2, and he's got a healthy gap as they make contact for second.
Oh, that's a really tough moment for Harry Taylor, who maybe shuffled down a few positions in the early stages of this race. That's brilliant news for Blake Southern, though. He won't need to defend down into hairpin 1 for the first time. It is Albi Lapper, the rejuvenated rock star Albi Lapper, who's had a fantastic 2025 domestic season so far, has cleaned up a lot of his racecraft. Last year he was quick but had a tendency to pick up a penalty here and there. That has not been the case so far in this season, and he's looking good there in second place.
All good all the way through now to the Mike Wilson complex for Junior Rotax groups B and C. Will come to the line to put one lap in the books as everyone stays neat and tidy, or as best as they can, to the Mike Wilson complex to not lose any more ground. And the run to the line, Blake Southern's lead, about half a second to Albi Lapper, Harry Taylor, and then onwards as we check on in with everyone already at the end of the lap. Back to challenge Albi Lapper with a huge run that he's taken advantage of. New leader down the hill to turn number 5.
Great stuff from Lapper. Unfortunately, not good news for Noah Barham, not running in this race, as here goes his teammate Harry Taylor down the inside, takes second place. I saw a Coles racing machine in the spot of bother in the early stages of this race. Unfortunately, it was James Kell. Kell's still running, but some 5 seconds off the back of the pack. So, Lapper, Taylor, 2 experienced hands within this category, now at the front of the field. I say that, Harry Taylor's still in his debut season, of course, of moving up to junior Rotax, but he's got a lot of experience behind him in the shape of the Dan Holland racing team. Who else has made a decent bit of progress in the early stages of this race? You can see Connor Large is up at least 4 positions in the early phases, now make that 5 positions, just heading up the second group from 11th place back. Harrison Bishop as well, another good run for one of the Jack Dex racing carts.
Problems for one of the Hunter Motorsport machines. The 41 is around. That's Alfie McBain. We've lost one of our 29 original starters, and Blake Southern, by the way, going backwards in a hurry. Back down to 7th now here halfway through this lap. Lewis lost a number of spots by the end of the straightaway up the hill to turn number 2, so all going wrong for our pole sitter, and he is trapped now behind this battle between the likes of Kian Bernard and Ryan Gill. This is for 5th. Heavy-handed fighting between the 2 Kart Republic chassis as they roll through the Mike Wilson complex, but all good out front for Albi Lapper and Harry Taylor. Update on the polls. Round 2 of the round of 16 is completed, and we've got one off again, the 72 into the wall, able to continue. That is Ed Spain that's gone around, was 21st, but Joe Turney will move on in the Ultimate Kart Masters Champion polls, and well, we might have a future driver moving into those polls here soon enough. 3 wide for the lead, and an all-out battle has broken out for the top spot. How about that? It is none other than Jared Fox Whiteley to the point, and contact for Harry Taylor and Matteo Palazzo.
Really good stuff again from Jared Fox Whiteley, who's crept up on Lapper and Taylor and surprised them a little bit here. Which hasn't actually raced, I don't think, before at Kartmasters, as Jared Fox Whiteley, but has been another good driver with some strong results on the national scene over the last 18 months or so. Taylor now shuffled all the way down to 6th place in this exchange. Kian Bernard in the mix there in that black and green Vera Tools backed machine. Won the Micromax Kartmasters race a few years ago. It's grown up a fair bit since then, thanks to winning the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the United Kingdom last year, and I think he's looking for a big week. He's been doing a lot of testing ahead of this event.
Big move for the lead. Back down the inside. Albi Lapper retakes the top spot, and they're going to go side by side for second with a big shove from, I believe, Bernard, trying to follow through to second, maybe to the lead. Lapper back to 3rd or 4th as they're 2 abreast going to turn number 6, and from the outside. What a move, Kian Bernard, as to the wayside goes the 23 of Jared Fox Whiteley.
Very well timed move there by Kian Bernard. Now the difficult bit, staying ahead with 5 1/4 minutes of this heat to go. this is. Oh, as one of the Craft Motorsport machines is off the road. It's the number 11 of Nathaniel
More contact
Gray.
up front.
Oh, and Taylor.
Harry Taylor off, and so is Ryan Gill. In the 343, I thought that might have been Bernard. It was Gill, and now he's getting swarmed by the rest of the field as they try to rejoin. One driver's got the exhaust pipe knocked off, and it is Gill. Ryan Gill is out of heat number 1 for Junior Rotax.
It's a real setback then for the Evolve Motorsport team. There was another go there for the race lead as Matteo Palazzo's trying to force his way through into the race lead. Can he get it held down the inside? Lapper's going to give the assist. Both Lapper and Bernard run wide. That's going to give Fox Whiteley another run into second place. This is only the first round of heats for the entire Kartmasters weekend. What is it going to be like when we get to the Grand Prix on Sunday? And here comes Hasnain Khan as well in the 218 on that Birrell machine. Has nicely made his way back up into the top 5. Started on the 4th row of the grid. Has held himself nicely, could produce a bit of a surprise here.
How about Harry Holland as well? Up a ton of spots to 15th now, at least was about to be when they crossed the timing loop. And indeed, Harry Holland is now up a grand total of 15 spots from 30th, up 12 as well for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Meanwhile, for the lead, the battle continues for 5th as well. Big wide move there as Hasnain Khan goes wide, and up front, again a change. Albie Lapper side by side for the lead there as the 23 of Fox Whiteley takes over and covers off.
Yeah, this is good news for Charlie King. Charlie King's had a pretty quiet race so far, but look at him there in the number 74 machine for Strawberry Racing. Whilst the top 3 have been going back and forth through the hairpins, Charlie King is now part of this battle for the race lead. Another driver who is looking for a big breakthrough Kartmasters result here this weekend. Is a long way to go, and all of the cliches related with that, of course, but this would be a brilliant start to the weekend if Charlie King can first find a way through past his teammate Albie Lapper, and then these two here, Matteo Palazzo and Jared Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley controls the pace up round the bowl onto the bridge once again. Kian Bernard is back as part of this sequence as well. New fastest lap last time around, a 58.28. Good scrap here in the top 5.
Oh, a last second open up for Matteo Palazzo is going to cost him. He'll lose 2 spots now as Albie Lapper gets by, and so does Charlie King. And side by side with Kian Bernard, he'll get the elbows out, but he'll lose maybe another one as Joshua Smith looks low. Not quite the momentum to keep going with it. He'll pick up 1 spot into the S's, and look at the rest of the field tightening up now behind them. Khan, Taylor, Blake Southern, the original pole sitters back in the mix here, but we're getting towards the end. 2 minutes plus a lap, and as well, the leaders have finally strung out now, Andrew, as Jared Fox Whiteley leads to Albie Lapper to Charlie King.
Big lap this for the race leaders. If they can keep themselves organised, they should have themselves a good platform to build upon with the remaining laps. Harry Taylor's still part of this scrap. We saw him having that moment with Ryan Gill earlier as Bernard goes back down the inside of Joshua Smith this time. Loving the difference in the number of teams that we've got up in the top 10 right now. Jack's Motorsport are there. Strawberry Racing are there. The George Whitbread Racing organisation there, with Joshua Smith could be on for a very good start to their Kartmasters 2025. There's other teams involved as well, as here's the number 16 of Palazzo, who had a bit of a problem last time through Bobby Game Corner. He's fighting back now into the top 5. Taylor once again very close there with Lauder. Here comes Albie Friend. Yes, your eyes aren't deceiving you. That is Albie Friend in a Dan Holland racing machine. He's switched from Strawberry Racing in the past couple of weeks. Could Friend get a big result to start this Kartmasters campaign? He's the fastest driver on track, or was until Harrison Bishop took that honour. But Friend now up into the top 10.
Up front, things are about to get really interesting here. Watch the run down to 5. Jared Fox Whiteley knows he's got pressure. Albie Lapper wants the lead, and with the defensive moving, granted 3rd and 4th could have closed up, but they're going to fight as well. Kian Bernard takes back 3rd, now opens up, looks for maybe a move on the inside for 2nd, not quite. Big over-under from Lapper. He'll pull alongside, and back to the lead he goes. The 29 takes over now, and we're 4 in a line, running through the Bobby Wilson, and oh no! big moment here for the leaders. Bernard is through into the Mike Wilson complex.
And King up to second place now as well. 2 laps to go then. This is only the first heat for these young drivers. You wouldn't think it from the race that we've had here at PF International. Time is up, so they'll see the last lap board next time around. Bernard is your new race leader, trying to hold the defensive line there through, up and onto the bridge. Charlie King still holding, waiting for his moment there in second place. He's got support in the form of his teammate Albi Lapper behind. Bit of a check over the shoulder as well from Matteo Palazzo, having a good scrap with Joshua Smith for 5th place. Looking further down the order, Harry Holland has lost position, but is still your biggest mover. Down the inside goes Lapper for P2. So Lapper takes a little bit of track position there. Wants to take the initiative, as we've seen across the season so far. Here comes Fox Whiteley as well, still there in 4th place, but they've given a bit of a gap now to Kian Bernard. That could be a critical error.
Yeah, Albi Lapper went really deep into turn number 6 and went so wide out onto the exit curbing that he definitely got some grass on the tires and was kind of out of shape in the S's. And now, unfortunately, behind him, Whiteley trying to play the conservative game back in 3rd is going to get pushed off. Where does he land? 5th, maybe 6th, as now Harry Taylor gets by, and they trade 3rd again. Palazzo back and forth with him. Further back there, you can see they're still fighting at the end of this group, way up the berm for 1 as they roll to 6.
Yeah, that was Joshua Smith running wide for the GWR team. You don't often see 2 wide through the Bruno Ferrari. S's go well. Charlie King, to some degree, could count himself lucky that he's still in this race. It's a scrap going on for 3rd place on your screens right now. It's not done for the race lead either, because Albi Lapper has been closing in. Fox Whiteley trying to hold on to this 3rd place. Defensive into Bobby Game corner. Is Palazzo going to have a route down the inside? No, not on that occasion. But Kian Bernard is going to come through a real back and forth heat in Junior Rotax and is on the board at Kartmasters 2025, wanting to move from a 1-time Kartmasters GP plate holder to a 2-time GP plate holder. That will do nicely to get him going. A win by just under 1/10.5 ahead of Albi Lapper. Jared Fox Whiteley did hold on to 3rd place there a couple of seconds back. Matteo Palazzo and Harry Taylor fight through to the top 5. Not a win, not a top 5, but still a decent result there for Charlie King. A gain of 4 places in that race, Xander, and he'll have some things to think about before the next heat.
Yeah, plenty of time to go to work here with a little bit of the break coming up shortly in the action. We've still got plenty of racing on tap, and as we roll back through this one, Albie Friend there ends up 8th on the Dan Holland Racing entry ahead of Fletcher Jameson, just closing the top 10. How about the unfortunate run in heat number 1 here for Blake Southern, his first run at it. Heat 2 overall for the total of the Junior Rotax grid, a massive grid at that, and the heartbreak, of course, for Ryan Gill. Fighting inside the top 5, fighting for the lead. Contact eventually dislodges that rear exhaust pipe, and off he goes. He'll suffer a 27th. That'll really hurt in the heat standings. He's going to now have the heat put on him to perform in rounds 2 and 3 of the rotation.
He will indeed. I will say for Blake Southern, though, you know, the fact that he's in the scrap with the likes of a Leon Hasty, with a Connor Large, with some drivers who've perhaps got a little bit more experience than him, he's still on course for making the final if he can keep those performances up, and he will have learned a lot from that first heat. There are your drivers just cooling down after that really frantic first heat for these drivers. We'll be back here at PF International with more from Kartmasters 2025 after this.
Welcome to Lincolnshire Competitions, a game of chance and a lot of fun. Not just in Lincolnshire, but for everyone. If you're looking for a competition site, then look no further. With a friendly community of 70,000 members, over £7 million in prizes have been won, and over £1 million in prizes given away. Instant wins are paid out within 24 hours, and our staff are always on hand to help. From cash and cars to laundry and food bundles, we have something for everyone.
Back with us here at Kartmasters 2025. Minimax 950, the next race on our schedule. This should be a good one. Riley Morrow starts from pole position with Luke Millward alongside on the front row. Emerson McAnder-Uren and Sebastian Behrman go from row number 2. Behrman, of course, won here last year in Micromax. Lucian Smith and Nelson Taylor go from the third row of the grid. It's then Leo Livings and Josh Cook, the Cookie Monster, go from row 4. Benjamin Lawn and Tom Reed on row 5. On row 6, Josh Cormack and Mick Clinkers.
Behind them, Josh Husker and Alfie Ward, Arthur Farrow and Ryan White. Austin Oman and James Roots, followed by Soren Gallagher, Alfie Mayer, Aidan Hammond, Cass McAllister. Watch for Oliver Spencer going from position number 23. Noah Hammond in P24. Attica Mir, the young lady from India. Then Jack Fulbrook, Harmer, Jacob Underhill, George Quinlan, Tren Van Malik and Ronnie Smart, with James Devereaux and Esme Rosie. A couple of drivers have withdrawn. I've got 36 on it. I haven't got a Luke Millward.
Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah, we do. Of course we do. Shut the pen. What are you talking about? Xander, get back in here now. I'm rubbish. No, sorry. Harry Williams is not out there. He was not medically cleared to race. Here we go. Into the Mike Wilson complex. Our next poll will be going up very soon. Thank you for your continued support. See the Pantano chassis out there. That is good to see. That is the number 77 of Leo Livings. On that, lights are out. We're off and racing. Somebody started from the pit lane. Oh, and that's the number 91 getting crossed up in the middle of the track. Nelson Taylor. What a save.
And what a save by everybody else in the second half of the field, that nobody tripped over the rear bumper of the number 91 there. Back at the front of the order, once again, it's a Chaos Sport leader in the early stages of one of these first heats. All a little bit physical in the background there. One of the SFR Motorsport machines trying to find a way through. Luke Millward has a good start here. Hasn't been running a full campaign in the British Kart Championships, but again, we know how good Luke Millward is. Had a run on to becoming Micromax champion, of course, in the British Championships in 2024.
And sat on pole for the final at the Rotax Grand Finals. Ooh, there's number 24, Arthur Farrow, running a little bit wide across the start-finish line. But yeah, we do know exactly how good Luke Millward is. I can't wait for Luke Millward to meet Xander Clements. Luke's always got some insightful questions. Probably I can just imagine. Xander Clements, who's now directing this race.
I've just noticed that James has suddenly got a lot younger.
Yeah. Out of hairpin number 2. There's Leo Livings on that Pantano chassis as we look into the Fullerton S's. There's all the camera angles. There we are. No.
So new race leader at this stage.
37.
Yeah.
There's Sebastian Behrman. Not defending champion. Micromax moving up to Minimax this year. Sighting of Stu Stretton on circuit as well there. Emerson McAnder, the reigning international trophy, Rotax International Trophy champion. Oh, and Leo Livings there, sending one up the inside of Sebastian Behrman. Behrman recovers. Now, when Sebastian Behrman won the Micromax title last year, the Behrman family, because of course he's the cousin of Oliver Behrman, they became the 5th set of family members to win a Kartmaster. You've got the Russells, George and Benji, both champions. You've got the Jenkinses, Scott and Sam Jenkins, Mike and James Mills, Luke and Dave Wooder, and now Oliver and Seb Behrman.
7 minutes to go in this one. more wonderful statistics and facts across the course of the weekend.
Yes.
Emerson McAnder-Uren, though, is your race leader at the moment. Lucian Smith in second place. Two drivers who have a lot of experience, can work together. But Lucian Smith's going to go for the race lead. Nicely controlled there onto the banking. He could have overrun that very easily and allowed Emerson McAnder-Uren to get back underneath, but that was not the case. That was nicely done by Lucian Smith. Here goes the response, though, from the number 3 seed from last year, and it's now side by side between the KR Sport teammates. Don't run together at these early stages, boys. Here comes Behrman as well. Good racing between Smith and Millward there. They hold second and third.
Now, there's a lot of comments going on at the moment on the live chat about Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett. Apparently his gloves are offset. I thought there was 5 fingers on each of the gloves. Am I... I see.
6 minutes of this race to go. Emerson McAnder-Uren leads from Lucian Smith, but look at the train forming behind one of the stars of the 2025 Minimax 950 season. He defends this time, but there's still going to be an opportunity perhaps as Behrman's trying to find his way through into third and will do. Tom Reed is there as well in the number 10 kart, trying to move up from 5th place. Good work by Josh Cormack as well. He's on his own at the moment, but he's closing in. Emerson McAnder-Uren defends into hairpin number 1. Interesting tactics there.
The only DHR kart. He's got a pair of Strawberry Racing drivers, a pair of KR Sport drivers, and a Sam Pollitt Racing driver coming towards him now. So McAnder-Uren, the great-grandson of Gentleman Jeff Uren, former British Saloon Kart champion. He's got the whole field lining up behind him. And he is, Henry Campbell is watching now. It's either Henry Campbell or Campbell. So Neil, I don't know if your son's called Henry or Campbell. No, I think it's the... Oh, no! Oh, no! Behrman launched up over the back of Emerson McAnder-Uren.
Oh, it's a real sad moment for Sebastian Behrman, who's out of the running in this heat now. Is there damage to the rear of the number 3?
I hope that there's not damage to any of the drivers, because Behrman's car, I hope that he hasn't clipped a shoulder or something like that. That could be, at the moment, adrenaline will keep all the drivers out there, but let's have a look now at the new leader, number 10, the farmer, Tom Reed. There seems to be a case of, I think, Emerson McAnder-Uren slowing everyone down a little bit, going into the bowl, and of course people with such... Don't forget, the drivers catching, they're going quicker because they've got the slipstream, they've got the draft, so they're arriving at the corner quicker, and then a couple of people tripped over each other under braking.
And it's such a busy part of the circuit as well. You can literally get tunnel vision through that part of the circuit, through the tunnel.
Yeah, strange that.
And just on the line, if you're sat 5th or 6th in a train like that, you can easily see incidents like that occur. Oliver Spencer's on the move. He's up 14 places now to P9, so let's keep an eye on the number 8. Ryan White and Austin Oman also progressing in this race, Henry. Both of them 11 places gained, both of them into the top 6.
Yeah, and of course, Ryan White, there he is, right on cue. Now, we met Lucy and Lando last night. They're the dogs. Now, let's have a little look back at that incident. As you can see, so McAnder-Uren, he's slowing everyone down, and it looks like Tom Reed was just slipstreaming with Sebastian Behrman, and he just slipstreamed Behrman, and of course, he slipstreamed his teammate into a defending, slowing Emerson McAnder-Uren. Behrman out of the race.
That's a real shame, but still good speed up to that point and plenty of heat races to go. He's still running in 30th. So fair play to Sebastian that he's been able to get back on the circuit and look to gain some points. Here's a battle for 4th place. Austin Oman through past Emerson McAnder-Uren. Austin Oman, another one of the drivers who graduated from Micromax in 2024. Now narrowly missed out on taking the British title. Oh, now what's happened there to Luke Millward? Luke Millward all of a sudden going quite, well, slower than the rest of the field, which is very unlike Luke. I hope Luke's not got some kind of developing technical problem. Is the number 38 okay? He points to Oliver Spencer to say, let's keep pushing forward. Oliver Spencer running in a new crash helmet, if I'm not mistaken, with that design.
Debuted at Le Mans. A big hello, Warren. Some of the best racing. Correct. If only F1 was this exciting. Well, you know, if F1 was this exciting, then you wouldn't be watching karting right now. So, yeah, no, but and some of the best racing you've seen. Hello, Henry Campbell, watching. Yes, I enjoy watching British karting, apart from the commentary. My Andrew and Xander are good, and Kai at the championship. No, yeah, it is more exciting than Formula 1. Always has been, always will be, karting. Let's see, 55, just under a minute to go. There's the number 75 of Joshua Cook, the Cookie Monster, last year's, and there's some mechanics hand signals. There's, there's a whole, it's a unique language, how the mechanics speak their teams. It's like the NFL, and there's a move, not a move, as the number 83 of Alfie Ward hangs on. Now, every NFL team has got a different playbook.
Yes.
So there's different signals, different play calls for different formations. Every team will have slightly different signals for every driver, for certain things. When to defend, when to attack, when to put your radio up, when to, you know, it's a unique set of communication skills. New second place driver, Alfie Ward, getting passed by Austin Oman. Emerson McAndrew-Uren coming back into it. Now, Austin Oman coming into the Bobby Game corner twice last year. He went from 4th to 1st in that corner on the last lap. It wasn't the best. We had Zach Champley, who had 5 in 1. That he was the biggest from 5th to 1st in one place, in one move. Oh! Oliver Spencer! All the hard work gets undone. The global karting driver started at the back, raced his way to the front, and now is back at the back again on the final lap. The 3 KR Sport karts now, Millward, Smith and Cook tripping over each other as well.
That was a really, really strange incident there for Oliver Spencer. Do hope Oliver is okay.
I mean, it's almost like his brakes didn't work.
That's exactly what I was thinking there, that something did not go right there. Meanwhile, still loads of battles going on for 4th place. No problem for Tom Reed. Tom Reed has put this race together very, very nicely indeed. He is under investigation, we should state, from earlier on in the race. But Tom Reed takes the checkered flag, takes the provisional race win from Austin Oman. Emerson McAndrew-Uren somehow comes home in 3rd place, despite not having only 1 but 2 times karts going over the back of his rear axle. Alfie Ward home in 4th, ahead of Lucian Smith and Ryan White. Good to see Luke Millward back up towards the front of a grid that we've commentated on, Henry. Not the result he would have wanted in 7th place, but still some positives there to take into the next round.
Emerson McAndrew-Uren's rear bumper is about to write a letter to Motorsport UK claiming it's been bullied in that race. Not 1 but 2 rearward assaults from other drivers. Not Emerson, the bumper. There we go. Reed, Oman, McAndrew-Uren, Ward, Smith and Ryan White. Mentioned, Lando White, the 4-month-old Rottweiler puppy, will be very pleased. He was Ryan's 13th birthday present was Lando. Luke Millward, Josh Cook, Barney Murrow, James Roots. The Roots is not on fire just yet. Smouldering in 10th place. Aidan Hammond, Leo Livings, looking down the order. Mick Clinkers from Strawberry Racing down to 60th. Now we're looking back. Atacamia finishing back in 24th place. Sebastian Behrman gaining ground there at the end. Oliver Spencer finishing in 29th position. We're looking at Alfie Mayer failing to finish. The only driver, Jacob Underhill and Alfie Mayer, DNF. There is Alfie Ward putting his kart into just outside the scrutineering area. Micromax will be up next, but of course we're going to have there's Alfie just
a note
having a breather. There's Nigel Horner from HRS Engines as Austin Oman's engine builder.
Good work there by Austin, continuing to impress in his debut season in Minimax 950. Just a note on the 2 retirements, both of them had mechanical flags, that's why Jacob Underhill and Alfie Mayer did not see the end of that race. More to come here, though, from PF International, straight up after this.
The eyes of young Scottish lady Chloe McGill. Oh, good handshake. Excellent handshake there from Chloe McGill. She's got a special graphics kit. Sam Pollock Racing did her own graphics kit for her. And she is driving really well. Like I said, something clicked at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. And it's carried over to here. She is going to start this Micromax race from the 3rd row of the grid. Position number 6. Just still focus. You always wonder, what are the drivers thinking of right there? Obviously they've been, her dad looking after her, a mechanic. You got to focus on this. Is she just looking ahead, waiting? This is when the butterflies kick in. The minute the whistle goes and you start the engine, the butterflies go. Now, visor down. Here is Micromax. Benedictus Masiokas, Alfie Garrett, row 1, RBJ Stubbs, Sebastian Crawford, row 2, Dimitar Uzanov, Chloe McGill, row 3.
On row 4, 2 drivers who were here last year, Albert Farrow and Dax Farah. Teddy Murphy and Otto Amy completes the top 10. On row 6, Ralph Martin and Charlie Page.
Charlie Page winning the international trophy. Harris Barber and the UAE champion, Benjamin Karachkovic. On row number 7, Ronnie Allen, Liam O'Hanlon, the driver coming over from Dubai and Abu Dhabi, who have got live streaming of their championship now, beginning in their Rotax championship, beginning in 2025, I believe. Freddie Walker and Freddie Blackshaw are next.
Reggie Chandler and Jensen Darlow go from row number 10. Darlow, currently the club championship leader here at Trent Valley Kart Club. Zach Andrew and Oliver Wood will go from row number 11. It's Ollie Brunt and Ted Hayward on row number 12.
Edison Burrows and Arlo Gamble round at the field. Now, our second cameraman, we're going to have our 3rd pole going up now. We've got another camera op challenge in this race. Reggie Chandler There he is, number 44. Race suit, crash helmet, absolutely on point. ARC Ash Crossy has done a superb job. Reggie's mum is busy on her mate's hen do. So she's about 3 bottles of Prosecco deep at the moment. But in the pub or the bar or wherever they are, screaming at the TV. What can Reggie do? Starting down towards the back. And we are off and racing. It's Benedictus Masiokas leading the youngest members of the of the grid here at Kartmasters 2025, all safely, cleanly through turns 1, 2, and 3 over the bridge, and you can see that Chloe McGill is leading the second part. There she goes to the inside. The number 47 was slow there. Why was the number 47, Alfie Garrett? Didn't get a good release off the bridge, did he?
No, not the kind of start that Alfie Garrett would have been looking for, having started from the front row of the grid. Down the inside, nice move there by Sebastian Crawford in the red and white GSF car parts. Backed Origin Motorsports car. Love that livery once again. And that move from Crawford is going to put him up into the top 4 in the early stages of this race.
And of course, this is the first event that Alfie Garrett has raced in since his age. He's now double figures. He's turned 10.
The big 1-0.
The big 1-0. Alfie Garrett. Okay, viewers, the third matchup in our search to find the Ultimate Kartmasters champion, one of the original Kartmasters winners, Bobby Game. He won in the UK from the 80s all the way up. He was the KGP, or the sort of like world final winner in the KGP class in about 2014. 30 years winning races around the world, including one of the first Kartmasters victories in 1996. Bobby Game was the Formula A champion at the inaugural Kartmasters, going through Bobby Game corner because he is such a legend in karting. And he goes up against the most decorated as all. And there's an issue, the number 77 of Mr. Murphy. Teddy Murphy getting caught up there. Sorry, quickly finish the 20th. Bobby Game going against the 9-time Kartmasters champion Ben Barnacote in our next round of 16. Now, that was the 35 got Dax Farah getting sort of tipped into half a spin, and as he corrected, sadly, I hope that Teddy Murphy has got away without a bent rear axle. Let's catch back up. It's Masiokas, Fero, Alfie J. Stubbs, Dimitar Uzanov, Sebastian Crawford, Chloe McGill, Alfie Garrett, Otto Amy, Ralph Martin, Harris Barber, your top 10.
7 minutes to go then in this one. Looking a little bit further down the order, who's making nice progress? Well, Jensen Darlow is up 7 spots, racing for Jack's Motorsport as Garrett continues this recovery. That was down the inside of Crawford for P5. Good to see a good number. As I say, the majority of the drivers on this grid have not raced for the Kartmasters before.
Nope.
My count is 5 of the 26 competed in 2024 in some shape or form. Not all of them in this class. We've, Reggie Chandler, for example, I think was in Waterford Restricted last year.
Which they're not running this year. They changed the licensing rules, which means we've got 7 classes.
But what I like is that the number of club runners.
Yes,
from Trent Valley. You've got Darlow, you've got Zach Andrew in this race as well, Ronnie Allen. These are all new names in terms of the national scene per se. We've not seen them on the British Kart Championships touring calendar so far this season, but they're giving a really good account of themselves. I say Allen up in 12th place at the moment, has gained 3. Darlow up 7th to 13th.
A big hello. We got a big contingent of very fast Dutch drivers.
We have
here. And another very fast Dutch driver, bring the noise, Kees Moyes is watching. Hello, Kees. Good to hear from you. Glad you're enjoying it. We got people from Ottoman Radio from Turkey. Unfortunately, no Zane Sofwaglu's not racing. He's still a Bambino. and we don't run the Bambino classes here at the British Grand Prix.
But give it a few years.
Give it a few years. Now, we were having this discussion, weren't we? Turkey. How was that on the Turkey? But Zain Safawoglu, is he here? Nay, he's not. But in a few years' time, I'm sure he will be. 4 at the front: Masiokas, Fero, Stubbs, and Uzanov. Dimitar Uzanov, the JPD UK driver, Jason Dredge, running Dimitar Uzanov. He's very, very quick. He's been racing for about, he's not even 18 months now since he first sat in a kart. 17, 18 months. Is he quick enough to win Kartmasters? Absolutely. Does he have the racecraft in a big final with everything on the line against drivers? I know we're talking about Micromax here, but Masiokas, Stubbs, Fero, Charlie Page, a few more who have been in this situation. I mean, Masiokas has been in this situation before. He's wearing the O plate. That's the British Open title. Ralph Martin's been in this situation before. He's already a Motorsport UK champion in Bambino. Charlie Page, he won the international trophy 2 weeks ago at Le Mans. Has Benedictus got the smarts? Because this is tame, boys and girls. This is calm racing here at the front. The 4 leaders, 2 teammates. Then there is the Sam Pollock Racing number 96 of Stubbs and the JPD UK kart of Uzanov. This is calm. This is working together. You could see them all looking over their shoulder just to try and see how much of a gap they've built up over Alfie Garrett in 5th. The answer is 2.5 seconds. Some of these curves are frighteningly large. Now, coming through this curve, you can see there the 42 of Fero getting the kart up on top of the curve to help rotate it through the corner. Now, with 3.5 minutes to go, Stubbs has a little look. That could cost Stubbs. Watch Uzanov. Will he make the move? No. Not yet. And you've got K9 Security Services. They sponsor RBJ Stubbs. They decided to sponsor this event as well.
Good stuff indeed from them. The good top speed again from the SFR Motorsport boys, with a bit of a slipstream as well, of course, for Albert Ferro at the end of the pit straight through the Bruno Ferrari S's. This is a close race between these top 4. You mentioned Uzanov as well.
Yep.
I had a little look back and a little reminder. I wasn't here that weekend, unfortunately, but of course the O plate was here at the very start of the season.
Yes.
The improvement for Uzanov so far, P7 in the final back in March, and now, stepping up to P4, it shows how much progress he's made in the last 4 or 5 months.
Tav Kirk from PFI Karting has just paid for that camera shot because it shows that the lawnmower here does work. That, the soft carpet of grass around the circuit. There's the pond in the middle. The Coventry keeps breaking up. It's driving.
That's the ring road.
The ring road around Coventry's broken up.
Again,
the tarmac. Oh, she means the commentary. But I think the idea is you close YouTube, then reopen it, and that fixed the issue. Thank you, Jessica. We hope. Now, less than 2 minutes ago, RBJ Stubbs has another look, and that's good. Now, that is, a no fighting from Albert Ferro, but it does look at the difference. Already, that one move going into a hairpin has cost them 10 kart lengths. The good news is they're going to close up on that easily halfway down the main straight. The slipstream is so great here. Ellis Bell brings, thank you, Ellis. I've got my Iron Blue t-shirt, that's good. A couple of years ago. There is our Chief Marshal, Glyn Griffiths. Seeing how long it's the lunch break? No, Glyn, he's overseeing all the marshal activity here. Once again, very few incidents so far this morning, but the marshals always on hand to get those issues fixed.
Moves down the order. Good news for the Chandler family. Reggie's up 6 places so far in this race. Not quite the biggest mover in this race so far, though. That's Arlo Gamble Arlo up 8 spots for the Sam Pollitt Racing team and up into the top 20. Meanwhile, though, it's starting to get a little bit spicy at the front of this Micromax UK first heat of the weekend. Benediktas Masiokas has been in this position a lot in 2025 at the front of the field, but he's not always had a competitor right on his rear bumper. This has been a very measured performance so far for the driver flying the flag for Lithuania. 2 more laps to go, and here goes Stubbs. Stubbs has had a lot of practice in P1 in the IAMI categories. He wants a bit of success to start the weekend here at Kartmasters. Takes the lead in Micromax UK, and Masiokas now under a bit of pressure from Pharaoh.
Sam Fugit, James' brother, he'll be pleased with that. That was calm. It was a good exit from the corner. Masiokas didn't find it. Now Uzanov moves up. So Stubbs, Masiokas, Uzanov, and Pharaoh with a crossover. Just a little bit of tyre-to-tyre contact. And here we go. Masiokas makes the move, and the crossover is not complete. Masiokas trying to hang tough on the outside. The clock strikes 0. Here we go. Tyler Harris on the live chat. No, Tyler, I shall not buy you out. You bring me Iron Brew and I'll be very happy. Here we go. Into the Bruno Ferrari S's for the final time. Under the bridge. Masiokas to the inside, out onto the bowl. And Stubbs is going to get forced wide. He's going to lose a place because Pharaoh is back to P2.
Really good racing once again here from Micromax UK. Look at the point forward there from Albert Pharaoh to say to his teammates, don't defend, push forward. Pharaoh doing a bit of a job here for the SFR Motorsport team with those new colours. Stubbs with nowhere to go. He's going to try and do the switch back out of hairpin number 2, but that's well dealt with there by Albert Pharaoh. Look at Garrett and Crawford, they're closing in. If there's a bit of drama between these 3 later on, they could pick up some positions, but Benediktas Masiokas, Henry, on the way to another win, is down the inside. Uzanov takes P3.
That is probably P2 on the naughty cutback scale, but Masiokas, the O plate, is going to take victory in the first of the Micromax heats. Oh, what's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra on the live chat. Hello, Via. Now we're going to play a game in the second Micromax race. We need your help. So Reggie Chandler is crossing the line. Where did he finish? 14th in that one. Now Reggie's mum's on a hen do. That means there's alcohol involved. Where's Reggie going to be starting that next race? Reggie is 19th. How many shots? 1 shot per position? The hen party sounds like a fair deal. So that's 5 shots. Reggie's mum needs to do on a hen do. I don't know where it is. It's either going to be a classy hen do, we're having a spa, or is it going to be a proper, just caning it right in some. Which is it? 5 shots every single time Reggie Chandler picks up position. Mum and the rest of the hen do have to do a shot. How's that? Get you involved. Benjamin Karachkovic, he's over here. The JNKD sponsored driver. Tough outing, Benjamin, but this is what these drivers need. They're coming from the UAE, coming from all these different countries. There are 24 countries here altogether. There's 24 countries together. People come here, they might end up with a rough result. They're used to winning, but then they get a lot of experience. Kai Bachini, hello, you're back down in Parc Ferme. What's going on?
And now that we're back on schedule with our timings, you lucky lot at home are treated to some more driver interviews. Now, Benediktas, we spoke to you earlier on today. You said you were confident to win the whole thing. This has to be a dream start to the morning.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, so that looked like a little bit of a difficult heat there. You had a lot of battling, so how about you talk us through that?
Well, at the start, I managed to keep the lead, and then with 1 minute left, LBJ Stubbs overtook me. Then on the final lap, I managed to do him.
So once you started seeing them battle a little bit behind you, did that give you some more confidence that you would be able to run away with that one?
Yeah.
Perfect, Benedictas. Thank you very much for your time. Hey, pole and quali and a heat win to start the morning for Benedictas. Brilliant for him. We're going to have a quick ad break before our final heat of the morning.
Welcome to Lincolnshire Competitions, a game of chance and a lot of fun. Not just in Lincolnshire, but for everyone. If you're looking for a competition site, then look no further. With a friendly community of 70,000 members, over £7 million in prizes have been won, and over £1 million in prizes given away. Instant wins are paid out within 24 hours, and our staff are always on hand to help. From cash and cars to laundry and food bundles, we have something for everyone.
Time for Water Swift. Alfie Davidson and Night Measures. Row number 1, Jensen Ackerman and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Enzo Butterazzi and George Clark on row 3.
Austin Houston and Chester Forks go from 4. Luke Narroway and Christian Kobe on 5. Harry Williams and Henrik Clark due to go from row 6.
Row 7, Austin Gibson, Harry Chapman, Riley Murrow, Zach Champney. Row 8, row 9, Charlie Clough and Daniel Ferguson.
Row 10, Colby Patterson and Mason Hibbert, Alessandro Salas, Ethan Owen, Jacob Nairn and Ilyas Sami take us down to 24.
George Graves, William Bennett, Orion Mehta, Margaret Kavetskis on the Apollo, Ruben Sagoo and Joseph Davis.
And the last two on the grid for this one, Alfie Mayer and Hugo Williamson. So the last field running through the Mike Wilson complex before the lunch break.
We'll on the live chat
yesterday as well.
Let's keep it here. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. It's a false start. Good, because we've had a lovely morning on the live chat. Now, hang on a second. I wasn't advocating that the kids were drinking, or they do need to drink water. I was saying that Reg Chandler's mum on a hen do, which I mean. So I do apologise if I've upset anybody.
Could be no
mentioning karting and children drinking alcohol in the same breath. But we'll leave that one. Now, let's talk positive. Look at that bright blue kart. Luca Narroway.
Number 17.
Yes. So, Luca Narroway. He went to the Bluebird Museum a little while ago and was really taken with the story of Donald Campbell. And Bluebird. If you're not sure what Donald Campbell is, the Bluebird. There's that number 17. That was the boat he built that did the speed record. Water speed record. It then flipped at Coniston Water, and he was killed. And it remained under the water at Coniston Water for many years. And Luca Narrow, he was really taken by this. He told the family, he told the museum, look, I really want to do something, and they have given their blessing, and that kart now is kitted up like the Bluebird. The graphics kit has even got the rivets on the graphics kit. It is absolutely outstanding. Okay, let's get back to the racing. The latest poll is ongoing. The smoke clears and the lights go out.
Good start then from Alfie Davidson. Good start from Knight Measures as well, who will hold on to second place. Wants a bit of redemption here this weekend. All has a look down the inside of Davidson there. Big field here in Water Swift. Can they all get through the first few corners onto the bridge now? It's looking pretty good so far as they head down to hairpin 1 for the first time. Confident start from the reigning IAME Water Swift Restricted British champion. Alfie Davidson is your leader.
Up towards hairpin number 2 as we head through the short chute now. Up in a second place on that OMS kart. I believe that's the OMS kart now being run the team by former world champion Danny Curl. Knight Measures has looked very, very good at the Chester Forks. And there is Harry Chapman just in front of Chester Forks, just behind Chester Forks, rather. Usually runs as an independent now with the Henry Gregory Motorsport team. And we go through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Single file, there is the Bluebird with Luca Naraway running in. Oh, what is Harry Williams is out there in this class, the O plate. He's not doing double duty though. No. So there are only 2 drivers, Alfie Mayer and Riley Murrow, are doing double duty in this class. So there, the Bluebird. Well, it can walk on water, but what about tarmac? And there is Knight Measures back up to the what was that? 4th position?
3rd place.
3rd place. Sorry.
Change for the lead as through goes Alfie Davidson ahead of Enzo Buttarazzi. That's going to get a little bit tight into Bobby Game corner, and all of a sudden Alfie Davidson, look at this, he's going to have to wait here for an opportunity to slot back in. I think he's dropped down to around 6th or 7th place. If you've not watched IAME Water Swift so far in the British karting season of 2025, this is what it's like.
This is
every heat, every race they come out, it is toe-to-toe as here goes Knight Measures down the inside. We know he's quick round these parts. He was very strong 3 weeks ago for the visit to the British Championships. Here on Kartmasters weekend, he wants to start with a win.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in a row, and back to the front, being shoveled into the race lead. Enzo Buttarazzi on the Jade Racing bill, and that lead lasted all of 1 straight away as Austin Newstead, the baby-faced assassin, moves into top spot. By the way, speeds in the Water Swift class upwards of 50 miles an hour. That's 50 miles an hour.
7 minutes of this race to go then. Austin Newstead is your race leader. Best result for Newstead in his Kartmasters career. 3rd place a couple of years ago back in IAME Water Swift Restricted. He would love to go further. He would love to take that number 4 plate, which he earned in last year's British Championship, and replace it with the GP plate for the next 12 months, or have the right to use it for the next 12 months. Of course, Austin Newstead running in IAME Water Swift probably would be looking up to a junior move next year to continue his career. But that's for the future.
Depends
this is
on
for now.
Depends on age. Depends on his age. You're only allowed to move up at a certain age. Now, where is Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio has dropped to 7th place through the Fullerton S's. Those 2 green and white karts. There's Pietrantonio with their great graphics kits, great crash helmet. It's a sort of a gold reflective crash helmet, so depending on where the sun is, it changes colour almost. It's one of those really cool sort of like reflective paint schemes. The paint they use is...
Just looking a bit further down the order, we noted this a few weeks ago, didn't we, mate, about Ilyas Sami and the improvements from Ilyas Sami. Well, he's up 8 places in this race so far for the OMS karting team, so keep an eye if you're trackside for the number 26, up now into P16.
Down the hill towards hairpin number 1. Butterazzi tailing Newstead. He's not going to make a dive into hairpin number 2. There's the number 91, Christian Kobe, George Clark and Night Measures. That's the battle you can see highlighted on the scoring pylon. They're 3rd, 4th and 5th. Henry Clark is the second of the green and white OMS racing car. There is the Bluebird going through, Luca Narroway. And the 51 car, Charlie Clough, with the big cartoon eyes. No, that wasn't Charlie Clough. Who's in front of Charlie Clough? That would be Zach Champney. Zach Champney with the big cartoon eyes on the top of his crash helmet. Here are your race leaders going under the bridge out into the bowl.
4.5 minutes remaining then. Newstead continuing to control this race. He's not dominating this race at the moment, but he's working with Butterazzi to try and edge that gap away from Kobe and George Clark. George Clark, another driver who has thoroughly impressed me so far in 2025. Henry has some good form coming into this Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix.
Oh, I gotta say, I can feel our first troll being banned on the live chat coming in very soon. Producer James has got the bad finger out. Number 1 troll is gonna be gone very shortly. Boom. Gone. Bye-bye. We'll keep it respectful on the live chat. 100%. I'm not going to stand for it, but this is a chance to have a really positive impact on the sport. We've got international broadcast colleagues. We've got, work going on, and I will not have it, and neither will Alpha Live. So we're going to keep it on the racing only, and that goes for some of you others as well. And I apologise if you thought I was advocating drinking for children, Mark. I do respect you as a former British champion. Anyway, back to the racing on the circuit. Austin Newstead, the baby-faced assassin.
Really, really looking good in this one at the moment at the front of the field, but good work from Christian Kobe, George Clark and Night Measures as well to pull these two race leaders back. Through the Mike Wilson complex they go. Looking a bit further down the leaderboard, who is continuing to make progress. Mason Hibbert up 5 spots, is now into the top 15. Another driver who's had some good results here in recent weeks. Tough start to Kartmasters 2025, unfortunately for Chester Fawkes. Fawkes, I think, maybe out of this race, is showing us in the pits. The E-plate holder won that at Shennington a couple of weeks ago. Meanwhile, Butterazzi's gone for the race lead and he's got it. How did Enzo Butterazzi do that? He went up the inside of Austin Newstead, then appeared on the outside. There is Chester Fawkes and the Argenti-backed OMS Racing Prepared Machine. Chester Fawkes. What I will say, though, is number of times Chester... lost one of the parts of the drive there. Now, is that going to be for the water pumps, the radiators, perhaps?
Yeah, that is good. I mean, he pulled in, obviously, but that would be things... It was water swift. It doesn't go very long
without the water.
Yes.
But Chester Fawkes, he knows how to come back from adversity, particularly round this place. For those of you who perhaps don't know Chester Fawkes, in the British Championships last year, he was on the podium in every single round final. Here's a change to the lead, though. Christian Kobe down the inside of Butterazzi. And no, not for long, though, because there goes his teammate Austin Newstead down the inside, round the bowl, retakes the race lead.
Across the bridge we go, down towards... There have been 1 minute 10 seconds to go. Kobe, Newstead, 1-2 Perfusion, Butterazzi, Clark, Measures, Davidson, Harry Williams, the O-Plate champion, then Ackerman, Gibson. Well, I mean, Ackerman in 9, 2 seconds cover the top 9. Then there's a huge train from 10th place on back.
And keep an eye, I've not seen him so far in this race. Austin Gibson, Aussie Gibson in the number 5, took a double round victory at this circuit just 3 weeks ago. So another driver that we know is in good form, could close in the latter laps here. Yes, he's 3 seconds behind the back of this pack, but with it so big, so many karts in it, that 3 seconds could disappear very, very quickly indeed. And Newstead's trying to back it up.
Wow.
Round the outside. There we go. First one of the weekend. George Clark's done it.
First Slim Shady round the outside. And he almost went from the outside to the inside. That's move of the weekend so far.
Look at this from Christian Kobe. He's not going to get the lead, but he'll get second place. Another round the outside move. Well, we've waited a few races for it to happen. Thank you very much, Miami Water Swift. Once again, the entertainers of 2025 are back on show. And here comes Alfie Davidson back up the inside. Back, it's a fusion 1, 2, 3, 4 now. Here's Henry Clark having a go at Jensen Ackerman. That could open things for Harry Williams. And again, keep an eye on that chasing pack. They're not closing in too much at the moment. They're having their own scrap back there. In 10th place, the likes of Hibbert, Morrow, Narroway, and others. Onto the final lap. Christian Kobe pointing forward to his teammate there, Austin Newstead, to say, don't defend. Newstead is going to defend. Reminder, everybody, this is Heat 1. Heat 1
of 4.
The 4 before we even start talking pre-finals and finals.
Did I see a kart slowing coming off the bridge further back? I'm not... Potentially. There was a kart just falling off the pace going through the bridge there. Here we go. It's Newstead, Kobe, and look at George Clark and Alfie Davidson. Right, it is 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Fusion Motorsport team.
Into the last couple of corners then. Austin Newstead has just got to hit his apexes, and he's going to have this first heat of Kartmasters 2025 in his hands through the final couple of corners. Checkered flag in the end. Very, very entertaining race for Miami Water Swift. Newstead, by 1/4 of a second, takes it from Kobe. Clark, Davidson, Fusion Motorsport have come to play this weekend. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 for them. Night measures showing once again he's got good race pace around this place. Solid top 5. Can work on that for the rest of the day. Enzo Butterazzi, very entertaining drive there, and secures a top 6, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Again, Butterazzi, a very strong performance. Italian driver as we head down through the order. Behind the top 6, Harry Williams, who's had a bit of time off because of an injury. Now he's back and cleared to race, so that is he's in P7. Henry Clark competed right at the front there, and lucky to come home in 8th place. Jensen Ackerman, Mason Hibbert, Luca Narroway in the Bluebird, and Daniel Ferguson, the 12th place finisher. Colby Patterson. It's quiet start for Colby Patterson. Quiet. I think that is the way to describe it. We expect more, and we'll get more. The Apollo kart for Margaris Kvetskis, 24th position. Last year's Water Swift restricted GP plate holder Alessandro Salas, 26th. William Bennett, 28th. And sadly, Chester Forks, the OMS kart, failing to finish. Well, the marshals here at Trent Valley Kart Club take a quick break. See Dan Ashton waving his hands like he just doesn't care, walking off the circuit as well. We're going to be going down to Kai Bachini, and Kai will then throw it over to the first half of yesterday's Paddock show. Take it away, Kai.
Well, it's not an introduction by myself this time, because I already have the Water Swift winner here with me of Austin Newstead. Didn't look like you had that race easy, did you?
No, obviously I started to get a bit of a gap, and me and someone else got a little bit of a way, not sure who it was. But then towards the end, they all just caught back up. I dropped back a few times, but managed to get back through, and I managed to defend it good enough to keep the win.
So in those circumstances, you must be under so much pressure. How do you keep a calm head?
There's a lot of different ways, but just going into some of those corners, I'm in first place trying to defend, and I have a whole pack of 5 behind me, all trying to push me wide, let some of them do. So I'm just have to keep on the brakes really hard and hope that I can keep it round.
Well, well done, Austin. A great start to the morning for the rest of your Kartmasters.
Yeah, it was very good. Hopefully you can keep that going throughout the whole weekend.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for your time. That was Austin Newstead, our winner of the Water Swift class in Heat 1. But that does round up all of the action for this morning, unfortunately. But make sure to stick around because organised chaos, to say the least, is coming up next in the first edition of 2025 Kartmasters Paddock Show.
It's the first weekend in August. Where else in the world would you rather be? There's only one place. It's PF International, Lincolnshire. This is Kartmasters 2025. Hello and welcome to the 30th running of the famed GP plate meeting. And we've not only got an international entry, we've got an international broadcast team. Xander Clements from Kart Chaser, Mr. Karting USA. Kai Bachini, former BBC Young Commentator of the Year award. Welcome. It's your first Kartmasters on this side of the microphone. What have you made of it so far?
Oh, I mean, the turnout's mega. First of all, also my first trip ever here to PF International. This place is incredible. I've just gotten to see only really the last bit of the last couple practice sessions, but I've watched this event. Obviously, Alpha Live's done a great job covering it over the years. That makes it easy to come in and try to be informed, but there's still a lot I've got to learn. A lot of differences, but a lot of the same stuff too.
And Kai, you know, your first time here as well. We've got Andrew Mather as well tomorrow, so there's going to be 4 of us. What do you make of this event?
Well, it's the staple of British motorsport, isn't it? It's the biggest race on the British calendar. I mean, I've been in and around it since my cadet karting days, so it's an honour to be on the broadcast side of it today.
Excellent. It's great to have you on board as well. So, Paddock Show is going to be slightly different. We've got 2 halves of it. The first half, 25 minutes or so, will go out on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and it'll be played during the lunch break on Friday. The second half is a YouTube exclusive. We love a bit of bonus Paddock Show, but before we get that underway, we're going to have some tyre games. Xander's going to try eating some wonderful British food. We're going to try and find some Paddock Show pooches, and we're going to get tired out. We've got some contestants here. We've got teams from Hunter Motorsport, Fusion Motorsport, Vismo International, and a sort of mixture of Oliver Spencer and somebody else. They're going to be playing Tired Out a bit later on, so you've got about 10 minutes to get ready for that. But first of all, let's introduce Nigel Edwards. Nigel, chairman of Trent Valley Kart Club.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Nigel.
UK,
How are you? How are you?
Welcome. Good to see you.
304 drivers. Could you have imagined what this event has turned into when you first ran it back in 1996?
Long time ago, but no, absolutely fantastic. And I mean, it's with no measure to people like yourself, people like Alpha and that, you know, we've all grown together, haven't we, I think, really, in the event. And this is the biggest entry we've ever had, so you in my head I often think, has it had its day, is there, you know, but you know, even when I go around Europe and the world, people are, you know, mention it, like you mentioned as well, you know, in America, people have seen it. It's a fantastic one-off event. We know it is a one-off, we know that's goods and bads, but no, fantastic event, and we're proud that, you know, we've got that entry for this year. It's brilliant.
And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, Trent Valley Kart Club, they put on something special every year. There's Sims. We're going to go and have a little go at the Sims in a minute. There's lots of shops in here and stuff you can look at. Food everywhere. There's entertainment, quiz night, what have you. £10.
DJ nights.
Oh
my goodness me. Yeah, we'll keep clear, Henry.
Yes, it's £10 per adult to get in. Under 16s go free. We're going to be starting broadcasting at 10 o'clock Friday morning. 3 full days, lots of paddock shows. Let's get this paddock walk started. Right, you lot can go and wait by the tyres and strategise. And there you go. No problems, Nigel. So, let's go and have a look, because this is, hello there, drivers. We're going to speak to as many drivers as possible. Kai, you can come along as well. You're going to go and manage Tired Out for us and practice that. See you in a minute. So, first impressions of British karting. I suppose the only way to compare something in the US is Supernats in Las Vegas. A one-off special event at a unique place.
Yeah, it feels very similar. It feels a bit of a blend of that, and over the last couple of years, the IAMA USA Grand National is also a big one-off, but it's at a permanent circuit, right? So that one turnout is a tick smaller than this one. Supernats, a few more classes, so the venue's a bit bigger. This is kind of somewhere in the middle, but again, at the same point, when you look individually on the grids, it's very Supernats-esque, right? You have split
alphabet soup
Yep.
heats, right?
Yep.
Groups A, B, and C. We'll get into a lot of the differences of structure. I think that'll be interesting to keep up with of the dynamics of it because, again, some of it will be 3 groups, some will be 4. Obviously, I believe in 1 or 2 classes that might only be 1 or 2 split groups, but all together to make it to Sunday.
Yeah, and we've got 62 drivers in, I think, junior Rotax. There's 50 plus in senior Rotax, senior X30. There's a bollard there, Xander. How's that?
Yeah, that's also, there's a lot of differences about the paddock. Just everything looks a little bit different. You can definitely tell. But at the same point, my goodness, first of all, just blown away by this facility. I mean, to have buildings and infrastructure like this is incredible. So there's no better site easily to have an event of this caliber.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Hello to James. Hello, James. Are you okay? Is he better than Anthony Jordan already? Excellent. See, that's a good.
Man, you're making
sign.
enemies. I've not even been in this country for 24 hours, and I've already now got people upset because of you.
Well, I'm trying to make you welcome back to the motherland. Okay, KR Sport. Let's have a wander in there. Obviously, in the US, karting's exploding at the moment. Huge entries, but the British are coming over to the States. We've got one American driver here. You recognise some of the drivers, but yeah, KR Sport, one of the powerhouses of British karting and European karting. Let's have a little wander in here. I suppose the only comparison really, the PSL, Rollerson Performance Group in the USA. Right, let's speak to a young lady that made a bit of history. Eva Morris. Hello. Right, last week at Le Mans for the International Trophy, 88 junior drivers?
I think it was 72.
72, there or thereabouts.
Ah, you got it all.
Oh, well, and this young lady was the fastest of all in qualifying. First young lady to be fastest in qualifying against a great junior field. What are your plans this weekend, apart from to win?
To win, yeah. Do well. I hope to get sponsorship because we need that for the rest of the year and next year, but yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Right, there's Dad Paul over there. Who cried more when you got pole position at Le Mans? Dad or Mum or you?
Well, I got told that when my mum found out, she screamed the whole awning down, so.
Very good, very good. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, some of these drivers, it'd be great to see. Rotax in the US isn't as big as it is over here. X30 is the main kettle of fish. Yeah, I mean, what have we got? Mr. Bleakley, Kai Clark, lots of awnings. Sean Butcher. Sean, come this way. 5 heats at Le Mans last week. You passed 126 drivers. Messed it up in the super heat. Well, you can't mess it up. And then you came back and one of the best performances I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Your mechanic wasn't very good. He was obviously sleeping on the job, Stephen Letts.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't him. It was one of them. It was just destined to be.
Destined to be. Did you watch Le Mans last week, or were you busy with Scooser Supermaster? This is a driver that we need to see in Scooser.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, Sean, I've heard of you. I've followed a little bit of what we can over here. It's tough because our days, I mean, just like a karting day here, right, is long. And Scooser last weekend was that for us. But in terms of your career and this weekend, what would a win here in any category, specifically for you at this point in your career, do?
I've never won this event. I'm not racing this weekend, unfortunately, but yeah, again, it's just all about publicity, and if you can win the race, then it's never a bad thing, is it?
Who's got the unfortunate distinction of having you look after him this weekend, then?
All of them.
All of them? Yeah, so you're driver coaching the whole lot?
Yeah, I'll just not teach them about quali.
Yeah. Fastest lap?
Yeah.
All right, so that's actually one thing I do have a question on here. And watching a couple of the practices, and I've been told, I guess this is just a bit par for the course of burning the first about minute to 2 minutes to 3 minutes and just giving a couple minutes at the end. And then the quali this weekend's a 3-lap average. So was there any thought under the KR Sport tent of, well, let's run the full session, or no, we're going to focus on just 3 money laps because that's what we think we'll have in quali?
Yeah, it's hard because, well, they all have to obviously scrub their new tyre, and for the juniors, it's like, it's a lot tougher. We've done it before. We've sent carts out straight away, but yeah, I don't know. It depends on what everyone else is doing.
Xander is, he's yet to learn how sneaky British drivers are. He wouldn't believe me. Everyone's going to wait till the last 2 minutes, and then they're going to roll out, and it's going to be fireworks all over the place for one flying lap. they're not all going to go out in 5 minutes at all, are they?
Yeah, you're basically banking on everyone else to wait as well.
Yeah, you're going to have 5 minutes of qualifying, and then the first 3 minutes is going to be looking at an empty track. Someone will go out, usually one of the privateers, get a nice bit of coverage, and then at the last minute, all heck breaks
See, like
loose.
that part I do get. I mean, that's pretty standard across the board. You go to any major European event, and we'll have it sometimes in the States events when the qualies are long, and that's why a lot of the series over here, I've just said, screw it, we're just going to do 2-lap qualifyings, and that's all you have. But my question is more about practice today, because even in practices today, everyone's waiting a little bit. Is that simply because you're just worried about trying to be out with the right group, and it's who blinks?
Yeah, like, to be honest, a lot of tracks in the UK, well, not so much tracks in the UK, but this track in particular, like, you have to be in the tow. So everyone wants a chase, and all it takes is one fast kid to go out, everyone will follow. But, yeah, it's a big question if that happens.
Fair enough.
Right, thank you, Sean. Good luck to, should I say good luck or commiserations to the KR Sport team? No, Sean's he's an excellent driver. He's one of the drivers. He's a career karter, early mid-20s now. One of the professionals of the sport. Now, big news. Those of you who watch karting know that Albert Friend has been synonymous with strawberry racing for about 3 years now, but he's moved. Biggest move in the paddock. He's gone from strawberry to DHR. This is now where we walk about 8 miles down one awning. DHR have normally got about 30 drivers here, which is pretty impressive. Some of them have come over to the US before. Let's have a little look in the DHR awning. Right, is Mr. Friend in here? Right, first of all, there's multiple British champion Macaulay Bishop. We'll dig him in the ribs. There we go. Hello.
All right.
Thought you said you were going home, and that's why you couldn't do the tyre game. Are you fibbing?
No, I've got a seat to change, so I'm a bit busy.
What?
I'm busy, look.
You're busy, are you?
Yeah, I'm busy. I'm very busy.
I thought, where's Mason? He's normally the mechanic. They won't let you near a go-kart.
No, he got sacked.
You got sacked? Your brother got sacked? Don't behave yourself, This driver has won more British championships in the modern era than anyone else. You're a bit of a rocket ship, you know. Le Mans International Trophy winner, cadet. What was it? IARMY. What else have you won title in? Junior X30, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax?
Yeah, 4.
Four different classes he's been champion in, and you're equal on the same number of final wins the British Championship with Mr. Kai Hunter.
Well, hopefully I'm going to beat him, beat the record. Well, we've got like 3 rounds left, so 3 opportunities to beat it, so we'll see.
Nice. Tell Xander Xander, so Macaulay here, he's from Hoddesdon. Right, give us some Cockney rhyming slang. Xander's got to understand the lingo. Right, what do we got?
Well, we speak English. We're in England, so...
Well, what about apples and pears?
I don't know.
Oh, no, well, you're rubbish. Rubbish, isn't he? There's he. Yeah. Apples and pears. What are apples and pears? Stairs. Apples and pears, stairs. Cockney rhyming slang. Right. Here's Mr. Friend here. Here
lost.
We go. Let's have a
so
look.
lost.
Pun?
What?
Apples and pears, stairs. Cockney rhyming slang. You're still a black. You're back. You'll learn. Right, so let's get involved here. Right, here we go. Mr. Holland. Big move.
Oh, man.
Oh, Panda. No, don't run away. Don't run away. Lee, this is Lee. Lee, you look so good in blue. How much weight has this man lost? Hey, what, Panda, 0.5. First of all, World Championship winning mechanic with Callum Bradshaw a few years ago. Loves talking on the microphone. How's it going?
Yeah, good, mate.
Do you want to say hi to the wife and kids?
No, not really.
Oh, they don't watch you at work.
Say hi to her tomorrow when she's here, mate.
Oh, hello, how are you? We got a Babbitt's Cova sister, we got Matt Higgins. What, George, come here. Albie has moved. Big story. What was the move from Strawberry to DHR?
We just felt that we needed to have a change of environment. If you look at the results from this year, this team has been consistently winning races. Top drivers, Cam, Jacob, Cole, Marte, all people that Albie can learn from. So we just thought it'd be good for us.
Excellent. We're teaching Xander like Cockney rhyming slang. You got any good Cockney rhyming slang phrases for Xander?
very basic Cockney apple and pears step.
Done apples and pears, yeah.
I wouldn't want to. Some of the other ones I know I probably can't say.
Family show. Okay. Speaking of that, we'll catch you up. Let's have a wander out. Let's play a game. I think. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Right, there we are. He's going to play cricket. He's going to play cricket tomorrow.
Yeah.
That would confuse you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that I get a little bit. The Cockney slang. I had a lot to learn there.
Lot to learn there. There's Marvellous Marv. Marvellous Marv. Even the mechanics have personalities here, you know. Lizzie May Mentia. One of the best chances we got of a female winner this week, along with Eva Morris. Jonathan Paler looks like... well, I don't know what the haircut's saying. What's going on there? It looks like Max Headroom. Remember the digital... you wouldn't remember the digital character of the 80s. Max Headroom. Right. Let's go and see if any of the contestants are for the tyre game.
Yeah, do we have any faith in Kai of actually organizing?
Well, I mean, let's have a little look, Kai. Let's go and see if we got any contenders left over.
We'll have to go and find out. This is on you. You organised all of these contenders.
I tried. I'm doing my best. I mean, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll happens.
We'll have to see what's left over of the mess we've created over here.
One of the things is the difference between the behind the scenes elements. Oh, there we go. Look at that, Xander Clements helping James the cameraman. James, you know, James is a happy James. Our first Paddock Show pooch.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Let's have a look. Who we got here? Ooh, we've got 2 Paddock Show pooches. Do you like dogs? Do you like dogs?
Of course I like dogs. Who doesn't like dogs? I don't trust people who don't like dogs.
Exactly. Who have we got here? Who are we?
I'm Kelly. I'm Ryan's mum.
This is Ryan White, and this is who are the 2?
Lucy's 7, and this is Lando. This is Ryan's 13th birthday present. He's nearly 4 months old.
Lucy and Lando. Okay, right. Paddock Show pooch competition. Very, very quickly. They've got. Do they obey? Will they be good Paddock Show pooches or naughty?
It should be good, yeah.
Okay, right then. Let's have a look. Can we get them? Can we get Lucy to sit? Here we go. First big test. Yeah.
Thank you.
There we are. Oh, assertive karting mum. Thank you very much. There we go. And this is Lando. So first 2 Paddock Show pooches are there. Hello. Yes, I know. Do you want a microphone? Say hi. Okay. Right. Tyre. Let's go to the tyre game. Right. I'll tell you what.
What's this?
Police the people here.
Okay.
So the rules are simple. We got Fusion against Hunter Motorsport.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The rules are very simple. You're the first semi-final. So come hither, children. I really should stop saying "come hither, children." I'll go on a list somewhere. Terrible. Right.
Probably not the best.
The rules are very, very simple. The tyres have to be carried in one go. You can only touch the bottom tyre. You cannot touch those 3 tyres. One person starts from the flag. You have to go around the black bollards and come back and hand the tyres without the tyres hitting the ground to your partner. They repeat it, do a lap, and the first one back without dropping the tyres wins. That's pretty simple.
I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't met British Kart as much. I mean, Alfie did do Supernats a couple of years ago. Yeah. Can you put it on your chin? Well, you can do whatever you want. Right, so.
You're already trying to cheat. No. You touching one tire. No.
I'm small, the junior.
It's going to go above your head, but that's the challenge.
Again, instantly already trying to look for unfair advantage. Okay.
Where's Nigel? Get Nigel.
Yeah. Right. Go back over here. Our second time, you 2 come this way. Right. Who have we got? Who's going to go first for each team? So let's put the tyres into position. Right. Okay. Fusion are strategizing. Right. We start there. That's fair. And hello. And you put that. Whoa! You can't pick them up until I say so. Right. Dearie me. What's going on? Okay. Right. If the tyres hit the ground, you have to start again. Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. Ready? First ever game of tired out. I know.
Let's do it.
Ready? On your marks. Get set. Go.
Oh, that's a clean start.
That's a clean
Henry,
start.
we need some commentary. We need some commentary on this one.
I mean, you know, the tired out, it goes back, you know, centuries, since before they invented the wheel, really.
We've got some good pace here. Good jog.
I'm surprised. I mean, the chin technique. You know, I haven't seen the chin technique since about 1985.
It's working
there
well.
we go. Fusion is slightly ahead of Hunter.
Oh, look at the pace on that.
Fusion, he's gone. It's all gone. Pete Tong for Fusion. Hunt. Chill. The chin technique seems to work. Oh, what have you got to say about your teammate there ruining it for Fusion?
He tried his best.
He tried his best. Well, there we go. Right. So, Hunter Motorsport, our first finalists. We're going to see the final in the second half of the Paddock show. Sorry, Fusion. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Right. Children, come this way. And there were two. Right. Alfie, he's a good lad. Pity you were rubbish at that. You're better at driving.
Yeah, way better.
There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, right. Let's start this. We got Vismo International. Who we got representing Vismo International?
We've got Ben Cuts-Bland.
Ben Cuts-Bland, really interesting story. You have funded this all yourself, haven't you?
Yeah. Me and partners, sponsors, MTC Motorsport, renewable solar panels, and Vismo, of course, very helpful in letting me be able to race this weekend.
Excellent. And?
George Wan.
George Wan, right. Okay, Vismo by here. And where's our other team? You two. There. Called and audible. Oliver Spencer, get in. And Harry Potter, get in. Yeah.
I'm not in the same team as him.
It doesn't matter if you're not in the same team as him. You are Dutch and you like it, yes? Okay. What are you going to do? Pick up the tyres, only touching that one. Run, without dropping them, round that black pole and come back. Don't drop them and then hand it to him and you do the same.
Oh, we've got a jump start.
Put it down, please, Mr. Spencer.
That should be a 5-second penalty.
Get that?
At least.
Okay, right, here we go. Right, hang on a sec, we'll get out of the way. This is to go up against Hunter Motorsport in the final. Right.
It's about time you started organising.
All right.
He's got your job again.
3, 2, 1, go. Chin technique. Oliver Spencer's got advantage because he's got less here.
Yeah.
And it's all pointed back. Oh, Cuts-Bland has gone. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Right, you've got to come back to the start. If they were smart now, they would have all picked the small tyres to make it easier as well. Right, start again. This is, you know, haven't seen this chaos in tyre stacks since the 1996 World Championships with them.
Go.
Don't wait. Dearie me. So polite.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to drop it again, Spencer. Oliver Spencer.
Oh, you can't see anything.
That's a new technique.
It's a new technique. We're going to try and blindfold him as well. Okay. Oh, he can't touch the ground. You can't touch the ground.
Oh, this isn't going to go well.
Pick him up and run.
Oh, wait, we have another one falling off.
Oh. Right. Oh, back in the game. What's his name?
I don't know.
You don't know. Just some random kid from Holland just turned up. Right, you got to come back.
Oh, we have a substitute.
The Team UK Netherlands Alliance, Vismo International, have won. Only karters can moan about having no grip holding a tyre. Unbelievable.
They've both given up.
It's shocking.
Done?
That's over. You know.
So is Fusion back in?
No, Fusion back in. He is out. You're eliminated. It's going to be later on. Hunter Motorsport versus Vismo in the first final.
Henry, that would make these quarterfinals.
Semi-finals.
Well, didn't both teams just get DQ'd?
Oh, no, they picked the tyres up earlier.
Oh.
We're running short of time, that's why. We're just going to get on with it. Right, Spencer, get out of it.
Just go with the flow.
Yep. Okay. Right, Xander Clements, come this way. We'll see you later on. Well, you wait.
Are you going to meet us at the tent or something?
No, you're going to stay by here.
Oh.
Well, you can come back in about 15 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
15 minutes?
Yes.
Good, there we go. First final of the night. I don't know why you're still standing there looking like lost puppies. No, I tell you what you can do. No, you cannot do for third place. Come here. Right. Now, we're about to finish the first half of the Paddock show. You're a fussy eater, I've been told. Well, I know this. I worked with you for 2.5 years.
I don't know why.
All your guys at Kart Chaser, Caleb, Kyle, Emery, Alex, all saying, oh, get Xander to eat beans on toast. We haven't got that, but we do have some English or British delicacies for you to try. You can watch Xander try and eat some British foods, play winner or dinner at the next half of the Paddock Show. So we're going to go exclusively now onto the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you're watching this during the lunch break on Friday, we've already got the first couple of heats underway, and hopefully it's going to be a really good one. Looking forward to it?
I mean, yeah, I really don't know what I'm walking into. So,
I mean, you've experienced your first 20 minutes of Henry at large in a British car.
I think Nigel's job's very secure. That's what Kai and I were noticing here from the sideline. I can tell you that.
Okay, right, ladies and gentlemen, Kartmasters 2025, it's underway.
Welcome back to live pictures here at Paul Fletcher International. It's Kartmasters 2025. It's the Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix, and we resume for the afternoon session with Senior X30. It'll be Groups A and C heading out on circuit for this next heat, with it nearly 3 o'clock local time here at Trent Valley Kart Club. This is the first appearance of the weekend for anyone in Group A, so this will be an interesting one in terms of tyres. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Callum Bradshaw and Macaulay Bishop, they go on the front row. Fred Green and Kevin Lantinga go on row 2. Gabriel Stilp and Tristan Powell start on row number 3. Then row 4, Jack Nettleship in the rocket ship starts alongside Ali Cresswell. Rylan Eschberg and Lewis Bird, they complete the top 10 for the start of this heat. Harry Cottrell and Cameron Edmonds go from row 6. Hayden Eldridge and the winner of the GP plate in the Junior X30 final last year, Harrison Mackie, start on row 7. Robbie Buckley and Sam Houghton go from row 8. Lewis Goff and Sam Lewis need good results from row 9. Jack Mowat and Monty Brathwaite complete the top 10. It's then Zef Nurnberger and Aaron Lask on row 11. Katrina E of Malaysia starts on row 12 alongside Jensen Pugh. Spencer Allen and Leo Robinson start on row 13. Dylan Patel, Joao Castro, Thomas Gray, Jensen Buckingham, James Harris, Jake Brook and Sam Branston complete the 33 strong field for this one. Xander Clements rejoins me in the box from Kart Chaser. Xander, some good racing this morning. Always an interesting stage, this part of proceedings though. Half the grid, pretty much new slick tyres. The other half have run a heat already.
Yeah, and not even pretty much new, right? Because we had a wet qualifying. It is sticker tires and an early punch-off for Callum Bradshaw that will in no way get the command from Nigel, so he will send them around. But yes, we saw Macaulay Bishop be very aggressive off the bat to get to the lead and to try to keep the lead in the opening heat race for Groups B and C. He'll have to take that aggression to another level, being one heat cycle handicapped compared to the inside lane. And starting from the outside, Callum was already trying to catch him off guard, couldn't quite do it. But the sun has continued to bake the racetrack, even though it did cool down from the lack of on-track activity during the lunch break. So they're going to try and warm those tires back up again here on the cool down, or the warm-up lap number 2, the extended edition, if you will, and over to the S's to try for a second time to get Groups A and C together here for the round 2 heat races. The benefit, though, is that Callum Bradshaw and everyone in Group A, they have not yet gotten any laps on the dry surface. So what the track is like now compared to what it was yesterday afternoon before the rain showers hit us overnight and in the morning, they're going to be flying a little bit blind, not to mention, of course, what worked and what didn't from a racecraft perspective that Bishop and the rest of Group C were able to learn in that opening heat. So a bit of experience versus a bit of a tire advantage. Let's see on attempt number 2, Callum Bradshaw in the green and white, Tony Kart on the inside with Strawberry Racing. Here we are, ready for action. Groups A and C, Senior X30 is green.
Good start then for Bradshaw. Oh, nearly it comes to blows there. Bradshaw takes to the cut through. There's other drivers following in there as well, and it's going to be Fred Green, the O-plate holder, who leads in the early stages. Now that looked to me, Xander, as if it was a simple case of Bradshaw, Bishop and Green all going for the same piece of Lincolnshire real estate there, but that was a mighty scary moment for the former Kartmasters GP plate winner in juniors back in the day, nearly saw his race end at turn 1.
And the entire rest of the field, the 4 to 5 drivers that had to take evasive action through the grass, that chain reaction all started from the contact on the front row with Bradshaw and Bishop and company. So that set the tone, and we could be in set for a very chaotic second heat race for Senior X30. Let's take a look at that moment here that just transpired as we come to the end of lap number 1. Bradshaw on the left, Bishop on the right. You can see already the O-plate was looking to go 3 wide to the middle of Fred Green, and that, again, just backed up the field all into each other because they were hoping for the front row to go, and instead, first, second, and third all collide.
Yeah, Gabriel Stilt was nearly involved in that, and another kart had its front axle popped up into the air. So this race starting to settle down, or at least we hope that it starts to settle down here on lap number 2. Fred Green is your race leader. Start of the season very much going for the one-off race as he took the British Open Championship at Wilton Mill back in March. This is a different prospect though. There is no tougher one-weekend challenge in British karting than Kartmasters. Meanwhile, further back in the order, one of the premium karting drivers is down the inside. I think that's Katrina E, gaining 1 and losing 1 inside the top 20. Out of the race is one of the Evolved Motorsport. It's Sam Lewis, and I feel that that's another not good result for Sam Lewis. Now, yes, for those drivers in Group C, this will take them to the end of their programs here today. They'll have another set of heats tomorrow. It is not the end of the competition if you've had 2 bad heats today, but it is a long, long road back to making it through to the pre-final and then the final. The top 36 qualify through, or the top 30 automatically, and then 6 places through the repechage that will get us going on Sunday morning. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Fred Green leads in a 1-3-4 at the moment for, 1-3-5 now for Croc Promotion. Fred Green looking good, and Gabe Stilp as well. I've heard a lot of people tipping Gabe Stilp for big things here this weekend. Xander was very unlucky at the Shenington Super Prix a couple of weeks ago as drivers in this category were competing for tickets to RWF as well as part of the prizes here this weekend. He, I think, is a driver who could be a real force here this weekend at PFI.
Well, right on cue, he just set the fastest lap of the session. He's bearing down on Macaulay Bishop, and again, he's got the fresher tires. So does Fred Green. So does Callum Bradshaw back and forth, who was purple in the middle sector of the lap ago. Bishop is trying to keep them all behind him with that nice move down the inside, and now he'll go straight to defense as a look to the outside, maybe a crossover for Fred Green. Will he get the momentum to go? It will not materialize, and Macaulay Bishop commands the field now.
So new race leader Macaulay Bishop is under attack from Fred Green, leaves a little bit of a door open. Green runs wide, and still Bishop holds the lead, but not much longer. Stilp is through, takes the race lead, 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. That was bold stuff from both Bishop and Green. It's brought Bradshaw back into play, and there's a point for Bishop.
I think we'll see a lot of moves like that in the Bobby Game corner right before the Mike Wilson complex. Already plenty of times drivers are looking to the inside with enough time to react and see someone's trying to pass them and then to closing the door. Problem, sadly, for Cottrell in the 42 TV kart for SB Racing. Harry Cottrell out of heat number 2, as now it is Gabriel Stilp to the lead, and right back again. Macaulay Bishop covers low. Bradshaw trapped behind him, and with Stilp in the fresher tires, can he build a bit of a gap now behind everyone stacking behind the 68?
Bishop versus Bradshaw was a story. It was like a heavyweight boxing match across 2024, whether it be circuits such as this or around Europe. We've not seen these two go wheel to wheel so far in 2025. Gabe Stilp knows that, checks over his shoulder, sees he's got a gap. There goes Bradshaw down the inside, takes second place. Not much resistance there from Macaulay Bishop. Xander, that's a bit of a surprise for me.
Yeah, that was, again, not much he could do, to be fair, to fight it, and the smart move was to just take the one position loss and get back in the tow. Unfortunately, still not a great exit coming down the bridge, and he's going to pay for it. Down the inside, Fred Green here comes as well with a big elbow. Lewis Goff taking the aggression straight to Macaulay Bishop and sends him back now into a fight with Rylan Etchberg.
Well, that was Lewis Goff saying to some of the older, the more experienced drivers in this senior X30 pack, doesn't matter that he's only just stepped up from the juniors. He is going to have his elbows out here this weekend. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, to the pits. Kai Bachini, what do you have for us?
Yeah, so I'm down here in Parc Ferme next to Harry Cottrell's car, and just speaking to him about the issue that he's had there, which has unfortunately meant that he's had to retire. He said he was coming down the straight and he looked on his dashboard and he saw temperatures of his engine water spiking to nearly 80 degrees. Now that'll be because of the pump bands coming off on the rear axle, so unfortunately that does mean a retirement for Harry Cottrell.
And again, who knows when that may have happened, as we see Fred Green to the outside, biking onto two wheels, and Goff again feeds another side pod to a driver at the exit of turn number 5. Now with a crossover on Bradshaw, he'll pull alongside for second, and he'll complete that move right behind the 342 of Gabriel Stilt. Now, again, that contact from the opening lap, I was surprised there were not more retirements from that, as we see Green dropping backwards. That could have been the issue for Cottrell, but either way, up front, 6 drivers now you can group them together, although the top 3 have gotten a little bit of a gap with that shuffle for 4th.
And keep an eye on the 332 of the Netherlands' Kevin Lantinga. For those who don't know, Kevin, he is an overtaking machine. Currently ranked inside the top 5 points in the Miami Euro Series, was your championship leader earlier in the season. If he sees a whisker of an opportunity to go for an overtake, he's going to take it. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Lewis Goff has dealt with 2 drivers so far, but now he's going to have to go wheel to wheel with Callum Bradshaw into hairpin number 2. Here comes Lantinga into 4th place, has got through past Rylan Ashberg there in the 273. Keep also an eye on the likes of Harrison Mackie, Robbie Buckley, Hayden Eldridge, all starting to come into play here. This is going to be a test for young Lewis Goff, as Kevin Lantinga's now right on his tail.
Mind you, Harrison Mackie had that pushback bumper penalty from his opening heat, but even still with that, he had to charge from further back in the field. He once again has charged his way up into the top 10 as we have a change in the lead. Bradshaw now back to the front, still back to second, and that'll close them up to 5. Here's a move for 4th. Back to the inside for Rylan Etchberg on Lantinga, who got him a lap ago. He'll complete it now and down the hill. Still 5 in a line, but they're scattered as Bradshaw covers the inside, and you can see Gabriel still trying to signal to him to focus forward. He'll almost get by him, and he does, just barely in time before the break zone.
Top quality stuff there from Gabriel Stilp, and once again he has to go defensive. Lewis Goff is trying to look around the outside there into the Fullerton S's. Nothing going. Ryan Etchberg, who's trying to roll back the years here. He has to count all the way back to his Honda Cadet days, to when he last had his best result in Kartmasters. That's all for Sunday, of course. That was a nice move by Fred Green down the inside of Harrison Mackie. Takes P7. Again, I'll say it again, this is just a heat. This is just Friday. But this is what Kartmasters is all about. 1.25 minutes and less than that to go. Stilp still leads. Bradshaw, Goff, Ashberg. Ashberg is growing into this race. They all go half on the attack, half defensive, coming over the bridge. Down towards hairpin number 1 again. Stilp, understandably, goes defensive. Not too defensive, though. He's making sure that he's getting good exit speed off of these hairpins.
Yeah, he's going just maybe a half cart width wider on entry to try and prevent exactly what Callum Bradshaw is trying to pull off. And I think Bradshaw might be able to do it with help from Lewis Goff. Good. And to the inside he does. Nice move there for Bradshaw and for Goff. And back to 3rd goes Stilt. And again, the 5 of them would be tracked down on more of the field if there wasn't all this fighting right here. Back at the end of the top 10, all kinds of movement and changes happening through the field. We'll go to the line to see 2 laps remaining. Callum Bradshaw leads as they head back up the hill once again.
Top end for Bradshaw. Looks really, really good with this power unit and setup at the moment for the former world champion. Round onto the bridge once again. Bishop's still there as well in P6. Fred Green not too far behind. Bradshaw's going to have to go defensive now. Down into hairpin 1. Goff's trying to do the switch back. Just about gets it stopped there. I thought we were going to be seeing Lewis Goff straight into the rear bumper of Callum Bradshaw into hairpin 1. Somehow he got it stopped, but now he's got the attentions of Gabriel Stilp and Ryan Etchberg. This could be Bradshaw's chance to break away.
Yeah, and Goff did not get a good exit there out of the S's either. So now Callum Bradshaw will get an even bigger gap here as they all stack up for second onwards to the Mike Wilson complex. And we're going to put the final lap underway. Callum Bradshaw's lead, mark it at maybe 7/10. It's going to grow to more if they don't work together, and there's no way that they will with just a lap to go. So many positions up for grabs. Lewis Bird now fastest driver on the circuit, and a boot and scoot there for Goff as he tries to hang tough on the inside and around the outside. Gabriel Stilt gets it done.
Brilliant stuff once again from Gabriel Stilt. Mark it on the post. That is another Slim Shady. As Henry would put it, Goff's nearly out of control again, down into hairpin 1. This is all going to go wrong for him. He's now received a bit of his own medicine, perhaps. Shuffled down to around 7th place, plus 5-second penalty for Fred Green. That will be dealt with at the end of the race. Mackey's getting involved once again. This is one of those races where you could finish 3rd or 13th as we go through the last couple of corners. Bishop's on the inside once again, but it's all about Callum Bradshaw, who is looking back to his very best out of the final corner. Callum Bradshaw wins a very, very big heat in Senior X30. Gabriel Stilt P2, Lewis Bird through all of that. I said it was one of those races where you could finish 3rd or 13th. Where did Bird come from on his return to the Croc promotion team? Takes P3. Fred Green 4th, but remember has a plus 5-second penalty. And Robbie Buckley in the top 5 as well. Should say, though, just popped up on our screen that Lewis Bird is under investigation. That is one that's provisional with a capital P, Xander Clements. That's still good fun for us here in the box.
Yeah, again, we know Fred Green has that 5-second penalty looming. I'm with you. I don't think he'll be alone with that unfortunate iPad headed his way in the scale line. But across the line, 4th for him. And then as we take a look further back, Lewis Goff crosses down in 8th, was able to stay inside the top 5 for the majority of the final few laps. And Macaulay Bishop, as crazy as that race was and as good as his qualifying effort was, to come away with a 9th is still solid in the heat that he'll be the most hurting for with fresh tires for Group A. That said, it was much worse for a handful down the board. We had at least the majority of the field be able to cross the line, only a handful of retirements. Sadly, we caught Thomas Gray there with the SB Racing TB kart, Cameron Edmonds, and of course Harry Cottrell having to pull in early as well. Cottrell, sorry, on the SB as well. So, Heat 2, Senior X30. We saw the end of Senior X30 look a bit wild. Senior X30 Heat 2, wild start to finish. Kai, take it away.
Well, that was a feisty heat to say the least, and what a way to get us out of the lunch break and back into the action. But once again, who do you expect to be on the top step at the end of it? It's Callum Bradshaw. He had his trials and tribulations throughout the race. He dropped back to 5th a little bit early on, and he makes his way over because he knows the deal by now. It's 2 pole positions and 2 heat victories. Now, there's only 2 explanations for it. You're either a very talented driver or you just love being in front of the camera.
No, I just honestly, it's such a good feeling, the winning. Obviously, it's such early days in the heats, but it's a great start to. We can't have any better of a start, so yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and exactly. That wasn't the easiest one there for you. You did drop back to 5th a little bit early on that first lap with a couple of issues going on around you. How do you keep so cool and collected and just carve your way back through the field?
Yeah, I don't think whoever was on my outside in turn 1, I didn't see at all. I thought I was completely past, and then I had a big moment, so it forced me back. But I think it's just experience, really. I've done this. I'm quite old now, not old, but 24. But I've got a lot of experience out there, and on this grid, there's a lot of young kids who are really, really fast and talented, and it's difficult. But I kind of just probably have got the mental strength on them all, probably, but they're so fast, so it's hard work. But yeah, just sort of, it's only a heat. Even if I'm 4th, I don't really mind, to be honest, as long as I'm there for the final.
Well, there you go. You're putting the experience to work. Thank you very much for your time, Callum. Another man who I'm sure we will be speaking to again over the course of the weekend. But that's all we have time for, so straight back over to the comms box for the next race.
Guy was spot on right there, Henry.
Yes, yeah, he was.
We are right back into it. Karts on the racetrack, Junior X30. No time to go back on Senior X30, but I think that was a sign of things to come. Everybody has definitely gotten their fill of the break, and they want to get after it.
Yes, indeed. Riley Cranham and George Edgar on row number 1. Henry Carter, Archie Owen, row 2. Nat Johnson and Alex Wiley, row 3.
Row 4, Rocco Leon Shenton, and then Maisie Creed. She had a heartbreaker in heat number 1, starting just ahead of row 5, Max Yule and Jacob Buckler.
Then you've got Marion Patel, Charlie Myers, Finley Lines, Max Endicott, Aaron Meta, Alexander Di Benedictis, Jacob Marmos, and Jose Halfan from Panama. Oliver Vuo, Ethan Woodward, Noah Sales, Archie Rogers Tyler, Shukmani Kira, Lima Chikarimbo, Rashid Hilal from Brunei, and Leo Aina. Very quickly, before we get started, the last pole in the Ultimate Kartmasters Championship, Ben Barnacote defeats Bobby Gain. The next one is up now. Mike Simpson versus George Russell. That's a titanic battle on the pole. This is going to be a titanic battle in the race. Edgar gets pushed a little bit wide going through turn number 1, and the pole man, Riley Cranham, converts that into an early lead. Now, driver that I want you to watch, Xander, one of my favourite drivers to watch on track in the black race suit, that's Rocco Leon Shenton, privateer driver, only knows how, it's 100% for Rocco, and well, you know, just watch. I think you become a fan of just his style. Doesn't always make him friends, but hey, as a driver, excellent. Into Bobby Gain corner, the number 77, Nat Johnson, Nat Stappen himself trying to pick a position, and already out of the race, Oliver Vo. Oliver Vo, the Anglo-German driver, and that kart was smoking. When one of these X30 karts, the engine starts emanating steam, that's never a good start, never a good sign, is it? Oh, Edgar! Trying the Slim Shady, Cranham fends him off. We've got nearly 900 people watching at the moment. Let's get that up to 4 figures, please. You know, like and share, like and share. You know, you can tell I'm a YouTuber. No, but please, if you think someone might want to watch this, let's get it up to 1,000 as the afternoon progresses of concurrent viewers. We're trying to go for 80,000 views over 3 days of live action here at Kartmasters. And when you're looking at this, and I think, well, it's easily possible. Look at that multicoloured train of karts coming out of the final corner. It's Cranham, Henry Carter, George Edgar, Nat Johnson, Rocco Shenton, Max Ewell, Arch Owen, Mayan Patel with the fastest lap of the race, Finley Lines and Jacob Bashler. 1.7 seconds separates the top 10.
Nice move for Rocco Leon Shelton to get up into 4th, and now one driver to the wayside, and that may have been Johnstone as we have a change for the lead again.
Yep.
Same corner, 1 lap later. Henry Carter takes command. Riley Cranham right back into line. Nowhere to go because there is George Edgar to get right back to his rear bumper. And we're still 5 or more in a line. A little bit of defending and side-by-side action back here for 6th as well. Just further away from the leaders. That change should be Mayan Patel, who went purple last time by, up to 6th now.
Yep, Mayan Patel for the MDL Motorsport team. Mark and Dave Litchfield. Mark Litchfield will be appearing in our Ultimate Kartmasters champion poll. Mike Simpson won the first 4 senior Rotax O plates, the only driver to win 4 in a row. For many years, he had 7 GP plates, which was the most of all in Kartmasters history. Ben Barnacote has since passed him with 9. George Russell, 3 GP plates. He did that. Cadet WTP 1 year, Cadet IAMI the next year, Minimax the year after. 3 in a row in 3 different classes. No one's ever done that before. So this is a titanic battle at on our live poll. to crown the Ultimate Kartmasters champion. And, oh, there's a titanic battle, because that was Finley Lines, who was having a little nibble up at the inside of Maisie Creed, and Maisie Creed blocked him up, and Finley Lines goes to lose the position. Henry Carter wearing a different crash helmet from the one he had in qualifying. Interesting.
Might be a bit soaked.
But Barnacote, meanwhile, well, he's in another round. This is the Karting Mania. This is the round of 16. It's 8 head-to-head battles. You need to vote for the driver.
Rocco Leon Shenton. Yep. Big move there for second. Over the bridge, out of turn number 4. He gets second away. Doesn't even defend down at 5. Confident in that move, and Riley Cranham, to his credit, didn't send it back in there. Won't send it here into 6 either, to try and keep the leader, Henry Carter, in their sights.
Yep.
And to Rocco's credit, he gave him a full lap. Now let's see if Riley does the same as we see the battle continue to rage on further back. That was Patel along with George Edgar and more as we work our way back to Max Ewell, Archie Owen, Jacob Bachler, all in a line. Backing up from the leaders, though, it is still Riley Cranham here at the halfway point out in front.
Carter, asking, what about Barnacote? Well, he was in the previous round, so Barnacote's already through to the next round. He'll go up against someone else in the next round. Karting Mania. Now, Shenton. He lost around the British Championship on that corner, and he's learned from his mistake. He takes the lead from Henry Carter. Cranham now to the inside. That's 3 leaders in 3 corners. Carter back in front of Shenton, who now needs to defend the 2 Mick Barrett racing karts. George Edgar and Nat Stappen himself are both closing in, and still we have 1.7 seconds separating the top 8.
And it could close back up at any moment here, because I don't think the battle for the lead is going to slow down as the sun begins to shine even more bright here at PFI. We are definitely heating things up on the racetrack and around it. Another lap in the books. Riley Cranham now, the driver, with the big whole punch in the air and everyone closing up behind him. Let's see if we go. Well, we're going to go side by side for third. Rocco Leon Shenton to the outside. George Edgar to the inside. He'll lose a spot through the change of it all. And it's Nat Johnstone to third. Going quick to defend down to turn number 5. But sadly, I thought Leon Shenton was going to get there. But no, Rocco backed out, tucked back in, and there's one off.
That looks like the other one. The number 70, this is number 6 car, George Edgar, who was what? Shenton showing the number 70 MDL cart. The 69 cart of, the 10 cart. Get my eyesight checked. Mayan Patel showing him the inside line. Patel backs out of it. Patel, podium finisher. In the recent round of the British Kart Championship here. So he is quick, and that team, Mark Litchfield, they just moved to a new premises. Mark Litchfield working on the engine tuning business as well as the race team. Back at the front, Henry King. Hello. When am I coming back out to Dubai? Well, I'm here. I'm there for the full season, starting in September, Henry. Good to see you there. Now, the 2 leaders have got a gap. How long that gap remains? The gap, 1.5 seconds. Let's see how quickly they're side by side. That is going to come down in a hurry.
Although, to be fair, Henry Carter did open up a bit, and now, of course, with him out in front, he says, now push me, now work together. George Edgar would love nothing more than more fighting for the lead, and I think he'll get it because we're closer to the end of this one. However, the battle for 4th, Rocco Leon Shenton with this group all on his heels. At any moment, if they pass again, the hope and chance at the lead and the win could go away because they'll be too far back. It'll be only 2 minutes plus a lap to go this time by. Cranham pushing Henry Carter with all his might down the front straightaway to keep the gap up as big as they can back to Edgar.
And Nat Stappen.
Or Nat Johnstone, sorry.
Nat Stappen. It's the Nat Stappen fan club. He normally gets a huge amount of support on the live chat. They're being a bit quiet today, the Nat Stappen fan club, just when Nat Johnston is actually driving really well.
He is driving extremely well. No karts around him, focused forward. He's closing the gap a little bit visually, and he's definitely getting a lot of help behind because there is all this going on. Rocco Leon Shenton back into the 4th spot, and now again We go side by side here between Archie Owen, Mayan Patel, and Finley Lyons. And as they roll through Bobby Gain corner, and right there, that whole pack, that scrum that goes back to maybe 13th or 14th, is still going at it side by side to the Mike Wilson complex.
There is Sukmani Kira in the number 44 kart. The young lady trying to move up now. Shenton on the defensive. That's going to release Nat Johnston to catch Henry Carter and Riley Cranham. There they go across the bridge. Johnston he's close enough, and I say that he's close enough because all it'll take, and you'll watch this now, they will go side by side through down one straightaway or into one corner, and Johnson will be with them. So when I say he might look 20 kart lengths behind, but it is now he's close enough. In Kartmasters terms, at this circuit, Johnson's distance, it's close enough to attack for the lead.
Not only that, even still, there's so many major break zones around this racetrack because of the lengthy straightaways here at PFI that the second place driver is going to have to brake a little bit earlier and back up slowly but surely. So, yes, any move at this point would bring Nat Johnston into the mix. Another fast lap for Nat Stappen that time by. He'll close the gap to less than 9/10 of the lead. And more importantly, less than 7/10 to Riley Cranham in second with the timer at 0, but not showing final lap. We've got a lap and a half to go. That's enough time for him to get there. This group, on the other hand, fighting for scraps, 4th on back.
Yes, indeed. Now, Carter was going to have to start defending. There, he's not into the second hairpin. He put a lot of trust into Riley Cranham there, did Henry Carter. He left the door open. Cranham checks. He sees Johnson encroaching upon him. There's been a collision at hairpin number 2, and Finley Lyons is one of the drivers.
I think Patel is the other.
May and Patel.
Yep.
There they are. There's a third kart off and out. That might be Sukmani Kira, who is in the back. Yes.
And Kira was up 13 spots on the Fusion Motorsport machine. The 44 had climbed all the way from 23rd to 10th. And all that goes to the wayside as the final lap signal comes out.
Here we go. Cranham versus Carter. Cranham has pulled the pin and gone. And you can see now, half a lap to go, 3/4 of a lap to go. It's a 3-kart battle. Cranham has found, when we were looking at that incident, Cranham found his way through, but he runs a little bit wide coming out of hairpin number 2, having to defend. Watch that Johnson's going to get a good run on the back straight, but of course there's just karts everywhere, and Carter to the inside going into the Mike Wilson complex, not quite enough.
Almost there, but Riley Cranham played this race to perfection, pushed Henry Carter away, pulled the pin on the last lap, and will score the Heat 2 victory in Junior X30 for groups A and C. Carter second, Nat Johnstone fast lap and 3rd. George Edgar 4th, Rocco Leon Shenton 5th. Buckler, Maisie Creed up 1 net, Max Endicott up 6 spots from 14th to get to 8th, Max Ewell 9th, and Jacob Marplis 10th. Oh, Charlie Myers up and into the top 10, placed later on. Might have been a transponder miscue for Charlie, so they've hand scored him inside the top 10.
Yeah, now Maisie Creed, that's a good solid result for Maisie. She needed that. That's her second race of the day done. Myers and Uncle Max in 9th. Ethan Woodward, Archie Owen. We saw Archie, battling at the front of one of his races, finishing 12th and pretty anonymous in that race. In fact, he was down to 13th position. Jose Halfon, a driver we're both familiar with from USA.
He scored his first Junior X30 USA national win just 5 days ago at the Supercars USA Summer Nationals on Sunday. So he's riding a nice wave of momentum across the pond to head here to Kartmasters. That's a decent result for him, up a little bit, up 2. He'll need a lot more, though, to contend for the GP plates on Sunday, 16th at the line.
Yeah, and you say that, well, I mean, that's no reflection. I mean, the SCUSA Summer Nationals, is insanely competitive, but of course you are getting used to a new tyre, a new type of tarmac, a new different type of competition. So Halpern, he will be there on Sunday, I am sure. Let's go down to Kai Bachini, down with, I'd imagine, relieved, maybe happy Riley Cranham.
Well, another eventful race to say the least. Junior X30 always packs a punch, but it's Riley Cranham who managed to walk away with the top step. Two-time winner already at the Kartmasters GP, so we'll wait for Riley to make his way over. And here he is. Riley taking home a heat win there. You didn't have a single lap of that whole race where there wasn't any pressure on your shoulders.
No, I think it was actually quite a good race. It was a good battle between me and Henry at the end, and it was quite enjoyable actually.
Yeah, and obviously you're already a two-time winner of the Kartmasters GP plate. How do you take that experience from previous years and put that into action?
Well, I think it's a bit different this year. Obviously, I'm doing it in Junior X30, so I'll use my experience from the past couple of years and put it into this.
Would you say this is your most difficult year at the Kartmasters Grand Prix yet?
Yeah, I think there's like 10 drivers that can win it, so it's going to be hard, but we'll fight at the end.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for your time, Riley. And that was Riley Cranham, our win of the Junior X30 heat there. But that's it for the Junior X30, so we'll throw straight back up to the comms box for the next race when it's ready.
Welcome to Lincolnshire Competitions, a game of chance and a lot of fun. Not just in Lincolnshire, but for everyone. If you're looking for a competition site, then look no further. With a friendly community of 70,000 members, over £7 million in prizes have been won, and over £1 million in prizes given away. Instant wins are paid out within 24 hours, and our staff are always on hand to help. From cash and cars to laundry and food bundles, we have something for everyone.
Welcome back. It is time, Senior Rotax Heat 2. And this is going to be a really interesting front row. Liam Hartley and Harry Bartle. Now you're looking at Harrison Crowther. One of only two drivers here, Harrison, and Jack Gilligan for the Guy Cunnington Racing Team. Guy, former champion, former GP plate holder, former British champion, and a nasty roll at... no, he doesn't get food poisoning. He wanted like a nasty bacon roll. He rolled his go-kart and it landed on him. Broke his collarbone, I believe. He just got released from hospital to come here to run his team, but sadly not racing, obviously. So we do wish Guy very well. He's sort of walking gingerly around the paddock, but only got two drivers to look out for. Harrison Crowther, one of them. Liam Hartley and Harry Bartle will start from the front row. Ooh, one of the KR Sport carts, Kai Veach, not getting underway. All right, Liam Hartley, Harry Bartle, row number one. Macaulay Bishop and Jaden Tian, row number two. Harrison Crowther and Matty Hingley on row three. Jamie Perilli, Jack Lilly, Kai Hunter, Adam Woodham, Brandon Truman and Ollie Goodyear are next. Freddie Lloyd, we've seen him win in Junior X30. He's back 13th to the grid in Senior Rotax, winning in Senior X30. James Lowther, Victor Hansen, Kai Veach, the Diamond of Dalry, Lewis Gilbert, and Charlie Cox. We've got Teresa Balitskova, the Czech Republic lady, then Miles Roby, Adish Mehta, Henry Gregory, George Holbrook, and Harry Blore. Then Josh Turnbull, Joe Fox, Lewis Judd, Lizzie Mentier, Jeremy Montgomery Swan from the UAE, and Ty Mahia. Expecting good things from Jeremy Montgomery Swan. He's improved so much as a driver since he turned up here this event last year. Leonard Gallio, Sam Calvert, George Hart, and Ewan Charman. Now, Uncle Tyrone is back on the live chat. We look at Liam Hartley for the Jack Dex Racing Team. And the lights are out. The back end of the field a little bit scrappy, but and over the grass goes Harry Bartle. You hold your breath going under that bridge every single time because, of course, it's a bottleneck and all it takes is one driver to get sideways and it's a mess. Oh, speaking of a mess, they're parting like the Red Sea there. One driver half spinning. It was a Dan Holland racing car. I couldn't quite see which one it was. We'll catch up in a little bit on who that was. Macaulay Bishop has your race lead.
Yeah, what a start for the number 1 plate of Macaulay Bishop, already with a 2-car length gap, and the top 4 even have a bit of a gap back here as Kai Hunter slams the door shut on one driver going into the corner. I don't know who we had with a great start there. It might be Victor Hansen on the move a little bit up the board in the 21, but either way, they're all going to populate on the left side as they rocket out of the Mike Wilson complex and put one lap in the books. Senior Rotax. Heat 2, Macaulay Bishop's lead stands at 7/10 strong at the end of the opening lap. Great start for him, and it was Matty Hingley that Hunter was fending off. Meanwhile, up ahead, check this out here. That's the 17 of Jaden Thean on the inside of Liam Hartley. Done. Move it for third. Still 2 and nearly 3 wide up and over the bridge, and one driver way up the berm.
Yeah, and you can see Jaden Thean turning around. Liam Hartley saying, "No, come on, follow me." There is Kai Hunter. Up into what will now be 5th position. The Bishop's race, he was very, very aggressive with Harry Bartle going through turn number 1. Gave Bartle 2 options, the brake pedal or the grass. Bartle chose the grass, fair enough, and that gave Macaulay 1 position, so it got, and this is no disrespect to Liam Hartley or anything like that, but going into that race, Bishop, we would know, right, my main problem is going to be Harry Bartle. So I got to get him out of the way, and then I can attack the driver who, with the greatest respect, I don't normally race around. It was a great performance by Liam Hartley. He's there, but Bishop's thinking, and there's not the arrogance of the top drivers, but they all have it. The absolute self-confidence. You're not a threat, might have to worry about you. That type of attitude, which all the greats have.
Well, and Liam Hartley is definitely getting tested right now. Kai Hunter's now tried twice to get by him in that lap alone, the first sector.
Liam Hartley's a great driver. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
he's a great driver. But,
and I think he's about to put a slick move on the O-plate. There he goes with a crossover. Hunter's third try, unfortunately, still unsuccessful. Right behind him, they were nearly 3 wide for a moment. Bartle, Perley, and Freddie Lloyd. Oh, man, smoke coming off the left front of the 227 of Freddie Lloyd. Big moment going to the Bobby Game corner. Luckily, everyone escapes unscathed, and we'll put another lap down.
Yes, indeed. Bishop's lead is now being trimmed from 7/10 to 5/10. Crowther running in third. Uncle Tyrone himself, Brandon Truman. Fastest lap of the race. In 9th position, Jamie Perilli runs in 8th. Jamie Perilli, another driver coming off, I think it was a broken shoulder, broken collarbone at the start of the year. Good to see Jamie back. Tian and Crowther battle over 2nd. Then it's Hunter, Bartle, Lloyd, Hartley, Perilli, Truman, and Jack Lilly. And Liam Hartley.
Well, he was in kind of a split decision there, Henry, because he got a better run out of the corner than what he thought he was going to have on Jack Lilly and Jamie Perilli.
Yeah, well, so Liam Hartley doesn't do the full British Championship. So he's not, the other drivers, they're like, we don't know you. Can we trust you? No, we'll get you out of the way. It's that mentality in British karting where, the drivers that traverse the country together, they know each other. It usually happens, you'll know how this person races. Then you get an outlier. Someone that you don't, who's super quick, maybe can't fund the full season of the British Championship. Club races, and this is their one big race a year, and they're very quick like Liam Hartley is, but because they don't necessarily know, the other drivers don't know him, they refuse to work with that driver, where they will work, whether they like them or they don't like them, they'll work with the drivers they know. Now, Tian and Crowther, 2nd and 3rd. Hunter coming back into things in P4. Bartle, 5th. Lloyd, Perilli, Truman, Lilly, and Matty Hingley. And of course, through no fault of his own, really, Liam Hartley now finds himself 11th, being attacked by Lewis Gilbert. Lewis Gilbert, Guillaume Alvarez from Belgium says hi to the both of us, to Henry and Xander. Give my best to Andrew and Kai. I will. Thank you, Guillaume. Lewis Gilbert, there's the Diamond of Dalry. He's been to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy 6 years in a row. He's come second every single year. That's, I mean, I don't know if that's something to be proud of or something to be desperately disappointed with. He didn't look too happy with second place. 6 runner-up finishes in a row in the second biggest Rotax event in the world. Is there anything, I know Marin Kramer has got a run in Supernats of about 1 million second places without winning one, something like that?
Yeah, there's definitely a few that come to mind for sure. And I mean, there's of course similar stories here at Kartmasters alone, right? You touched on Cade McQueen, who's running over in Senior X30, about how close he's come to getting a GP plate to his name. There's probably more when you start to really look down the board. And right now, Macaulay Bishop is making his presence known for that GP plate here in Senior Rotax this year. He's opened the gap up. Jaden Thean and Harrison Crowther, they have tried with all their might to hunt him down, and instead they've been hunted by Mr. Hunter himself. Kai Hunter is now in frame for second and for third. Last time by, even faster than Kai, was Freddie Lloyd, who has once again reset fast time on the RFM suit, the 2:27 machine for Team Evolution.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure that the big dog, Brandon Truman, is going to be happy with having his purple lap taken away from him. Yes, Andrea Remy, a whole season UAE next year. Can't wait to be back.
Now watch this here, Henry.
Yeah, yep.
Looking back, Kai Hunter just got by Harry Crowther. This is the other part of that same scenario that you'll see unfold. Anytime a driver gets past, it's blood in the water for two reasons. One, mentally, you're thinking that driver's getting past because they're a bit slower, and so you want to get by them. They might be fading. But the other issue is anytime you go offline at this point, especially with the Comet tires that'll spit off the chunks of rubber, maybe even more than the Mojos, they had to go to the dirty side of the track. They're going to be vulnerable for the next half a lap, and you're trying to capitalize, and that's why Harry Crowther is stacking them up behind him. They're going to go 3 wide at the exit at turn 5.
And is that the 155 getting involved? That's Brandon Truman. I said he wouldn't be happy.
He's smack dab in the middle right now on the LN car, trying to get low.
And here comes the Craft Motorsport car. Lewis Gilbert, where did he started back in the car park somewhere. And he's flying up the order to the front of the field. Gilbert gaining a bunch of positions.
7 spots to be exact for Lewis Gilbert in Craft Motorsport. We'll see if he picks up any more as they work their way out of that final turn. 2 minutes plus a lap at the line. Macaulay Bishop now up in over 2 seconds to Jaden Thean and Kai Hunter. That'll be a looming battle potentially for second. This group is already now 5 seconds back from the lead and stacking up more so. You've got Crowther, then Harry Bartle. Again, remember the Strawberry Racing Tony kart that started on the front row? Bartle 5th now, and at best it looks like he might end up 4th at the end of this one. But first he's going to try and at least defend now, pull the pin and go on Crowther. An over-under from Crowther will clear himself back by turn 5, and it's net neutral. No! Big send all the way on the inside. There was only a cart wide, and it's going to make a both bay with contact still going on. And look at the over-under for Gilbert and for Freddie Lloyd, and then this pack here, 8th on back, is a mad scramble. Yep. Everyone is all over the place now.
You'd think it was the last lap. There's still about 3 laps to go. It's just warm up. It was always going to end there. There's Hartley in the barriers, and trying to see who else was involved there. We'll catch up next time round.
So Liam Hartley, James Lother dropped down a bit, and it's Victor Hansen and Henry Gregory, the other 2 involved, that will not finish. Matty Hingley now, fast lap of the race, back in 10th, and with that carnage, Joshua Turnbull becomes the second biggest mover, but Lewis Gilbert, 13 spots up to P4, and with a bit of a gap last time by the loop, but that gap, of course, on screen now has evaporated, and he still has company locked in behind.
Yeah, everyone is up and out of their carts, walking away. The marshals here, Team Trent Valley Kart Club, are already on the scene, clearing it out of the way. And Lewis Gilbert, it's
heavy damage there to the JDR 191.
Yeah,
goodness.
Jack Dex, he's busy planning his wedding. He's going to have to take a little while off wedding planning to fix a broken go-kart. Is what he's going to have to do. And that was, again, 2 drivers sideways, and Liam Hartley had nowhere to go. Gilbert after going, he's at the swap offense for defense. Now, he's gained all the places he can gain. He's coming to the back, but now he's not going to pull away. Lloyd, Bartle and Crowther queuing up behind him. Gilbert checks over his shoulder.
That was a good attempt there by Crowther. Couldn't make anything of it. And now the 155 of Brandon Truman is pulling back up to this 4-pack here. And behind him, not far away, is Hingley, who again sets fast time back in 9th. Jamie Perilli now 10th, and contact still to the Bobby Game corner. No change in position. Final lap about to get underway now as the leader scurries on by in front of us. Macaulay Bishop with a healthy margin to Jaden Thean, and then Kai Hunter. And this group now nearly 8 seconds away from the lead. Lewis Gilbert versus Freddie Lloyd. It might be the two of them battling it out for 4th. Let's see it. Low for Gilbert. High, wide, handsome for Lloyd, and nearly an over-under into 3.
Yeah, and you could see the thought crossed his mind. You could see Lloyd going, shall I just turn
Here
it
it is.
inside?
Oh, again.
The dummies get sold. Lloyd swinging out wide. Gilbert parks it on the apex. Lloyd's going to have to do something special here, but of course now Harry Bartle is there. Bartle is there, and that'll put Gilbert, and that'll put Lloyd under pressure. Lloyd could end up losing a spot. It's only a heat race, lads.
Yeah, but you can still try all the moves you're thinking of to try and get the GP plate on Sunday. Macaulay Bishop, phenomenal here in heat number 2 for Senior Rotax. He'll dominate this one to the end. Jaden Thean, Kai Hunter 2nd, 3rd. Here's the fight for 4th to the line, and it will go the way at the end. My goodness, what a last lap move for Freddie Lloyd. Lewis Gilbert back to 5th there, all happening from Bobby Game through Mike Wilson, and then it'll be Bartle, Crowther, Truman, Perilli, Matty Hingley rounds the top 10 with fast lap of the race for Team Ultimate R. But the big mover, 12 spots up for Lewis Gilbert. Still a huge kudos to 9 up for Freddie Lloyd to 4th, 6 up for Kai Hunter to finish 3rd. And he was charging at the end a couple more laps. He might have gotten to the Dan Holland Racing duo, the second of the 1-2, Jaden Thean there, P2. And of course, Macaulay Bishop, just flawless. Got to the lead. Yep. Never looked back.
A 4-time British champion in 4 different classes, both in X30, IARMY, and Rotax. Let's tell you that Harrison Crowther falling to 7th. Big dog, Brandinho, only 8th, but that's not a bad effort. Jamie Perilli, Matty Hingley, Adam Wood, and James Lowther. Jack Lilly, Josh Turnbull, Ollie Goodyear, Lizzie May Mentia in 16th, Kai Beach, Ewan Charm. The Charmander's not had a great day so far. Teresa Babichkova, 20th. And a Jeremy Montgomery Swan, 8 places for Jezza. Adi Schmetter, George Holbrook, Ty Mahia, and still down the order. Now the drivers that, so Henry Gregory, he was involved, he still finished. George Harry Bloor,
yeah, impressive.
Victor Hansen. So, of that big accident.
The only DNF, Liam Hartley, the one that nosed into the wall.
The one who, and to be fair, it was actually Gregory and Hansen that had the accident. They were both fine. Like Liam Hartley, unfortunately, had nowhere to go into the barriers.
Still, though, great race. Macaulay Bishop and the rest of the front of the field. Let's go down to Kai.
Well, Senior Rotax has now concluded. We're going to make our way over and speak to one of the drivers, Kai Hunter, if he's up for a chat. Never mind, makes his way over to a mechanic. You can't blame him, you know. He's just came out of such a physical and a big contest. He wants to go have a little bit of a debrief. We're going to see if we can catch Macaulay, if he's up for a chat. So Macaulay Bishop will make his way over, obviously racing in 2 categories this weekend. First win of the weekend, first of many. You've got many accolades to your name. How was that one for you?
Yeah, it's good. Got a good start, starting to second. I switched back the pole sitter for the lead, and then I got a massive gap. I think the pace was phenomenal as well, but just kept up front and kept out of trouble, and rang it home really.
You know, you've got a lot of competition this weekend. Callum Bradshaw, he's been on top form in both classes so far. You've got a lot of competition in, dare I say, Kai Hunter as well, who's someone that you're used to racing against. How do you think you can find an edge over these drivers over the course of the weekend?
Well, we'll get there eventually. I'll just beat them like I normally do.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But Macaulay, thank you very much for your time. Macaulay Bishop, our winner of the Senior Rotax heat there. Is there more to come from him? We'll have to wait and see. But we're back up to the box for the next race coming.
Harry Taylor needs your help, ladies and gentlemen. He needs you, along with every other driver in this next race, to get the viewing figures up. We're at 910. Another 9... now, 900, 1,000 viewers. Last year, Harry Taylor posted a social media clip. Now, Kart Chaser do social media like nobody else in the world of karting. And Harry Taylor, he went from 4th to 1st in one move here. 6 million views of that young man doing a race. And it's incredible, you know. I wish more of them could then find the karting coverage, because you've seen 3 of those moves already today. You know. So, we'll have a look back down the order. I mean, yeah, because, you know, the Kart Chaser media, social. Oh, I know we're on the Alpha live stream, but you know these guys know me. I'll talk about anything. Team Social, Kart Chaser. Team Social, small. Team Broadcast, Kart Chaser, big. Isn't that right,
that's a little insider chat there. I don't know how many people know of all the different warring factions inside, but nonetheless, it's.
Kyle Cuthbertson has been your social guy. He's been criticising the British. You're at the motherland now. Let's talk about the racing. Team Social. Here we go. Zach Turner and Harry Taylor, road number 1. We got a driver spinning off as well. Obviously,
that must have been one of our top starters. That was early to get all the way out to the PFI wall here on the front straightaway. It's the 899.
It's the Ben Maxim Motorsport.
Hugh Hobson, 15th on the grid, but either way, Matteo Palazzo alongside Harry Freeman, Ryan Gill alongside Erison Sang. That's your first 3 rows, all behind Taylor. And of course Turner.
Sims fought Whiteley, Daniel Hartley, Charlie King, Ben Baker. Benjamin Baker won the Sim Challenge yesterday. He was the fastest in the Sim yesterday. Fluid McBain, Hobson when he gets back to the position. Large Kilpatrick, Leon Hasty, the British Open Plate champion. Starbuck, Spain, Collinson, Shepherd, Finley Smith, Toby Farthing, Jack Collinson, one of the first ever winners of tyre carrying. Sebastian Luce, Isabella Stanswell Wilson, Finley Lines, he needs some good luck. Jensen Chalk, he needs luck as well. Beasley and private team driver Harry Holland. Cam Nelson, 3rd in last year's grand final, starting shotgun at the back.
We saw Hugh Hobson here at the back of the shot, hustling to try to get to the tail end of the field. I don't think Hugh's going to make it up to the original starting spot of P15. So Hobson will go to the rear to join Cameron Nelson on that final row and that lonely row at the back of the grid. They've got the view from the rear. We have the view from the front of the field. Coming at us. No. Once again. We are, I think, only 1 for 4, maybe on first try by. Getting these heats started here in the afternoon. Everyone's antsy to get after it, and more than anything, again, this is going to be the final class where we really mention this kind of major talking point of the tire difference here. That was, again, something we kind of overlooked with how crazy the racing was in Senior Rotax, but once again, Junior Rotax, Group A, I believe by the end of qualifying, the changeover for slicks was happening with Junior Rotax, so there will be some that had used the slicks up. I don't know if all of them did, though.
No, but Zach Turner and Harry Taylor and Eason Seng, they are the 3 drivers who went out on slicks. So their slick tyres are 1 session older.
Which puts Taylor's at 2 sessions old, being group, they all are even with Junior Rotax. So we have 4 groups in this one. Yes, my mistake.
They are all even.
Well, sort of. Again, the Harry Freeman, Matteo Palazzo, 1 less heat cycle. But at this point here, the big difference, of course, with tires, and this is similar across the board from the Comets to the Mojos, is that first session is that 2/10 big gain. Second heat cycle to 3rd to 4th, things are a lot more stable, and you won't see much of an on-track difference between them. And again, that was even if. But the Junior Rotax grid is massive. It's got 4 groups, and this is groups A and C, only half of them all. And they're ready for try number 2. Let's see if we get it. Do we get the lights out from Nigel? We do. We're racing here at PFI.
The underdogs, one of the underdog stories of qualifying. Zach Turner, formation spinning. 3 drivers all pirouetting, and they return to the circuit. So one of the underdog stories from this morning, Zach Turner, took the gamble. It worked. Now he's going to try and hang on again. A win, well, it's not out of the question, but again, a solid finish. If someone like, again, Freeman takes the race lead. No, Turner says, well, I'm back, thank you very much. He's not going to roll over and have his belly tickled by any of this lot. He's put himself in a position to win, and win he shall try to achieve. Oh, and it's a little bit touchy going into the Bobby Game corner.
What a start for Eason Sang, up to second here on the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart, and still right within reach, almost could reach out and touch the leader as we exit the final turn and start lap number 2. A 4-driver breakaway up front, little gap for Callum Sims, and then Harry Taylor's contingent from 6th on back. Group the whole field together, and they're going to all back up into the field now, this group of 4, because they're still racing really hard. This is for second, and a big send. Is that Palazzo around the outside, maybe?
Yeah, the Italian-sounding Scottish driver. I think they run a restaurant up in Scotland, the Palazzo family. Tony, I will stand to be corrected. They're a really, really nice family. Came down over a year ago with a Saltire Motorsport. Shocked the world by putting it on pole for the final. The final never happened that day. And but Palazzo had he'd made his mark. Shall we do? The kart chaser crew are on there. They're here to support Big Red. Great that your guys are watching. They're just waking up. They've got an event this weekend, haven't they?
A few of them, yeah. We do have some of our events going on, but again today we don't have anything, and so we're all locked in. The whole karting world watching Kartmasters. Nearly 1,000 concurrent viewers here, and the racing has been spectacular all morning. If you're just tuning in now, you've got a lot of heat races to catch up on, but we've, of course, got the heat race on right now for Junior Rotax. That is once again changing up at the front. Zach Turner now shuffled back down to what looks to be maybe 3rd, and a huge line all the way back. So it's Freeman to Palazzo now, and Turner covers low right behind Callum Sims there in the 33. Then it's Ryan Gill in the 343. Ethan Sang up from 5th to 2nd, now back to P6. And he has nowhere to go right now. They are roadblocked in front of him. Maybe he'll get one move. He does, barely down the inside.
Now, I'm not trying to cast aspersions, However, the Americans have just tuned in, and the skies here in Lincolnshire have darkened, and it's starting to rain.
Turn the stream off, boys. Well, actually, no. Keep the viewership going. It's been phenomenal.
But it is starting to drizzle again.
It's starting to look a little bit gloomy here.
Now,
well, a little English here.
It's starting to look very, very British indeed. Let's have a look at the lap times. Last time around, everyone's still doing personal best sectors. A lot of the heat has gone into the circuit. Now, talk about a star of the show in the earlier race. Kian Bernard has moved up to 7th in that Vera Tools sponsored machine. He's part of the Vera Tools. Vera Tools, the title sponsor of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. He's part of their academy program. And John Turner, his dad, Zach Turner's dad, they'll be really pleased. Holding on to P3. Everyone else is having a good old bun fight. That's a proper old school British phrase. Over the minor placings. Eason Sang, great start, is now running in 6th position.
And for Harry Taylor, he's in the midst of that group again, starting from the off pole, now dropping to just fight to stay inside the top 10. Meanwhile, another big shout out. How about 2 drivers in particular? Oh no,
Alfie McBain for the Hunter Motorsport team has stopped Marshall on the scene, hooks the kart up with his ropes to get it out of the way, and then gets the driver to the Marshall point. Gary Nelson has made a point here. I mean, we can discuss it at the next week. We're going to put a pin in that and discuss this. Race starts in the USA are way better than the UK because it's brought to a slower and more controlled speed. Discuss. We'll discuss that. We'll get through the day.
Table it for the Paddock show here. We'll get to it. Another reason to tune in for the Alpha Live Paddock show. We have another entertaining one on tap tonight.
I'm writing it down now, Gary. Thank you very much.
More interesting tasting foods and drinks, I'm sure.
No. It's just cricket.
Well, there's
tonight.
some, but we haven't done the fanny bombs.
Yes.
Either way, back to the on-track action. How about a big shout-out for another Nelson? Cameron Nelson up 21 spots to 10th right now. Sebastian Lusch up, and we've got problems with the 16 of Palazzo. Matteo Palazzo out of 2nd. He was hanging on decently well to Harry Freeman up front, and now the number 16 suffers a major blow in the heats. He'll drop all the way to the rear. The rain, well, we had it this morning. We're getting more and more reports of some of that liquid sunshine, and in fact, the sunshine's gone. It is overcast skies. A huge lead for Harry Freeman, but he'll be the first through the wall, if you will. Hopefully not into the wall, but going into the unknown.
He is now the guinea pig. Drivers behind can judge their braking point on whether Freeman makes the corner or otherwise. Although Freeman is a long way in front, 2 seconds ahead of Zach Turner and the Evolution Racing out of Callum Sims. Bernard's fourth, Seng, Fox Whiteley, Gill, Nelson, Leon Hasty up from the back of the grid, the O-Plate champion, and Luce. And now let's have a look, last lap. Oh, okay. They're about a second off the pace, but they are battling. Another pole has finished. George Russell beats Michael Simpson.
Craziness on the racetrack here. Let's figure out a little bit of what the drivers are dealing with. Kai, what do you have?
Well, down here trackside, I hate to report it, but there is some very dark and gloomy clouds lurking over the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. And with those dark and gloomy clouds are starting to become spots of rain falling down onto the circuit. Now, if that develops enough to become an issue for the drivers, we'll have to wait and see. But the first drops of rain are starting to fall down here.
And of course, this race already passed halfway, market official, but beyond that as well, the drivers are definitely acting like it's sudden death, although I don't think it will be. I think we'll go the full distance at the rate that it's beginning to form right now. And we saw while we were hearing from you, Kai, contact, sadly. Gill shuffled into the grass. He crossed the line 12th last time by.
I mean, Ryan Gill was, he wasn't even given an option, but he was just shown the grass there. I couldn't quite see the other driver involved, but Ryan Gill forced on to the grass. Now, 2.5 minutes to go. The next round of 16 in our head-to-head. Who the ultimate Kartmaster champion? Lewis Hamilton, a winner of the cadet title in 1996. Mark Litchfield, a winner of 4 Kartmasters titles and a factory driver for the PF International team based here at the circuit for many, many years now. So here we go. Vote for Lewis Hamilton as your best Kartmasters driver. Lewis 1 win, Litchfield 4 wins, but obviously they got a body of work outside of Kartmasters that you can also compare it to. Now, Cian Bernard, star of the show for me so far in both races today. The Anglo-South African driver, he represented Great Britain in the CIK Academy last year, and down the hill, Leon Hasty there. Wee Jimmy boy is in 4th position with the fastest lap of the race. Cameron Nelson,
incredible. The
pride of Pontyclean has just scythed his way through the pack, left, right, and centre. And as he started stone last, 31st. Within 9 minutes, he is 8th. In fact, make that. Yeah, 8th.
No, even higher. Up to 6th and potentially more. He was 8th a moment ago and now up to 5th. Cameron Nelson, 26 spots gained. You can see him back at the frame there on the blue, white, and yellow LN cart. The number 8 still has 50 seconds plus a lap to go and a looming fight for second. He won't get to the leader. Harry Freeman is long gone, 3 seconds out and counting. Cian Bernard here in second, up 10 respectively on his own accord. And now for third, Leon Hasty takes fast lap last time by, takes over third in turn 4.
Indeed, down towards hairpin number 1. Hasty, and the lap times, they're hovering at about a second. It's so dark that the track looks slippery.
Well, it looks really dark on the far side as well.
It's just that layer of rubber, all the oils and stuff that's in the tyres, that comes off that, and the fact that the clouds are so dark, it's making the track look shiny. It's not as quick as it was a minute ago, or a few minutes ago at the start of the race, but there's no sign of lap time sort of plummeting off a cliff. Which as soon as these slick tyres lose heat in the rain, you can kiss goodbye on this circuit, probably about 15 seconds a lap.
And nothing visually that we can see here, but sadly another kart has joined us in park for May too early. Zach Starbuck joins the likes of Matteo Palazzo, still abandoned on the racetrack, and Alfie McBain on the Hunter Motorsport machine we covered earlier as well in the 41 out. So 3 DNFs, 3 retirements, 3 drivers on screen fighting for second, and it looks like the pushback's deployed on Leon Hasty in the O-plate. Or no, that's the 33 of Callum Sims with potentially a pushback. The O-plate's taking the fight to Bernard.
Yeah, I mean, Leon Hasty started the year here at PFI by winning that title. And Cameron Nelson.
He wants one more.
Wants one more.
I don't know if he'll get it. Either way, Harry Freeman, Heat 2 winner, Junior Rotax for groups A and D, or A and C, and behind Bernard, Hasty, Sims, Nelson.
And let's have a look there. Behind that, then it is Jared Fox-Whiteley, Easton Seng, Jake Flewitt, Jack Collinson, the Anglo-Latvian driver, one of the, like I said, along with Ryan White, Hunter Motorsport taking the first tyre carrying contest victories of Kartmasters 2025, a moment that will live long in the memory. Daniel Kilpatrick.
And something happened to Zach Turner on the final lap. We'll go through the results. We'll cover that in a moment. He was fighting inside the top 10 comfortably. The 99 is working his way around the backside just to finish this one out.
Yeah.
He'll get 28th provisionally.
That is terrible. Again, it was the last lap. He's taken...
No, you could see it on Sector 1. He went much slower, lost 15 seconds there.
Yeah.
But either way, here's your top 10. Easton Sang, Jake Flewitt, Jack Collinson, Daniel Kilpatrick, your top 10. Sebastian Lusch up a ton of spots, 14 for him to 11th. And then here's the midfield fighting through. Harry Taylor from the front row to 15th. Backward slide, sadly.
Interesting. 21st position. 1 English parent, 1 Czech parent. Ed Spain, ladies and gentlemen. Alfie McBain, one of the retirements there. We'll try and find out what happened to Zach Turner. Happy birthday, Freddie Worlock. 12 years old today. Happy birthday. Now, Eason Seng, again, hello to Uncle Roger Young in Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan. Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan. Eason Seng, surviving. That's about today. For some of these drivers, it's just about surviving, getting through to the next day without putting yourself under too much pressure. Kai Bachini is down in a not quite dry, but not quite wet Parc Fermé. Take it away, Kai.
Well, at the end of this one, it was Harry Freeman who walks away on top. Now, Harry, if we go back to March at the O-Plate, you lost out on the O-Plate by just a 10th to Leon Hasty. Is this the weekend that you take back a plate at PFI?
Yeah, I think I've got a good chance, obviously. Like, as soon as I get away, I think, like, yeah, that's it. Like, I can win.
And is that the exact mindset that you took into this race? Because it didn't look like you had it easy at all.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like, I got lucky a bit when they battled, but I still had to pump in good lap times, otherwise they'd catch me.
And what did you learn from the O-Plate? Obviously, losing out on that, it must have been so disappointing. But coming into this GP plate weekend, what do you learn from weekends like that?
I think I learned it's a one-off race, and, like, you just got to take your chances and try and go around the outside or something like that.
Perfect, Harry. Thank you very much for your time. That was Harry Freeman, number 278, our winner there of the Junior Rotax Heat. That has just completed, and what a brilliant race it was indeed. A lot of battling all the way through. As Harry said, was able to break away from the pack once they started battling for that second position, so didn't really have to worry about any pressure in the closing stages of that race. But with that being the conclusion of this Junior Rotax race, we're going to chuck straight back up to the commentary box for the next one.
Next race up is going to be Junior Rotax Group B and D. Andrew Mather joins me in the box. Blake Southern, the story of this morning. From Arrive and Drive and rental karting, his first year as an owner-driver, full-time, he puts it on pole. Kai Clark and Albie, the rockstar lapper, starts his row 2 with Gold Chain Charlie himself, Charlie Wolfett. Joshua Bummer Smith and Harani Sadiq are next.
On row number 4, Hasnain Khan
hello
and
to
Sebastian
Hastain's brother and sister. Hastain's brother and sister out on the banking. Hello, I hope you're watching.
Does your to Sean Bennett and Kevin Ivanov in row number 5 of that one. Nathaniel Gray and Eli Baden have a chance here from row 6.
Albert Friend and Eva Morris. Then Logan Lauder, Archie Lovett, Fletcher Jameson and Boaz Maximov. Watch for the fast Dutchman. He's out of position there in 18th. He's quicker. And so is Georgia's Mate Kobakidze, Georgia's first karting superstar.
Lloyd Palmer goes from P20. Harrison Bishop, Samir Paul, James Kell and Luca Holmes-Balak take us down to row 12.
James Kell got that drive because Coles Racing saw the way he raced and helped a teammate out. Sargison, Kohler, Wilcock, Harry Friel, Barham, Hilton, and that rounds out your field. Hello, Nibbers is watching this on the way down to Forest Edge International Raceway, cheering on Eva Morris. All right. Here we go. Can the underdog pull off another? Oh, well, that was... to be fair, I thought he got swamped at the start. Fair play to Blake Southern. He could have backed out there, but he didn't, and he's regained the lead against Kai Clark, who almost won the international trophy 2 weeks ago. Clark now fights his way through. Don't forget, if you weren't watching this morning, firstly, why not? That driver there, Blake Southern, in the rain, last year was racing in Club 100 rental kart racing. He's been given a chance with Jack Dex Racing, and he's now showing, hey, there's some very silly people online saying this is only for the rich kids. It's not. There are people out there who are, not rich in any way, shape or form. There are several drivers out there that have funded this event completely through outside sponsorship because they haven't got a pot to urinate in. I think we get away with that one. And I'm not saying that Blake Southern is one of them, but hey, there is not a budget there, but he's got so much talent.
And I say, talent is the key word here as he's going wheel to wheel with Charlie Wolfett. I think the key for Southern in this race is what has he learnt since Heat 1? He fell back a little bit in Heat 1. That's to be expected to an extent. Now it's the key. Right now he knows he can hold himself in the top 15.
Yep.
If he does that across the course of the heats between now and Sunday, he will be on the grid for the Grand Prix final on Sunday. Now it's about progress. Now it's about, okay, we've got a P13. Can we get a top 10?
Yep.
Can we get a top 5? We got it. Oh, that was a close moment there between Kai Clark and Charlie Wolfett.
Almost
right now, he is going toe-to-toe, wheel to wheel with two very experienced drivers in the national game.
He's going toe-to-toe with drivers who are ruthless. And that's all of these drivers do. They are ruthless, single-minded animals when it comes down to it. Because you have to be in this event. No quarter asked, none given. What do you see? Albie Lapper, who now goes past Southern, at the end of the Mike Wilson complex, Lapper looked to the inside on Southern, and if Southern had not turned in, there would have been an accident. Southern, he just eased open the corner out a little bit. Yeah, he's going to lose places. He's learning. But now, tuck in and follow. Really good Ellie Baden. Sorry to Ellie's mum. It's not Eli, it's Ellie. With his umbrella, Ellie, A. Oh, and the number 13 karts had a moment. That would be Samir Paul. Ellie Baden, the Cato Motorsport team. Cato, multiple Kartmasters champion himself, Simon Cato Adams. Only got two drivers here, Ellie and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Deshaun Bennett moving up into the lower reaches of the top 10. There's the number 15 of Bomber Smith. Yellow flags waving under the bridge. Somebody returning to the track. 6 minutes to go. Clark, Gold Chain Charlie, the Rockstar and Bomber. There you top four. Ellie Baden, Blake Southern still sixth in Kart 100. I think he's got that because of Club 100, the rental kart series he usually rates in. Then it's Hani Sadiq. A great job from Hani Sadiq for the KR Sport team. Hani is flying the flag of I'll try this. I think it might be the sort of, is it Brunei? Albert Friend, new team, up into 8th place with the fastest lap on his mechanic's birthday. Archie Lovett, Hasnain Khan, Hasnain's brother and sister, younger brother and sister, will be watching this, jumping up and down, cheering on their older brother. Mate Kopakidze, only 21st. Mate almost won the international trophy 2 weeks ago. 21st here. Maximov up to 11th. Jameson, James Kell, well deserved. This is James's chance. Eva Morris moving up. This is Kell's chance to show the rest of the world. Coles have taken a punt. Coles have put their faith in James Kell. 13th, lacking a lot of experience compared to some of this. He won. James Kell won the X-Kart scholarship scheme to even get into owner-driver racing. Did so well, impressed Coles Racing. And again, that is another nice story. Luca Holmes Balak, Lloyd Palmer, Logan Lorna, Kevin Ivanov. There is your top 20. Kopakidze, Gray, Kohler, Clark, Sargison, Harry Friel down the order. Darcy the Sausage Dog is... well, she'll be barking and looking to bite Harry's ankles if he doesn't get a move on, as we look there. And Jacob Ashcroft watching. Congratulations to Jacob's dad, Barry Ashcroft, new business venture.
Yes.
Yeah, he has. He hasn't told anything about it. Yeah, no, because hey, the more Jacob keeps winning, and he's winning a lot, the reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion. The more flights that Barry's got to book, to places like Bahrain, where Jacob's going at the end of the year with the Rotax Grand Final. So, Barry's a busy boy. He's busy boy Barry. There's some artwork there. That's the simulator. Inside there is the lounge area and the sim room. We can go. Anyone who comes here can go up to the sim room, have a go. You've got 5 laps. The fastest lap every day gets a sim.
That's a pretty good price.
It's a base sim. I want to make sure that I haven't just...
have you just thrown somebody in there?
Sim base. I think... Oh, right. No screen, no computer, just a frame. the people at the sim company... What? Worth £800. That's every day. Benjamin Baker won it yesterday. So there we go. Eva Morris up to 13th place now. That's maximum. I was cracked the top 10.
Have we noted the progress of Noah Barham? I know a very quick driver that we were familiar with, but you still got to tip your hat. 17 places gained in this race from the back of the field.
He's taken a bit of the Cameron Nelson medicine.
Indeed. Also, in terms of how this is affecting intermediate classification, yes, we're going to start talking about that now. Harry Freeman would be top of the table.
Yes.
At the end of this round with a 0 score. Bernard, Clark, Wolford and Lapper all in the top 5. So it's quite key here for the longevity of the weekend that Kai Clark keeps this momentum going and holds this lead.
Now, 2.5 minutes to go. Things are heating up the front. Kai Clark. Having the front, Gold Chain Charlie coming under pressure of the rock star Albie Lapper. Lapper into second. Gold Chain Charlie back to third. Blake Southern doing the perfect job. He's found his lane and he's just sitting in it. Lap after lap after lap. Rinse and repeat. Apex. Turn in. Apex. Turn out. Straight. Braking point. Turn in. Rinse and repeat. Follow the driver in front and learn.
Look at who he's got directly behind him as well, Albie Friend. I'm still having to rub my eyes, though, at seeing Albie Friend in blue and yellow. It's going to take a while to get used to that. But no, Southern's doing a great job here. Friend up 8 places in this race.
Yeah.
Is this going to be 9 as he has a little go at Blake Southern, who holds him off over the bridge? But now there's going to be a switch back for Albie Friend. This should be a textbook move for last year's winner of the GP plate in Minimax. There he goes through.
Ellie Baden
goes through as well into 5th place.
But again, that is double international Rotax International Trophy winner, 3 times a Rotax Grand Finals podium finisher, last year's Minimax British karting champion, and hey, Blake Southern, when Albie Friend was sitting on podiums at the Grand Finals in 2022, Blake Southern hadn't been karting yet. And yet, okay, he didn't make it easy for Albie. He didn't come across at him. He didn't block him.
Nope.
He made Albie work for it and then sits in and goes again. Hey, and when Albie made the move, he had a little look, can I get him back, like anyone would do. Outstanding from that young man in the number 100 kart.
I tell you who else is having a really good run. Joshua
Oh.
Smith is up to 6th place. This has got to be the most impressive day I've seen George Whitbread Racing as a team have. I know, again, very early within the competition, but good to see that pink and white kart up there in the top 10.
Well, Josh Smith had sort of stopped karting a little bit, but now he's back. And they call him Bomber because he once left a suitcase at Bayford Meadows, and they thought... You know the rest. He just left his kit bag. It was like a suitcase in the middle of the paddock, and it was just left there. And of course, that's all you need to know. So they. Oh no! And there is a 30 kart getting turned around. That is Boaz Maximov, Harley Sadiq going around as well. I'm not, Henry, why do you mention your cameos? Well, I kind of stopped doing cameos because I'd upset people, and then Motorsport UK would get upset at me, and I would have to say sorry. So, yeah.
Moving swiftly on, time is up on the timer, which means Kai Clark, still got a bit of work to do because they've not seen the final lap board yet. Albie Friend has broken away from this battle for 5th place. Ellie Baden, Joshua Smith, Archie Lovett. Archie Lovett coming back into this Grand Prix through these heats. Had a bit of trouble in qualifying. I'm excited to see what Lovett can do tomorrow. And Blake Southern's fought back. Blake Southern, watch this back tonight. You have just overtaken a driver who was racing in FIA karting last year. That was fantastic from Blake Southern, and he's clearly learning.
Do you know what? Regardless of what happens, Eddie Baden getting a penalty, regardless of what happens to Blake Southern. This is his second heat of the day.
Yeah.
He will be he is going to be a better driver, whether it was a bit of luck to get him there. Hey, everyone needs a bit of luck at the time to get pole position. He now can look back on that. He will be a better driver, even if he withdraws from the meeting now. The next race he goes to, he'll be a better driver because of today. Here we go. Is it going to be the Rockstar? Is it going to be Kai Clark? Or what about Gold Chain Charlie for the MLC Motorsport team? In 3rd position, Albie Lapper. He's hit that maturity button spot on this year. Keep saying it over and over again. By this point last year, he'd have a nose cone penalty or he would have been off the track, having gone for a move that wasn't quite on. And here he is, biding his time. He wants to win the race, of course he does. Was the opportunity there? No. Did he try and make something happen? No. Why? Because second means that in the point standings, going into tomorrow, he is 4th.
That's good stuff there from Albie Lapper. Now, just hearing in our ears, did 67 get through that? No, didn't get through that race clean. So Kai Clark, apologies, that was from earlier on in the race. There were quite a few +5s in that one. Had a +5 second penalty. Once that is applied, this result is of course, provisional. Lapper would go up to 1st, Wolfett to 2nd, Clark would drop to 6th place, just behind Joshua Smith.
So that may be that, and again, there is a large LED board so the drivers can see if there's a penalty. I didn't notice that. Maybe Albie saw that at the start, because it was at the start of the race.
Yeah, it's quite early on.
It was early on, and Albie remembered it. Who knows? But again, Blake Southern eventually drops to 8th, but still, fantastic job.
It's a top 10.
Mate Kopakidze up into 16th position. Looking there, Fletcher Jameson, has improved an awful lot from a year ago as well, has Fletcher Jameson. As we look down the order, Kai Bachini, please help me because they're talking about me doing cameos and doing driver roasts on social media. Doesn't necessarily go down well, even though they're very funny.
with the conclusion of that junior Rotax race. What a race that it was. Kai Clark, number 67, he did cross the line first, but a 5-second penalty means that he's demoted down, which means that it's going to be Albie Lapper, the number 29, that will win this race. We're going to make our way over to Parc Fermé here and see if we can catch a word with either of the two drivers. It looks like they're having a good chat here. We'll see if we can grab Kai Clark once he's done having a debrief with the top three here. And it does make sense, Albie Lapper not risking anything on those last couple of laps. He didn't want to try any silly moves because he already knew that Kai Clark had that penalty waiting in the rafters for him when he crossed the line. So these drivers will have a debrief. It's going to be difficult to grab any of them, but we'll see if we can grab Kai Clark for a quick chat or Albie Lapper. Either way, it looks like Kai Clark has done a little run there. He wasn't able to get the race win, but he was definitely the first to leave the Parc Fermé area, which means that we're not able to grab him. But Albie Lapper, now he's got his helmet off. We'll see if we can grab him for a quick interview after this race. Albie, obviously you crossed the line second there. You weren't going to try anything silly on those last few laps. You knew that Kai Clark had that penalty. How does taking a win in that fashion for you?
It's all right. Like, I mean, it's a heat win, but it's a good one. So just add it to the tally of points for the final tomorrow. No, not tomorrow, on Sunday. But yeah, it's a good one.
Of course, that's all that it is in this Kartmasters Grand Prix. It's getting those points in these heats to prepare yourself for the pre-final, because that's a very important race for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a really important one, you know, decide where you start for the final. So really, we're just going to see how we can do in that one tomorrow then.
Perfect, Albie. Thank you very much for your time and congratulations on the race win. And with the conclusion of that junior Rotax heat, we're going to take a quick ad break before we're back.
Minimax 950, heat number 2 up next for us here at Paul Fletcher International. Riley Morrow starts on pole position, is joined by Luke Millward on the front row of the grid. Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Sebastian Behrman will go from row 2 in this one. Lucian Smith and Nelson Taylor will be looking for better luck than heat 1 on row 3. Leo Livings and Joshua Cook, they go from row 4. We then find Benjamin Lawn and Tom Reed on row 5. Josh Cormack and Mick Clinkers go from row 6. It's then Josh Huska and Alfie Ward starting on row 7. They're ahead of Arthur Farrow and an improving Ryan White there on row 8. Austin Oman had a good first heat. Can he do so again from row 9? Is joined by James Roots. Soren Gallagher and Alfie Mayer complete the top 20 on row 10. Aidan Hammond and Casper McAllister go from 11. It's Oliver Spencer and Noah Hammond going from row 12. Atika Mir flying the flag for India starts on row 13 alongside Jack Fulbrook Harmer. Jacob Underhill, row 14 start for Jacob alongside George Quinlan. Trent Mellick, Ronnie Smart, James Devereaux and Esme Rosie complete the running order for this one. It will be 10 laps plus 1 lap once again here for Kartmasters 2025. Luke Millward looking to control the pace alongside Riley Morrow on the front row of the grid. These drivers put on a great show earlier on today. What are we going to see in heat number 2? Lights are out. We are racing at PFI once again. Very even start, and Millward will lead through. Couple of drivers taking to the grass, including Tom Reed, and I think Joshua Cook involved in there as well. But it's a good early lead for Millward. Morrow second. Good start as well for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's third.
You know how sometimes you get an event where two drivers are almost connected by elastic? I think that Joshua Cook and Tom Reed, they discussed the same piece of tarmac in heat number 1, and they were discussing the same piece of. I think it was a separate discussion. Oh my word! What's gone on there? Interlocked wheels, and the 2 leaders go off. They just got caught up, and they both just. Oh, that has cost Millward and Riley Murrow first and second. Emerson McAndrew-Uren picks up the race lead. That was the easiest double pass he's ever made. End of lap number 1. Look at the 3 leaders and look at the Pantano chassis of Leo Livings in 4th position.
I was going to say, Tav Kirk will probably be being charged for some more grass cutting services there by Murrow and Millward. I say that was very strange. They locked together. We have had a bit of rain over the last few days here in the middle of England. So you can imagine that, once you get almost gravitationally pulled into that grass if you skirt too wide. Meanwhile, let's focus back at the front of the order. Some strong drivers in this breakaway trio. Emerson McAndrew-Uren leading from Lucian Smith. Sebastian Behrman, a proven winner here last year in Micromax. 8 minutes remaining of this one to go. Key right now for me, Henry, has got to be these 3 very experienced drivers. They've got to work together. They've got a good advantage over Josh Cormack by 1.3 seconds. Now,
viewers, are you ready for our first multi-camera Alpha Live action replay? Are you ready, Andrew? Let's have a look. Their exit stage right. Millward, that angle, great as it was, they were interlocked together. I don't think Luke Millward was driving him off the circuit. They just caught the 3rd angle. Third time's a charm. You could see that the nose cone of Murrow's kart just caught the wheel and turned the wheel almost out of Millward's hands. Ooh, 4 angles.
Are you okay?
Not 4 candles.
4 candles.
4 candles. 4 angles. Excellent work. Now, Oliver Spencer, David Whitehouse, who's been doing a sterling job on the live chat, keeping all the ne'er-do-wells and wrong-uns at bay. Oliver Spencer, 17 places in 3 laps.
That'll do.
That'll do nicely. Unfortunately, in heat number 1, he did a similar thing and went from 1 position too many, ended up out of the race. So Spencer, when that young man learns to qualify, he is going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with anywhere.
You never know. That could be tomorrow, because there'll be another set of qualifying practice tomorrow to set the grids for the 3rd and 4th rounds of the heats for all of these drivers. There was a little bit of moving up and down, by the way. Those of you with good memories will probably be thinking, hang on a minute, didn't Tom Reed win the first heat? He got a plus 5 second penalty late on, or after the race I should say, and was dropped down to 7th place. So as things stand, I see intermediate classification time.
Yes.
Emerson McAndrew-Uren would be your intermediate points leader by 3 ahead of the driver who's immediately behind him on track at the moment, Lucian Smith.
We're looking at Oliver Spencer, Global Karting number 8. Ward White. Oman, there he is, tucked in behind Ryan White, followed by the farmer Tom Reed, then Benjamin Lawn. Benjamin Lawn having a good run. He's got Darrell Henderson running him. Darrell, top driver back in the day, moved to Australia, did a lot of work with the Kostecki family, running their karting team for him, back in the UK now. And Oliver Spencer passes, or defends rather, against the SPR number 9 of Josh Cormack, the Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver. Pizza Boy 44 for once makes a good point. You know, Spencer just loves the game so much, he wants to make it more entertaining for us.
For the overtake trophy.
Just go for the overtake trophy. There's not an overtake trophy, but in our hearts there is. Yes.
5 minutes to go then. Emerson McAndrew-Uren still leading this race from Lucian Smith and Sebastian Behrman. They have been working together. Pretty efficiently. Oliver Spencer, though, is looking quick in this race. That was a purple sector one that time around. And he's up to 4th place now, just ahead of Josh Cormack. There's Austin Oman on your screens for the number 11. How's Austin getting on in this one? Well, it's up 9 places so far in this race. It's just taken 7th spot away from Ryan White in the Hunter Motorsport number 47.
I'm going to make, with 4.5 minutes to go, James Fitzhugh has been, so we're trying to get to 1,000 viewers concurrently on the live stream. Riley Cann, who does James Fitzhugh's job in the USA, has made a very, very entertaining and enticing prospect. He wants to try, he's a shout out for Xander doing a British accent the next time he comes in. How do we think, I mean, we're look at some go-karts. If we get to, we can't have 1,000 because that's easy. Let's, when this stream gets to 1,100, no, we'll do it 1,000. We'll do 1,000. When this stream gets to 1,000 concurrent viewers, Xander's busy doing some work there. Xander will come in. I'm not sure if we do a whole British race, but we can introduce a race in a British accent. James Fitzhugh will give me the thumbs up, and he's now got to go and give the bad news to Xander, who's standing next to him. There we go. That's just for the Kart Chaser crew watching there. And of course, it's the first time that Alpha Live and Kart Chaser have officially joined forces on a partnership and event, even though behind the scenes. And James, you've got to tell it was all Riley Cann's idea. The minute we get to 1,000, Xander's just sacked Riley Cann. Here we go. Again, it's a really important weekend. Alpha Live and Kart Chaser. Oh no! Leo Livings, there was a rim that wasn't tightened, I feel. Oh. What?
2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. What's this conversation's going on here in the
Riley,
box?
Riley Cann put it in the live chat. He put it in public for all the world to see.
He did.
He did. He
did. 2 minutes and 30 to go. Still no changes in terms of the order at the front of this race, but it is closing between Behrman in 3rd and Spencer in 4th. That is not great news for the lead 3. I tell you what else is not good news, that he's bringing some friends with him.
Yes.
Down the inside, change between the teammates there, between the Sam Pollitt Racing crew. Austin Oman goes through past Josh Cormack. That was for 5th place. Still with 2 minutes, more than 2 minutes on the clock. This could crescendo into a bit of a good one.
Can I just have a quick shout out? Nelson Taylor in kart number 91 for Thule Motorsport. They've only got a couple of weapons in the game this weekend of Thule, and Nelson is first season racing at national level. Let's have a look at ready for some art, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for some art. We'll get to the Nelson Taylor story now. There's going to be some art right there, and that was Nelson Taylor kicking up some sparks. He raises awareness for drivers with autism. Now, in this sport, when things change, timetables change, races get red flagged, there's lots of people flying around media coverage, trying to do interviews. If you're on the autistic spectrum, that can be extremely daunting. However, Nelson and a lot of other drivers who are on the autistic spectrum like that, they find that karting helps them in school, helps them manage other parts of their life. And Nelson, he's doing more and more interviews. Why? Because he's getting further and further up the order. Hello to Connor Clancy, watching this online. Really well done, because, some of these drivers, they're not just working on trying to unlock power in the kart and working on their driving. They're working on other things as well. Again, credit to Drew Tooley, another former champion, one of the team bosses that is a former champion, working well with Nelson, but also, credit to Nelson and his dad. There's a lot of challenges in this sport, and Nelson is he's working, he's overcoming just one more challenge than everybody else.
Absolutely. Oliver Spencer's having a bit of a tough lap here. He's lost out to Austin Oman. I wonder if he's just taken a little bit too much out of his materials in the early stages of this race. Time is up. That means Emerson McCandy-Uren, who has led a very, very mature race so far in this heat, has got one more lap to do, but it could be the hardest of all of the laps. 10 of them gone, 1 to go, because Lucian Smith has persistently kept pushing along. Has never been more than a handful of tenths off the back of the number 3, and now Emerson's having to defend. Now Emerson's having to work. If he puts one wheel wrong, he won't just lose the race win here, Henry. He could fall down to around 5th or 6th place.
And again, there's the move from Behrman, just eases Smith wide. Now, Oman. In Micromax last year, Austin Oman was in this position twice in a row in a heat race. 3rd or 4th, and he's up to 2nd, and he ended up winning the race. He's not going to do this one. Look at this, they're 4 wide coming off the corner, and that looked like Josh Cormack to the inside, now to the outside. Spencer. Oh, Behrman, the rear bumper, getting a bit of a workout there on Behrman's car, but he holds on. Emerson McAndrew-Uren wins again, and
Oman got second.
Reed, Behrman, Ward, Smith down to 6th, Spencer 7th, Cormack at one point was about 5th on that last lap. He's now 8th. Ryan White, Riley Murrow, and
got a feel a little bit for Lucian Smith there. Went on to that last lap, less than 2 tenths behind the race leader, ends up 3 and a bit seconds back and in 6th place. Well, there is your provisional results for Minimax 950. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, another victory for him in Minimax in 2025. Austin Oman P2, Tom Reed a solid 3rd there. I think can be pretty happy with the work that he's put in here today. Sebastian Behrman likewise, P4 there ahead of Alfie Ward and Lucian Smith. Rest of the top 10, Oliver Spencer was your biggest mover, up 15 from where he started in the end with that P7. Josh Cormack, Ryan White and Riley Morrow completed the top 10. Good try for Maiden Hammond there as well. Privateer run up 9 spots. Quite a few privateers on the move. Alfie Mayer,
he's not a privateer.
He's not a privateer.
He's SFR Motorsport, but someone forgot to fill the box in.
Alfie Miller, yes, likewise, up 7 spots to 12th. Nelson Taylor, a solid P13 there ahead of Josh Cook and Benjamin Lawn. Bit of a tough day in terms of the races for Luke Millward, but in some ways, the tomorrow it's a new start for a lot of them. They can review what they've learnt here today. P16 for Millward. Clinkers, Roots, Gallagher and Fulbrook Harmer all in the top 20.
Now, there are some people, as we look at the rest of this, there are some people, there's no pleasing some of them. Conor Clancy, 2024 UAE Junior Rotax champion, racing in Europe.
Yep.
He wants a second shout-out.
A second shout-out?
He definitely cannot have a second shout-out, can Conor Clancy. You can't have one, Conor. No second shout-out for you,
Absolutely
Conor
not.
Clancy. There we are. Kai Bachini, I knew I was going to say that.
You went Italian then?
I went all Italian. Kai Bachini is down in the pit lane and to speak to, after probably a relieved Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
And as we round up that race, it's Emerson McAndrew-Uren who was able to break away with that victory. No problems for him at the top end, and he makes his way over for a chat as he dodges carts that are trying to take him out. You were so fast on the track there. They're trying to take you out in the Parc Fermé here.
Yeah, obviously really good race, really fast. Just kind of pushed away at the front, and then obviously last lap had to defend to keep my position, and then just kind of, once I knew I had a gap, just drove off from there.
As a racing driver, what goes through your head when you look back and you start to see everyone battling behind you and that gap start to grow? Do you start to feel that victory creep up on you, or are you just focused on the goal at hand?
Towards the last couple of laps, it was obviously a bit more intense, considering I had Lucian Smith pushing me behind. But we just worked really well together, and then on the last lap, it's when it takes all, really.
And you never seem to stop winning. You've got the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy under your belt this year. Is it going to be the GP plate next?
Yeah, I think we've got a pretty good chance to win this weekend. Obviously, we're really fast, and hopefully we can carry that through the rest.
Brilliant. Best of luck. Thank you very much for your time, Emerson. And that is going to be it for that race. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, your victor of that heat. We're going to throw to another quick ad break before we get straight back into the action on track.
the recently celebrating his 10th birthday is Alfie Garrett. It's a Friday. Which member of Alfie's family is always trying to watch him work on a Friday?
I don't know.
Well, they were at Le Mans and they were talking about, they were trying to like not to get their boss too excited because they were, watching TV when they're supposed to be working. We'll find out. They'll probably comment in now, hopefully. This is Micromax. There's the GSF car parts sponsored car of Sebastian Crawford going out. But it's Benedictus Masiokas who won the opening race and is on pole position for this one as well. Alfie Garrett, Albie J. Stubbs, Sebastian Crawford, Dimitar Uzanov and Chloe McGill.
Both number 4 for this one, Albert Farrow and Dax Farah. Teddy Murphy and Otto Amy will go from the 5th row of the grid for this one. Ralph Martin and Charlie Page will both look to move forward from row 6.
Harris Barber and Benjamin Karachkovich are next. Ronnie Allen and Liam O'Hanlon, Freddie Walker and Freddie Blackshaw.
Completing the top 20, Reggie Chandler and Jensen Darlow. Zach Andrew, another one of the club runners here for TVKC events, is on row 11, joined by Oliver Woodall, Ollie Brunt and Ted Hayward. They go from row 12. And it's Edison Burrows and Arlo Gamble completing the 26 runners here in Micromax UK.
Now, we want to hear from Reggie Chandler's mum.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Is the hen do still going on? Because you know the game. I want to mention it, but you know the game. Reggie Chandler starting 19th there. And I think if there's an award for the best crash helmet design, he wins it. I'm sorry,
like it.
Sorry, everybody else. The Paddock. It's my, I'm not allowed to have opinions on who I think the best drivers are, but I can have opinion on what is my favourite. It's not the best, my favourite crash helmet design, and that's Ash Crossy who's done that, put that one together. Who's the favourite camera operator? The one that does art and makes me rub my legs like Vic Reeves.
Green light,
yes.
10 minutes plus 1 lap. It's Micromax UK in heat number 2. Good start for Benedictus Masiokas. Leads in the early stages of this one. Steady start for everybody up there. One of the Sam Pollets has had a good start. That'll be Albie J. Stubbs. Oh, a little bit distracted.
3
and disrupted
rotations
in the background there.
Yeah, 3 rotations at the back of the field. Here they all come. They're all back in the race. We'll see who they are very shortly. But Masiokas continues to lead. Red Chandler's member hasn't commented in. Maybe the Henry's gone very well.
Or very bad.
Well, if it's gone, is it this way? If it goes very badly, then it's gone very well until it goes very badly.
It's the circle of life.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen. 9 minutes to go in this one. Benedictus Masiokas had a very good run in the first race. Very steady, very measured, very controlled once again. All eyes are, of course, on Masiokas. He is a firm favourite for this particular category.
Oh, Lewis Hamilton.
The season that he's had so far this season.
Sorry, Lewis Hamilton has beaten Mark Litchfield by 63% of the votes to 36 in our latest last 16 matchup. A new poll going up again. We're trying to find the ultimate Kartmasters champion. This is the last 16 head-to-head. You simply vote which you think is the more ultimate Kartmasters champion of the 2 drivers, and that you'll appear on your screen next. Thank you for voting. We've had nearly 200 votes for every single poll of the event so far. And I mean, 63% to 36, that's quite close. That's quite close. 4-time champion Mark Litchfield narrowly losing out to 7-time Formula 1 world champion Sir Lewis Hamilton.
And Mark gave it a good run there, because I think it was 55-45 for a while there. So yeah, keep those votes coming in. There'll be another vote in the not too distant future. Meanwhile, back in this one, through the fence, through the mesh there, that's where the drivers prepare and quite often race. Watch the races from the pre-grid.
Ryle Almazora makes a very good point. Can the Philippines drivers join Kartmasters? Of course. If you have a license, I brought in 2017. I brought a driver, Enrique de Leon, over from Trinidad and Tobago. He had a kart license from the Trinidad and Tobago Karting Federation, so he can race. So if Ryan and some of the other really, really good Filipino drivers. I'm thinking Axel Nocom, thinking Ryan C, who are starting to make waves in international karting. Yeah, next year, get your entries in. Love to have the Philippines represented. This year, as we're watching, we've got 6 minutes to go, so I'm going to... this year, we have England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Lithuania, United Arab Emirates, Bosnia, India, Guernsey, Italy, Ireland, Netherlands, Chinese Taipei, and the island of Taiwan, Serbia, Georgia, Latvia, the Czech Republic, Singapore, Panama, Belgium, the USA, Bahrain, Brazil, Malaysia, and I believe Brunei, all represented just in this event. So yes, it'll be great to have a drive for the Philippines over next year. Masiokas leading this. They're lining up again, and look, they're not back. This just shows how competitive it can be. Of course, you get the the occasional naysayers saying, "Oh, someone's got more waff than everybody else." You look at this. You've got SFR Motorsport, Sam Pollitt Racing, you've got Dan Holland Racing, Origin Motorsport, Strawberry Racing, and Jason Dredd, JPD UK. All running. No one's battling, and yet, is anyone pulling away? No.
Not by the looks of it.
No, they're not. Now, you know, obviously, certain teams on any given weekend have sometimes, you know, do a better job than others of getting the most out of their equipment. They work tirelessly for the teams. Yeah, to extricate the maximum amount of speed out of the go-kart. You know, it's just racing. That's what you know. Some weekends, certain teams are better than others, but generally the level playing field, and it is a tribute to, you know, Jag Rotax and the Rotax concept. That yeah, of course, there's things that you could do to make the engine slightly quicker, and there are things that you could do that are within the rules. There are things that you could do that, you know, maybe one of the grey areas, but there's the risk you take. And that's, you know, everyone's looking for the unfair advantage. Everyone's looking for that area of the rule book that they can not break, but exploit. That's engineering. That's what makes...
To increase their understanding.
Yeah, I want to increase my understanding of the rule book by looking at a rule and thinking, well, it says I can't do that, but it doesn't say I can't do that. So let's do that until I get told I can't, and then, you know, I understand the rule book a little bit more.
4.5 minutes.
And Max in Motorsport, yes, of course.
Masiokas leading from Stubbs. How are Max in getting on? They've got Ollie Brunt in this race. He's on one position.
Max in Motorsport.
To P22.
Max in Motorsport are going to join Strawberry Racing and MLC Motorsport as 3 of the 4 teams are going to do Tired Out later on. Massive Paddock Show game later on. Should get Sam Pollitt Racing involved as well. But yeah, big night for tyre stack in the world of karting this weekend. Big night. SFR Motorsport leads with Benedictus Masiokas, 3.5 minutes to go. Albie J. Stubbs, Alfie Garrett, Albert Farrow, who is Albert and his brother have moved over to from Dan Holland to SFR. Sebastian Crawford there for Origin Motorsport. Dimitar Uzanov, independent driver. Charlie Page is there in 7th, the Rotax International Trophy champion. There he is in that white kart with the hot green and pink and yet orange stripes on it. New leader, Albie J. Stubbs.
And not much resistance there from Benedictus Masiokas. Maybe just wanting to take the next minute or so to see where Stubbs is strong, where Stubbs perhaps isn't so strong around this circuit. Still plenty of time for him to get the lead back, and he's still got his rear gunner in the shape of teammate Alfie Garrett. In fact, Masiokas doesn't need 3 minutes to do that. He's gone around the outside. That's well dealt with by Albie J. Stubbs, who could sense that one coming down the inside. Here comes Albert Farrow in the yellow and blue helmet up to 3rd place. Crawford's going wheel to wheel with Alfie Garrett. That move, that attempt of a move around the outside from Masiokas has lit this race alive in the last couple of moments. There's Dimitar Uzanov trying to work her way through, and Charlie Page as well up to P7.
And Harris Barber right behind them, and it was sort of a case of as that driver watching on. Now, hello again, Bring the Noise, Cage Boys. Kerry Probert, that's the one. She's at Kerry, are you in work? She's keeping an eye on you. Are you in work? You're not supposed to be watching the live stream. Thank you. Well, we really do appreciate it. Can I give a fellow Henry a shout out? Says Henry James. Yeah, I'll give a fellow Henry a shout out. Henry James. How about a shout out? Henry Gregory. Henry King watching. There we go. Thanks, Henry James, for reminding me to do that. Change of the lead. Benedictus Masiokas back in front. But for how long? At least one corner. At least one corner. Reggie Chandler's up 7 places to 12th.
Very good stuff at the moment from Benedictus Masiokas. Questions coming in as well about the different age ranges of the drivers, particularly in the interclasses.
Yeah, can you join Minimax Awards if you're 9 or 10?
Got things year 10th.
The year of your 10th birthday. I'm very good, thanks, Keish Moyes. Have you qualified for the grand finals this year? Am I going to see you in Bahrain? Meanwhile, a minute to go. Stubbs had a good run there,
he did.
Andrew, but Masiokas was wise to it. Penalty for Freddie Walker. That will drop Freddie down to 25th.
Down the inside. That's a big move from Albert Farrow. Oh, and it's really good work by the teammates as well. SFR now looking at a 1, 2, 3.
A squadron of the red and black attack. Almost in flying formation. There's there's several pesky karts trying to spoil the photo finish opportunity for the SFR team.
2 more laps of this one to go then. Change for 9th place to report on out there. Chloe McGill has got through past Dax Farrer. Chloe, who's changed teams. She was with SFR, now racing with Sam Pollitt Racing, but has carried that custom livery along with her. Reggie Chandler, watch, by the way. Is it good or not good? It's a gain of 7 at the moment for Reggie Chandler, up to 12th place in this one. Is making some very, very good progress for himself, for his mum.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Let's leave it there.
After gaining 5 places and me saying that the hen party had to then, drink 5 adult beverages.
Celebrate each of those positions gained.
Might have finished them off. Which is why they're not saying anything now.
Change for 2nd place. Garrett through past Farrow there. Very decisive point as well from Garrett forward to say, let's go. So are we going to see a little bit of a breaking of the formation in the ranks here? Because these 3 teammates have got themselves into a nice position at the front of the field. But still, 1 more lap of this one to go. Masiokas, though, should remember, doesn't necessarily need to win this race to hold the intermediate points lead.
Now, rear gunner, there we go. Farrow starts to defend. That allows Masiokas and Garrett to attack. Stubbs tries the undercut. Page threads the needle. Outside, inside, and back to the outside. Charlie Page, take a bow, son.
He's not done yet. He's going to have an attack here for 3rd place into hairpin number 1. Charlie Page, who's continuing to grow with confidence. Here's a move for the race lead. Masiokas down the inside. Has Garrett got anything in response to come back? No, not on this occasion. Still a couple of chances for Garrett to get back through here. Out of the Fullerton S's. Bobby Game Corner is next. Still all going on for 3rd place. Look at this. 5, 6 drivers all involved. Page down the inside again. Can he get his nose ahead? Yes, he can. Great stuff. What a brilliant final lap from Charlie Page. But it's going to be Benedictus Masiokas on top in Micromax UK yet again. Alfie Garrett P2, 3rd, a battling 3rd there for Charlie Page, up 9 spots. Biggest mover in that race.
If I ask James Fitzhugh really nicely, could we have possibly a replay of that move out on the banking on the last lap with Charlie Page, just to try and piece together what happened? I don't think he made both passes. He almost, at one point he had. Let's have a look. Austin Newstead did an amazing move in heat number 1. I think that certainly Charlie Page is up for move of the day with Austin Newstead. in that one. So that is Micro Heat 2. The weather hasn't really been conducive. Here we go, look at this. Now, he looks to the outside stubs, inside Pharaoh, fair play to Pharaoh. Okay, I still, at the moment, I still give it an honourable mention. Yeah, honourable mention. I still think Austin Newstead would move the day in Heat 1 of Water Swift. I believe that is my personal opinion. Masiokas, Garrett, Page, Pharaoh, Crawford, Stubbs, your top 6. Barber, Usanov, Amy, McGill, another top 10 for Chloe, Farah and Reggie Chandler up 12. If you're listening, Mum, Kratchkovich, improving every race, and that's what you get. First time in the UK, improving from Heat 1 to Heat 2. By the final, by the main event on Sunday, Kratchkovich will be in the zone.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to that one. Rest of the running order for the provisional result: Ralph Martin and Ronnie Allen in the top 15. Woodall, Andrew, O'Hanlon, Brunt and Walker all record top 20s. Blackshaw, Darlow, Hayward, Gamble, Burrows and Murphy meant all 26 drivers who started that race saw the checkered flag. First of them, though, was Benedictas Masiokas. Let's head down once again to Parc Ferme to catch some of the thoughts of the drivers in the atmosphere with Kai Bachini.
And at the end of that Micromax session, it was the O-Play that comes out on top once again. Remember this name, Benedictas Masiokas was on top once again. We're going to see if we can get a quick word with him after what was not the easiest victory at all. It was battling all the way through there for the O-Play. He had his work cut out for him, but he still remains on that top step and sets himself up in a prime position for the rest of the weekend. We're going to see if we can get a quick chat with Benedictas now. As he spots us, he'll run his way out and make sure that he gets his airtime on the camera. Benedictas makes his way over. And Benedictas, I feel like by the end of this weekend, you're going to have been on the camera more than me.
Yeah, really.
It didn't seem like a straightforward race for you. You had a lot of battling going on there. So talk us through it from your perspective.
On the start, my teammate Alfie Garrett was pushing me, and then LBJ Subs overtook me a couple of times, and then by the end it was just me and Alfie.
Perfect. And as you said, another race win under your belt. The answer was yes last time. I'm gonna guess it's yes again, but I'm gonna ask anyways. Do you still think you're gonna win this weekend?
Yeah.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Benedictas Masiokas is going to win the British Kartmasters GP. In his words, we'll have to wait and see if that comes true. But with that being the end of the Micro Max, we're going to go straight back up to the comms box as we get ready for Water Swift.
Time for Water Swift and their second heat of the day. What have we got in store here for our 32 drivers heading out onto circuit? Well, on the front row, it's Alfie Davidson and Knight measures. Row 2, Jensen Ackerman and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio of Italy. It's another Italian driver. On row 3 on the inside, Enzo Butterazzi had a very good first heat, completing the top 6, George Clark.
On row number 4, Austin Newstead and Chester Fawkes, Luca Narroway and Christian Kobe, Harry Williams and Henry Clark. Austin Gibson and Harry Chapman, Riley Murrow and Zach Champney, Charlie Clough and Daniel Ferguson are next.
Completing the top 20, Colby Patterson and Mason Hibbert for this one. Alessandro Salas and Ethan Owen go from row 11. Jacob Nairn and Ilyas Sami start on row 12. George Greaves, William Bennett, they go from row 13. Orion Meta and Margaris Kovetskis on the Apollo, the new Apollo chassis on row 14. Ruben Sagu and Joseph Davis complete the top 30, and then the 32 strong field is completed by row 16. Hugo Williamson and Alfie Mayer. Once again, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. The standings from the first round: Newstead from Kobe, Clark, Davidson, Measures, Butterazzi, Williams and Clark.
There's Super Lolo on.
Super Lolo, yes.
Yeah, Super Lolo for Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. And there's that sort of that for reflective colour. Yeah, change whatever angle you're at, the helmet changes colour, which is really good. There's the Bluebird, number 17, Luca Narrowway.
Nope,
Are we going to go? No. Give us a chance. Now, we were talking about Harry Chapman has moved up from Waterswift Restricted, has joined Henry Gregory Motorsport this weekend. One of his Waterswift Restricted rivals, Louis Williams-Mabs.
Hello, Louis.
Hello to Ricky. Oh, try it. It's Ricky.
Yes.
Go and try it. Ricky, one time. All right. Yeah, good.
I wasn't sure what was coming then. 10 minutes plus 1 lap once again. No, good to see the support of fellow drivers in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from as well, as the sun is coming out here. Now, big question. Will Nigel Edwards have his big coat off by the end of the day?
I don't think so. It's not warm at the moment. It's been beautiful, the weather. As soon as Xander Clements arrives, it all goes Pete Tong. That's wrong in Cockney rhyming slang, which we were trying to teach Xander.
I saw you had a good go with that one.
But, you know, I'm going to try and say, is he on the dog and bone at the moment? He's disappeared. The minute that his producer from Back a Kart Chaser Back Home, Riley Can, said he had to do a British accent. Are we up to 1,000 concurrent viewers yet, James? Not yet. Not yet.
Share with your family and friends.
Share with your family and friends.
So,
he's gone to understand the British paddock and learn a bit more Cockney rhyming slang.
Good afternoon to Mr. Murray Adams as well, who's just chimed in,
Hello,
doing a lot of work on the Apollo chassis that Margus Kvetskis has been driving this weekend. Right, are we ready? Yes, we are. Lights out. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for what is sure to be another pulsating water swift heat through the first couple of corners. Looking okay. I hope we haven't cursed it on this occasion. No, looking all right.
Yes.
Through the bowl for the first time. Very good start for Alfie Davidson. Big chance here, Henry, for him to move up the intermediate classification.
Yes, welcoming, not our very first view. We've had people from this particular city before. Edmonton, I don't know if it's Edmonton, I imagine it might be Edmonton. Apart from Edmonton, there's not a lot else in Alberta apart from snow, fir trees and bears. I think that's a
Do they
fair
have
assessment.
moose up there?
And probably a moose or an elk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello Naveed, watching from Alberta in Canada. Home of the Edmonton Oilers, moose, elk, trees, maple syrup and snow and bears. Many bears. Many bears.
Hello to Mohammed Issa as
Hello.
well. Hello, Mohammed. Good to hear from you. It's cheering on Evolve Motorsport in
That's
this race.
right, yes.
And Luca Narrowway with the Bluebird.
Oh, yes.
Is their best positioned driver at the moment in this race. End of lap 1, Davidson leads. Butterazzi, another good start, is up to second place. Austin Newstead is holding third and right on cue. Thank you very much, Luca. The Bluebird flying through into, what will that be? That'll be 7th position, I think it will be, past George Clark.
Am I allowed to sing If the Bluebirds over the White Cliffs of Dover? No, not a White Cliffs of Dover.
Stick it on the playlist.
Yeah, put it on the playlist. There we go. Luca Narrowway looks over the shoulder. The apparently YouTube detected tone deaf singing. Let me just shut us down. Luca Narrowway looking over his shoulder. The Campbell family are backing this project, and the museum.
The Ruskin Museum.
The Ruskin Museum are supporting this effort. So hello to Everett at the Ruskin Museum. How nice is it that a young driver or any young person has taken such an interest into Donald Campbell 70 years ago on Coniston Water. Donald Campbell, the Bluebird, perished and sunk to Davy Jones's locker. And of course now it's back and it's being, it's being rebuilt and is going up for demonstration runs. But it's great that someone's taking an interest in something that has happened long ago and bringing it to the attention of a whole bunch of other kids as well. There we go. Back to the races. 7.5 minutes to go. Fusion Motorsport running 1 and 3. Enzo Butterazzi in P2 on that red and white Birrell ART chassis, driver number 20. Now, I don't think that is a Jade Racing Team.
No, it's a privateer.
Car. It's a privateer car. I have seen the Racing Perfection truck here, which used to run Birrells. Is it Racing Perfection, I wonder? If it is, they haven't put their team name down. But
there we go. So 6.5 minutes of this one to go. Who's making progress out there? Mason Hibbert up 8 spots for Fusion Motorsport into the top 12. Colby Patterson as well, another one of the drivers with plenty of Euro experience. He's up 6 to 13th.
Speaking of giving it Euro, Andrew, hello to Lizzie Mentier, driver, and Maisie Creed. So we've got 2 drivers who are racing and watching on the live chat. Time to say, okay, the 2 of them there going, should I put them on the spot? Right, who's going to finish higher in the Grand Prix on Sunday? Maisie or Lizzie? They're sharing an account. We've got to talk amongst yourselves and come back, give me an answer.
Maisie had some good results a few weeks ago here at PF for a recent round of the British Championships, just to complete the roundup of who's making good progress. Ilya Sami, he's lost a couple of positions of what he gained, but he's still up 5 from the start. And I can hear the Apollo launching. Margaret Kvetskis is up 7 spots now in this race, just outside the top 20 as things stand. And I do believe we're going to be taking a little jaunt down to the Apollo tent later on this evening.
Yes, another one of the features. Another one of the features we got is Andrew Mather. You're going to go and have a just talk about Apollo karts. They race. They build pro karts.
Have done for a very long time.
Have done for a long time. Well, I don't remember them when I used to race pro karts, and I stopped racing in 2008. So maybe since then again, 2008 was a very long time ago.
Long time ago.
Yeah, sorry. And now, and again, 2 pro karts, a 4-stroke chassis, mainly used for endurance racing.
Yep.
Now they're flipping the script completely. They're still obviously making pro kart chassis, but now diving into 2-stroke racing in the small category, the mini and the micro size karts. There is another RCE, Richardson Chassis Engineering, British company, doing a great job. Apollo, it's hard work, but they're giving it a go. Jess Alexander, double British Pro Kart Endurance Champion, is here helping to run Margaret and the whole team. So yeah, we're going to go find a little bit more about, another British underdog story taking on the big guns.
I'm going to give a little shout out as well to the Pro Kart Endurance community as a whole, because I know a lot of them will be watching here today, but next weekend, very big race for T-Size 24, British 24 out next weekend.
Yes, there is, and we're going to try and get Gracie Mitchell here tomorrow. If she's around, the call has gone out for Gracie Mitchell. Why? Because next weekend, Gracie Mitchell, who's raced in Kartmasters before, she's 18 now, she is going to attempt to become the first woman ever to do a 24-hour kart race solo. Raising money. There's a raising money. We're going to try and get Gracie down to do a feature on her. That is incredible. Raced in Kartmasters a number of times. Yes, Gracie Mitchell. Go and look her up. If you're cheering for the girls this weekend, great. Cheer for the girl next weekend. Type it in. Gracie Mitchell 24-hour solo kart attempt. It would be the first time ever a female has attempted a 24-hour kart race solo. And I very much hope she can come to Kartmasters. We can at least speak to her about it and highlight what I think would be an incredible achievement.
Props to that. I don't think I could do 24 minutes around Teesside.
If you saw me perspiring mightily after doing 5 minutes on a simulator yesterday, you'll realise that I am also not quite in race shape.
Not race trim yet. No. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. It's been a pretty quiet one by Water Swift standards, but not that Alfie Davidson will care too much about that, because he's nicely leading this race from teammate Austin Newstead. Newstead at the moment has the race lead, the intermediate points lead. Enzo Butterazzi there as well in 3rd place. That's one of the things I've really enjoyed about today, Henry.
Yep.
Is the surprise stories. The stories such as Butterazzi that, I'll be honest, when I looked through the entry lists at the start of the week and thinking, who's going to be in form? Who do we know has been running well? that's not a name that I would have said would have been in the top 3 of the intermediate classification at the end of day 1.
No, but of course, you know, a Birrell won the Swift Restricted GP plate last year with Alessandro Salas. Alessandro Salas is 23rd at the moment. It can be a big step up, you know, from restricted to water swift. Not because the karts are, because sometimes the drivers, you get to a certain age and they haven't had their growth spurt yet. They're still very, very wee.
1 minute and 30 seconds of this one to go. Change for 9th place. Christian Kobe has got through past Mason Hibbert. Daniel Ferguson's had a fairly quiet day. He's had a decent season. Has changed teams, of course, in the middle part of this season. Is now with the BMR restart crew, but has just got past Colby Patterson for that 11th place. Austin Gibson having a quiet race as well. Not quite able to find that same form that we saw a few weeks ago, but not too much concern. There's still a full 2 days of competition left here. At the moment, Gibson down in 17th. He has just taken that place, though, away from Chester Fawkes, who's had a tough day. The E-plate holder, won that E-plate a couple of weeks ago. The solace for that is he already knows that he's off to IWF at the end of the year.
Yes.
So a number of the tickets, same here as this weekend, and JM Engineering providing a good number of the routes to Valencia through the IAME classes. We'll be talking more about that once we get to Sunday. Here we go, 30 seconds to go. Those are your scores in the bottom right-hand corner. Newstead still leading by 2 points.
And Knight Measures runs in 5th, calmly, coolly, has moved now to P4 in the overall standings. There is Measures. Okay, 6 drivers. The clock is going to strike 0. They're going to get the last lap board next time around. And there we go! Oh, take a bow! Buttarazzi, a double Slim Shady. 2 for the price of 1. Ding, ding, special offer. And he might have just won in this go-kart race.
It might have indeed. As a bit of a moment there as Jensen Ackerman well held. Oh, he's going to have to take to the grass, but either way, that was very, very well held by Ackerman. I think that was Di Pantantonio and Measures just getting together, and then unfortunately nowhere to go through the Fullerton S's on that occasion. Time is up. Last lap board out. Enzo Buttarazzi will have loved that round the outside.
Close the book on move of the day. Close the book on move of... Oh, hang on a second. Have I spoken too soon? Has I spoken too soon? Not quite. But I'm writing down Buttarazzi's name as we speak. That was outstanding. From a driver, it shows the level of talent in British karting now. Is he about to have done to him what he did? There's a cut back from Davidson. Right, Enzo. Defend. Oh, and he leaves the door open. Davidson back into the race lead.
This is what Alfie Davidson did a lot of course, in 2024 on his way to a British title. In the cadet category for this engine formula, and he's racing away now down the inside. That's Di Pantantonio up to 4th place ahead of Knight Measures. Is this the weekend where it all starts to come together for Alfie Davidson? He's going to end Friday very nicely indeed. A race win for Alfie Davidson puts him 2nd in the intermediate points. After that one, Enzo Buttarazzi not quite able to get the race victory, but hey, that was, I've got to say as well, a move of the day from Buttarazzi, and leaves him 3rd in the intermediate points. Newstead, 3rd on the road, will lead those intermediate points by a single score after those 2 races that we've seen this afternoon.
Fair play. As we look down at some of the other finishers, I mean, you can put a question mark over several drivers who's got the performance of the day, race performance of the day. I mean, you've got Callum Bradshaw as one, but Enzo Buttarazzi is up there. Davidson, Buttarazzi, Newstead, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Knight Measures, and Harry Williams. I think this is probably Harry's first or second race back after injury. Slowly, just getting himself back into the swing of things.
I say that's a good day for Harry. He'll be in the top 8 overnight in the points. So that's solid. That's progression in the right direction.
Yeah, Narroway, Kobe, Clark, Hibbert, Ackerman and Patterson, your top 12. Ferguson, Clark, Clough, Chapman, Gibson and Riley Murrow are next, with Margaris Kvetskis. Is that the first top 20 of the week for Margaris Kvetskis and the Apollo
I think,
go-kart?
this weekend,
Well
continuing the progress.
Chester Fawkes, Efan Owen, Joseph Davis, Orion Meta, Jacob Nairn, then another Welshman, William Bennett, Alfie Mayer, who also has a penalty, George Greaves, Ruben Sagoo, Zach Champney. We're looking down the order, sadly, Ilyas Sami, and last year's Waterswift Restricted GP plate holder, Alessandro Salas, failed to finish. Well, Alfie Davidson is going to be down speaking to Kai Bachini in the paddock. Now, take it away, Kai.
The second Water Swift of the day packed some heat, and it was our pole position sitter of Alfie Davidson who took home the win. He's going to come over and have a chat with us now. Alfie, it was pole position earlier on today. A difficult first heat for you. You finished 4th in that one, but you're regaining and you're reclaiming another victory there.
Yeah, big thanks to Austin for pushing me the whole way, and then had a little battle at the end, which is fair play.
So do you feel that team orders and teamwork was a very crucial role and will be a crucial role for success over the course of the weekend?
Yeah, it'll be very crucial just to get away with Austin, just one of our teammates, and then just battle on the last lap in the final. I'll be happy with that.
And as we mentioned before, you had a couple issues in that first heat. How can we make sure that doesn't happen again for the rest of the weekend?
Just keep calm. At the start, I just got done and got freight trained by everyone, and then started really fast and started coming back through. So just trying to keep calm, really.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time. And we go from the youngest drivers on the grid to the oldest drivers. It's the seniors out now, so back up to the comms box for that.
Okay, Senior X30. Up next, Callum Bradshaw and Freddie Lloyd, row 1. Fred Green and Gus Lawrence, row 2. Gabriel Stilp and Caden McQueen, row 3. Jack Nettleship and Aaron Brown, row 4. Rylan Eschberg and CJ Bennett, row 5. Harry Cottrell and Henry Gregory on row 6. Hayden Eldridge and Joey Brown are next. Robbie Buckley and George Mayle. Lewis Goff and Theo Lestrange. Then Jack Mowat, Roxanne Lantinga, Zeph Nurnberger, Max Cooper, Katrina E, Alfie Gallagher, the top 24. Spencer Allen, raising money for St David's Hospice this week. And the rest, well, we'll go around again, which allows me, Spencer Allen. Lost his mum to cancer in 2023, raising money and raising awareness for St David's Hospice, who looked after his mum, and obviously the post care for the family. Very, very good to see. Tiger Dixon and Dylan Patel, Ty McKeer, Thomas Gray, Marley Pareo, James Harris, Daniel Bridgen, and Sam Branston. They are your 34 starters. Xander Clements joined you back in the box. Xander, you've had a chance to have a little wander around the paddock. Was it just checking the atmosphere, the general, feeling about, or what was, or to see specific drivers?
A bit of both. A bit to check in on everything. There's just a couple of differences that are super cool to see in action, right?
Yeah.
Parc Fermé we don't normally get to see outside of Vegas, and even then it's just a fuel hold. It's nothing to this degree. I was mentioning and joking with Kai down in the scale line that the concept of not weighing every single driver, but just the top finishers and then some randoms like a tech item versus in the U.S., everybody has to go to the scale every single session outside of a couple of random occurrences that are different. So there's some other differences that were cool to see. There's some things from the drivers that are on track that as the racing allows us to dive into, I'll bring in. But first, it looks like they're ready for attempt number 2. Callum Bradshaw on the left. Strawberry Racing Tony Kart brings us to green as the back of the field scatters amongst them all.
Yeah, but they've let him go. And through the Bruno Ferrari S is out into the bowl, multiple different lines, everyone trying to cling to the bottom. You don't want to opened the door for everybody on the opening lap, even though, oh, and a spin back in the pack, and that's Zef Nürnberger. Zef, last year we called him the Purple People Eater because that Jade kart was purple, and the crash helmet is also purple, and he became known as the Purple People Eater. The Purple People Eater was almost a snack for the tyre barriers there, but he managed to keep it out of harm's way. There's Henry Gregory. Greg's on legs, making a move. He needs a good result. Didn't have a great one, but Bradshaw, he's been magnificent today. The best, it doesn't matter. He takes 6 months, he takes 8 months out of the seat, hops back in, at the biggest event he can come to, bang, back into the lead.
Super impressive. He was one that I got to chat with a bit as we see the battle for second heat up here between Lloyd and Green. Green should be able to get through. He was side by side with him going up the hill. And as you watch them back down, oh man, did Lloyd get the bad end of that one. He's now heavy on defense to Gus Lawrence and the 342 of Gabriel Stilp, who's going to feed Gus a little wheel at the end of the corner. And they will battle out all the way to turn number 6 here with more contact still as they stack up. And now in the run to the S's, everybody's fighting to the dirty side of the racetrack on the inside. But talking again a little bit about Bradshaw, yeah, indeed, this is a true knocking the rust off or really showing that there was no rust at all type of weekend. He has not done any on-track coaching really of any sort. He hasn't driven since the Rotax Grand Finals, like you said, nearly 8 months ago. So to be as fast as he is, first and foremost, is impressive. But to play the cards right of the racecraft game, as we've seen here in the heat so far, equally impressive to me.
Indeed, and of course, for those of you with sharp memories, you know, the last time Callum Bradshaw, I mean, the last lap of the grand finals, he sent.
It was a bit of a British Civil War.
It was a British Civil War. Yeah, he sent Macaulay Bishop into outer space. But again, he has a driver academy, but it's off-track coaching. He's not on track running around. Like I saw saw some footage in the US, Diego Ramos in a mini Swift car.
Regularly, that's a week by week basis for him.
On track coaching, you know, one of his drivers. Callum takes it. You know, it's a different thing. He does a lot of coaching, but hasn't been in a go-kart for a while. But it's, you know,
well, he's going to get tested
memory
right here now. Fred Green having gone to the lead. Those two still have a gap. He'll get to learn a little bit from Fred and take his time with him if he wants to. Freddie Lloyd back in third, still is a little ways away. And then there's fourth on back here, still in a mad scrum. Look at this. 3 wide, that'll lead to some contact, and it's going to hurt, I think, potentially Nettleship.
Yep.
And now that's going to promote Gabriel Stilp up to the 4th spot. Caden McQueen to 5th, and look at this. More side-by-side action. Gus Lawrence in the middle of it, trying to just claw his way back forward after that spin at the end of heat number 1 for him. And, well, battling here between McQueen and the 75 and Nettleship will keep him close.
Well, Marco Ardigo has been defeated by Danny Curl in the latest of our polls. Have we got one more left to do today, or 2? Oh, well, we may hold it over, so we'll keep, you know, to tomorrow. We got a long day, so, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll do one more.
Big stack up here in the Mike Wilson complex. That all triggered off with Aaron Brown battling with the likes of Nettleship and crew, and I think the big loser out of that entire deal would be probably Aaron Brown. He's dropped back down to 11th place. So up front, change for second now. Freddie Lloyd's been tracking down the 2 leaders. He picked off the first of the 2. Bradshaw back to 3rd. 3-car grouping and nearly 2 seconds and some change, plus or minus, to Gabriel Stilp.
Yeah, who's already been given a 5-second penalty as Gabriel Stilp coming up on the live timing and scoring chart.
Yep.
So, Green, Lloyd, Bradshaw. Interesting now, because Callum Bradshaw at the moment leads the classification. If things stay as they are, well, no, he won't be leading it. Will he be leading it? No. This, I think, will change. The live point standings will update themselves as they cross the line. There's first Freddie Lloyd would be your points leader. Bradshaw would be second. Gabriel Stilp is showing theirs third, but he does have a 5-second penalty. Henry Gregory to the inside. Passes the rocket ship of Nettleship. Goff is 9th. Joey
Change
Brown
for the lead.
10th. New leader, Freddie Lloyd. Freddie passes Fred. Could see it was right, said Fred.
So Premium Karting to the front here with the number 2 machine. Croc Promotion back to second. Strawberry Racing third. And then another Croc Promotion pairing in 4th and 5th with Stilt and Caden McQueen. Then Gus Lawrence on the PF International OTK. Nettleship, like we saw moments ago, still in the mix of the fight with Lewis Goff and crew. But to Callum Bradshaw's credit, he's got back up to the O-plate of Fred Green. Both of them are going to need to get on the horse here soon enough. We've still got 4 minutes plus a lap to go, but Freddie Lloyd still looks impressive. That was the first lap now. He has not been purple. And with Gus Lawrence and McQueen going faster, being 2 seconds away, Green and Bradshaw need to take advantage of the tow, and honestly, they need to shuffle him back probably right here, right now, down at turn number 5. If they don't, well, he might be able to walk away. So as they go down into the corner, there they go, right to it. On cue, Fred Green now back into second. He almost got the lead there away from Lloyd. Couldn't quite.
Now, our last poll of the day. You're watching Callum Bradshaw at the moment. This is now the penultimate. We'll do the last poll in the round of 16 tomorrow. Okay, Ultimate Kartmasters champion. Callum Bradshaw, only one Kartmasters title, but also a Rotax Grand Finals title and an FIA World Karting title to his name against Oliver Hodgson. Now earning a living very successfully racing karts in the USA. Hodgson, a 4-time Kartmasters champion, hasn't won a World Championship, but has won a Grand Finals as well. That's your last poll of the day. We've got 6 drivers through to the next round. Hodgson or Bradshaw will be the 7th. And then we have one. That we're going to continue that. Bradshaw trying to, obviously he's listening to the commentary.
Yeah, he needs to get himself some voters. So pass for second for Bradshaw, pass further back. Lawrence on McQueen. That was for 5th. He was tracking him down. Gus Lawrence remains one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. Just cannot seem to get the starts that he would need if it were a main to stay close. But again, talking with both him and McQueen and Bradshaw and a number of other X30 senior drivers, that this is still both a mini championship with the heats, with more heats tomorrow. And at the end of the day, they know that the lengthier main event for the GP plate is just about staying near the front. You don't need to lead every lap. You need to lead the last one. And how many times, Henry, have you seen a Kartmasters main come down to that final run? As unfortunately, this driver will not be around for the finish. The number 70, it looked like.
76. That was Nürnberger.
Yep.
He's got the Multimatic race suit on. I think there's a connection with Nürnberger trying to work for Aston Martin, I believe. Or would it be Multimatic before? Speak to Scott Maxwell. I'm not sure. But the Purple People Eater, wow.
Now here's the question. Gabriel Stilt, we know he has that 5-second penalty looming, as there's another one that joins the scale line. Luca Mann in the BMR 91 Kart Republic.
Still have a second 5-second penalty if that nose cone is as wibbly wobbly as it looks.
Yeah, it definitely looks a little bit loose. I don't know for sure. Either way, though, he could play spoiler to help his teammate Fred Green, knowing at least of one of those. If he's got the pushback, then he definitely knows. Now, at this point, though, riding in 4th, he'd still, off one 5-second penalty, only drop back to around 10th or 11th as they run, with more laps for the midfield to fight it out. But we know with this many karts together up front, we're going to see a battle. And to Callum Bradshaw and Fred Green's credit, I was worried earlier that Freddie Lloyd might walk away with this one. They have stayed with him here, Henry.
Yeah, it is. It's not impossible. I have seen it done before, but in dry conditions, unless if second and third start battling for Ocean on the opening couple of laps, then yeah, the leader gets away. Whenever when everyone behaves themselves, sort of. There is Nürnberger and one of the marshals. It is virtually impossible to get away now. We've got 20 seconds to go. Obviously, I'm here with the president of the Kart Chaser Nation, Xander Clements. Xander, First Lady of Kart Chasers watching. Behave yourself.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. Yes. Let's talk about some racing. Here we go. 10 seconds to go. It's Lloyd, Bradshaw, Green and Stilp. Then a gap back to Gus Lawrence. Caden McQueen, Henry Gregory, Lewis Goff. We're 4 wide. Who's going to come out in front? Lloyd hangs on.
Yeah, a little mistake there. A rare one out of Callum Bradshaw into the back of Freddie Lloyd. And now Lloyd, he's going to get a bit of help here. In fact, he's going to get a lot of help for a moment. Fred Green lets his teammate through, and now Gabriel Stilt could play spoiler on this entire heat race as he's gotten up to the lead with that looming penalty. Along with that, Gus Lawrence has now broken that 3-second gap down to a second. He's going to get into the frame, and we're going to hit the final lap board, this time by 5 together, nearly 7 up front.
Yeah, what the odds on Gus Lawrence winning this race, I wonder?
I don't know. It would take a lot, but we might get a lot here. Look at Stilt trying the outside.
You know, these things have happened because, again, Lawrence has got momentum now. Lloyd, Stilt, Green and Bradshaw, just looking at the temperaments amongst us. They're right there. Now, again, there's one. Are we doing a Coach K? One and done? No, not quite. Callum Bradshaw shows Gus the outside line. Lloyd now seems to have this one in the bag. Stilt and Green swabbling over second. This is the kind of race where you want to hear a Gus Lawrence interview because they battled him on lap 2 like it was the last lap of the World Championship.
I think everyone's got to be scared right now a little bit of the number 1. He still has looked fast and tracked a lot of them down, but Freddie Lloyd, equally quick, drove to the front and has kept it there. Heat 2 winner.
Yep, indeed.
Or Heat 3 for Groups A and B, I should correct myself. Heat 3 on the day for Senior X30.
That would be, I think, a clean sweep in his races for Freddie Lloyd.
Indeed. 0 points, top of the Friday classification so far. Freddie Lloyd, Bradshaw, Stilt. Again, that'll drop, unfortunately, with the looming penalties that he's got. But a P2 to the line and fast lap to boot to put 3 Croc Promotions in the top 6, going back to Caden McQueen, who got there late at the end, right as the party began. Right as the party finished, he showed up a little late.
But, I mean, we're talking about Roxanne Lantinga, for example. We spoke about her. She had an awesome first race, and yet was completely anonymous. 26th in that one. Timer here up to 17th position. There's some big movers in that one. Spencer Allen up to 15th. Dylan Patel, timer here, all up, double-digit places. It just goes to show that the racing is very inconsistent in terms of, it's difficult. If you're not starting up at the front, if you're in the mid-pack, it's not a lottery, but so much happens in these races that you're not,
We need the right kind of race to make up more spots. It's if you have front-running pace, getting through to about where Spencer Allen, Dylan Patel did, that's feasible. The midfield's going to scrum and fight it out quite a bit. However, you don't know whether or not the leaders are. And in this case, the leaders kind of strung out for a lot of this race. Freddie Lloyd, one of the fastest drivers showing the way, strung the field. So good runs regardless here, Henry.
Yes, indeed. James Fitchew has just mentioned something that we got nearly 900 people still watching. James, do you want me to tell those 900 people that I need to pee? No? Okay, I won't then. Okay.
Kartmasters coverage continues here. Let's go down to pit lane with Kai.
And this is true Kartmasters fashion. It's not settled until the final lap and the final corners. It was Freddie Lloyd who walked away on top of that one, and not for the first time in the weekend, as he has won both of his heats so far this weekend. Freddie is going to join us for a chat now. Freddie, the perfect Friday. Pole position in your qualifying group, won your first heat, won your second heat. Do you celebrate? Do you celebrate after today, or is it a little bit too early for that?
No one celebrates till after the final. Doesn't know what happened. You can start from last and still win it. Doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, it gives you an advantage getting first both the heats today, but it doesn't matter till the final.
I love to hear that. You've got a steady head on your shoulders, but it has to be a bit of a confidence booster. Callum Bradshaw has been on a burner today, and he has been blistering out on the track. Surely it's got to feel good taking away that win from him.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, it's just got to wait to the final on Sunday.
Well, number 2 on your car might be a GP after the weekend. Freddie, thank you very much for your time and well done today. That is going to be it there for the Senior X30s. We're going to jump down to the junior class and up to the commentary box for the next race.
right on cue there, Kai. Junior X30 released onto the racetrack. Riley Cranham will lead your field to green alongside Isaac Saya here for heat number 3 in Junior X30. It'll be Henry Carter and Kai Clark on row 2. Nat stopping himself, Nat Johnstone, alongside Aaron Richardson for row number 3.
Broccoli and Shenton and Ben Cutsbland go from row number 4. It's Max Ewell and Oliver Meek completing the top 10. Mayan Patel in very good form at the moment starts on row 6. Is joined by Zach McDonald.
Row number 7 sees Finley Lines on the inside looking for a little better luck here in this third round. Harley Musk on the outside. It'll be Aaron Menta and Freddie Wood on row number 8. Jacob Marples and Charlie Blankensop on row number 9.
Completing the top 20, Oliver Vo and Finley Allen. Noah Sales and Dominic Parabach go from row 11. Sukumani Kira will need a big drive here from row number 12. Is joined by Ethan Higgins.
Row number 13, final row on the grid. Rashad Halal on the inside and Katie Donaldson on the outside in the 177 Jade Racing Team Viral Art. 26 on the grid for Junior X30. Good to have for our final 2 races of the day. The sun shining once again here. We had the threat earlier of some dark and looming skies when the Junior Rotaxes were underway for their second round through the heats. But for the most part, it has been a beautiful Friday to kick things off. A ton of you watching from all around the world, including those here at PF International. Let's go racing again, boys and girls. Junior X30 Heat 3 is green.
Good start for both on the front row. It's wheel to wheel through the Bruno Ferrari S's. 1-0 early stages then to Riley Cranham. Sayer settles down into second place. Oh, big catch for Max Ewell there in the red and white Mick Barrett Racing number 75. Finley Lines has looked to have a decent start as well. Look at the breakaway that Cranham has got already by the time they get down into the first hairpin. Aaron Richardson there in the number 22 took his first British Championships level win here a few weeks ago. Has had a really breakthrough 2025 season. More problems for Lines. More problems for Lines. And who else? It's one of the Vismo Internationals that was involved.
Ben
Cutsbland, who's had problems there as Rocco Lay and Shenton's on the move. You can never give an inch to Rocco Lay and Shenton because he will go for the move. Brilliant stuff once again on the Birrell from Shenton, and that's going to leave him in a nice position at the end of lap 1. Cranham leads from Clark, Shenton completing the top 3.
It's such an important thing to be able to get away nicely through turns 2 and 3 as the run down to turn number 5. You're going to have to defend if you've got even a 3-car length lead, but Cranham had bigger gap than that, was able to keep his tires clean on the opening lap, and that's why he's got such a mega delta back to Kai Clark in second. And then here, where our focus is right now, the fight for third, move Henry Carter up a spot on the Croc Promotion number 63. He'll cover a little bit into turn 6 and keep that spot as they roll over to the S's.
Bit of drama in the early stages. Penalty plus 5 seconds for kart 232. Isaac Sayer at the moment will not hold his 6th place. There he is in the blue and yellow helmet. Nat Johnston trying to fight his way back up the order. Nat Johnston, who again has had a really, really good 2025 season. Moved from Jamie Green Racing at the end of 2024 over to the Mick Barrett squad. Has had some good results here at PF International, particularly in the mix of conditions that team have been dealing with in the club meetings as Shenton tries to open the door. In the end, it's Richardson who's going to take advantage of that. Very well read by Henry Carter there to not have any further incident in that battle for third.
And Shenton answered right back at the end of the bridge run and got the spot away. And now Richardson's going to get shuffled to the wayside, gets a little hip check from Mayan Patel, finds a hole into turn number 6. And everyone's down on the bottom except for one. That's the 67 of Oliver Meek, way wide. Still side by side into the S's, and he'll lose one. Not Nat Johnstone able to get that 9th spot back, and the fight continues now as back goes the 67 of Meek trying to fend him off. The battling kind of works its way down the chain almost with those back and forth kind of chicane style sections. Even the Bobby Game corner seems to tighten the field down to one lane. So inside and outside and switchbacks all around. Just cycles that gap down the board. And that's why when you're out in front, you don't have to deal with that. You can build the gap. Riley Cranham's lead now to 1.4 seconds. Fast lap to Jacob Marples. in a little bit further back in the field, not even in the top 10 because of all the battling that we watched right there. Although this lap might be a little bit cleaner up the road. Let's see what happens here with a send down the inside from Richardson. He'll get that spot from Saya, who again has that 5-second penalty looming, and maybe some more with a lot of argy-bargy on the exit.
Yeah, Mayan Patel having a little bit of a rude awakening there. Out on the curb, he's going to fight back here. He's taking on two teammates at the moment in the shape of Max Yule in the 75 and Nat Johnston in the 77. This is all over 7th place, and Yule's got through again on Patel, who again has been in really good form, as we said earlier, so far in this summer window of the season. A strong run here 3 weeks ago. Very good at Shennington during the Super Prix 2 weeks ago. Has already got his ticket booked to IWF at the end of the year, but he wants more. He wants to carry this form into a long run in Kartmasters 2025. That was a nice move from Nat Johnston down the inside of Isaac Sayer, takes 6th place. This, meanwhile, on your screens for a moment, is the battle for 3rd place. Carter at the moment holding off Shenton and Richardson.
Oh, there's a big send from Shenton on the inside of Henry Carter for 3rd. Those two have traded that spot a couple of times this race already, and you would think the gap would have opened further, but they have played nice once the spot has changed. One other talking point, a little bit about how the surface and the conditions here at PFI differ from maybe even another or some of the other British kart championship level circuits, is how smooth the surface is, that when you do go offline for just one corner, you're really vulnerable for not just the next couple, but the whole next lap. Has been the big takeaway for me in talking with some of these drivers, that this racetrack, it is so smooth. You don't lay a lot of rubber down. You don't see the chunks offline. But when you go wide like that and you have to surrender a spot like you just saw there with Carter losing the 4th position, the whole next lap you're kind of playing recharge, if you will, to clean the tires back off. Even going down to the inside of the racetrack as well. You're offline. You're kind of a snowplow bit, clearing a path. And, well, sadly, this path over here you can see is very dirty. That's the number 14, Finley Allen, out.
Yeah, real shame there for Finley Allen in the Tim Wilson Motorsport machine. I was really impressed with that move a few moments ago from Aaron Richardson. That, for me, Xander, is where Richardson has improved so much in the last 6 months. We saw his breakthrough result at Warden Law for the kick-off of the British Kart Championship season, but he played, for me, a bit of a polite 2nd place to his teammate Riley Cranham. He's not polite anymore. He's going to go for moves like that down the inside of Rocco-Leon Shenton to take 3rd place in this race. Decisive stuff yet again from Fusion Motorsports' new star of 2025. Down the back straight now towards hairpin number 1. Is there a move coming in from Johnston? Yes, there is. That was sent from a while back, but he made it work up to P5.
The Vic Barrett Racing driver now is going to get an opportunity for more as Rocco-Leon Shenton passes back Aaron Richardson in the 22. But the big point as well, Henry mentioned it a little bit earlier in the broadcast about how when you are around drivers you know versus drivers you don't, you may give a little bit more leeway to follow them versus passing. But there's the general rule as well amongst drivers that once you get passed by another, you have about a couple corners once you take the lead of the position to prove yourself and hit your marks. And if you don't, they're going to fight back as we see the fight continues here with Richardson getting shoveled all the way into the grass. And we've also got some updates here. There is a problem looming for Riley Cranham. It looks like the O-plate slowing massively over the last lap. That lead that was a 2.5 seconds is down to only 0.4. And while the battle continues to rage on further back here, this battle may be a spot or two higher because your race leader's in trouble.
Yeah, it could be for Riley Cranham. Oh, no,
it's the left side pod. The left side pod is dragging the inside. And this is terrible news. What a great performance he'd put on to this point, the Fusion Motorsport driver. Up the road as well, there's problems here.
Henry Carter coming to a halt, it would seem. Oh, this is going to be a dicey section of circuit not to be at full racing speed at. The juniors doing very, very well to navigate their way round that. I think Cranham's gone in. Has Cranham gone in? Yes, there he is.
Your race
out
leader.
Of this race, will lose the intermediate lead as well. Is that a turning point for Riley Cranham's Kartmasters 2025, wanting to add to his 3 GP plates previously in his career. Could still well happen, of course, but that is a real setback and real drama at the end of Friday for Junior X30. Meanwhile, this is now your fight for second place. Shenton and Richardson going at it once again through hairpin number 1. Kai Clark has been handed a gift here. His lead is now 2 seconds. He'll take the lead in the intermediate points as well. Once again, Shenton making that barrel as wide as possible.
Yeah, this fight, these drivers have been around each other this entire heat race, and I don't think it's going to stop. 1:10 to go, plus a lap here. It'll be more or less about 2 to go at the line. It might be 3 because I think they could barely get there just in time. That'll rest on the shoulders of Kai Clark up the road by about 2.5 seconds, and that gap will probably grow. But now, as we take a look through them all, 5-second penalty, again, for Rocco Leon Shenton now. So another driver in the mix with a detriment to their day. This is going to massively shake up the heat race classifications on day number 1 of the racing action. Still a full day of heats tomorrow to make up for it all, but what does that do here to the end of this heat race? The battle now for 4th.
It completely changes things for Shenton. He's got to get up the road now. That's brilliant by Sayer. Gets both of the MBRs through into 4th place. Shenton's got to run this latter stage of the race like a time trial now to get as far up the road as possible. Sayer now confirmed up to 4th place. There will be, I think, enough time to get round again and get up the road.
Let's go down the pit lane here
Kai
as we go down to the line.
It is absolutely pandemonium down here in Parc Fermé as we have 2 retirements. The number 63 has also just pulled into Parc Fermé here, but I'm with the O-plate Riley, Cranham Riley. We see an issue with your side pod there. You've just pulled into the pit lane. What's happened with you?
Well, I mean, I was in the race and all of a sudden the side pod bolt came out, which left it hanging off. I think it would have been fine for the rest of the race. It would have stayed on, but I had a technical fault, so I had to come in.
Well, Riley, that's really unfortunate to see, but best of luck for the weekend. I hope your luck turns in your favour. Back up to the commentary box for the action on track.
Thank you very much, Kai. I could hear the disappointment in Riley Cranham's voice then. Look at how much it's changed things in the intermediate classification. Well, it's the shoe on the other foot now. Richardson really fighting hard to keep Shenton behind on the road. Oh my goodness, what's happened there?
The entire
to one of the
hub slid off.
carts for Ethan Higgins. The S8 racing team have had a bit of a rough day. Well, that is that cart out of the race. A bit of attrition here in the final race of the day.
A bit?
For juniors.
There is quite a bit of attrition here. So Kai Clark, your leader, and now inheriting the Friday classification in Junior X30 if things hold. Aaron Richardson, Rocco Leon Shenton. Remember, we've got looming penalties amongst the entire top 5, it feels like. So Nat Johnstone further back in 4th could inherit it, but he might get it on track too because they are still fighting it out no matter what. Leon Shenton with a nice crossover that'll bring the 77 through to 3rd.
That's good stuff again from Nat Johnston, reading that well. That's cost both Shenton and Richardson on this occasion. Sayer's going to go through. Max Ewell is going to go through past Richardson as well. But Kai Clark, what a day for the youngster here for KR Sport, will lead in the intermediate points at the end of day 1 for Junior X30. Has kept his cool once again. Shenton second on the road, but has a plus 5 second penalty, so Johnston will move up the order there. Another good day for him in Mick Barrett Racing colours. Isaac Sayer 4th on the road. Max Ewell 5th, makes it 2 MBRs in that top 5. Aaron Richardson might be a little bit disappointed there with 6th place, but it's still good points ahead of Mayan Patel. Great drive from Safwani Kira as well, the Alpine Racer Academy driver, up some 15 positions in that one to P8. She can have a good qualifying tomorrow. She could really pull herself into play here at PFI. Oliver Meek completes the top 10 with Zach McDonald. A good ride for McDonald there on the Cosmic into that top 10. Musk, Marples, Vaux, Lines and Cuts Bland all in the top 15. That shows you how much attrition there was in that race. Lines and Cuts Bland were both off at the midway point of lap number 1. Donaldson, Katie Donaldson, the Scottish driver, up 10 spots in that one to P16 ahead of Freddie Wood. Rashad Hilal flying the flag for Bahrain there in 18th place ahead of Noah Sales and Charlie Blenkinsop. The two other finishers in that one, Dom Parabok and Aaron Meta. Higgins, Carter, Cranham and Allen all did not see the end of the checkered flag.
So Kai Clark, your heat winner, and now leading the way in the heat classification. And he's down with our Kai Bachini.
The final Junior X30 race of the day is taken by Kai Clark. Number 76 will walk away with a victory in that one. He came third in his qualifying group, third in his first heat, but he takes home a race win to end off the day. What a way to finish a Friday, and definitely exactly what Kai Clark would have been hoping for. I can just see him wandering around here, so I'm going to sneak over and hopefully catch him for a chat here if Kai Clark is up for it. Kai, are we able to catch you for a quick debrief here? You know, it was third in qualifying, third in your first heat, race win to end off the day. Surely you got to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's good, especially when I hadn't done this class before. It's been quite good today.
Yeah, and what should we expect from you tomorrow? Are you hoping to pick up more victories, or do you think that's a little bit out of the reach?
Sure, I hope for like a few wins tomorrow, and that's about it.
And who's been your closest competitor over the course of this weekend so far?
Probably Riley Cranham, because he's been fast. He's always good. It's hard to beat.
Perfect, Kai. Thank you very much for your time. That was your Junior X30 race winner there, Kai Clark, number 76. He'll round off the day with a victory, and you can't be mad with that one as well. We're going to have a little walk around the paddock here and see if we can catch anyone else. Unfortunately, a very deflated number 21 here. Obviously, some issues in the race, but we'll have a wander over, see who we can grab for a chat. Maybe any of our P2 or P3 drivers, if they're wandering around, will actually come over for a chat with the number 27 and get a debrief of your race. How did that one go for you there, Rocco?
It was all right, actually. We were on pace for like half of the race, but then other than that, we just think the tyres were a bit too hot near to the end, but other than that, it was a good race, to be honest.
You know, issue with tyres, it's always going to be a thing in Kartmasters, but do you feel that you have the pace going into tomorrow and Sunday? Do you feel like you can be competitive up at that front end?
Yeah, hopefully. We can get a good qualifying, because obviously this morning we were in the wet and I'm not very good in the wet, but other than that, yeah, hopefully we can be on pace tomorrow and be in that top 10.
Brilliant. Well, fingers crossed it stays dry for the rest of the weekend for you. That was Rocco Shenton there, just having a little chat with us after that race. And as we are done there with the Junior X30, we're going to chuck back up to the final seniors of the day.
What a way to finish Friday here at Kartmasters 2025. Senior Rotax, A versus B groups. Here is how they line up for this one. Liam Hartley and Callum Bradshaw showing on our screens as on pole on the front row for this one. Macaulay Bishop and Hugh Moulton on row 2. Harrison Crowther and Alfie Thompson go from row number 3.
Row number 4 sees Jamie Pirelli on the inside, Jack Baker on the outside. Kai Hunter was frustrated on his opening heat race here in Senior Rotax, struggling to get the last couple through the top 10, but he has front-running pace, starts alongside Mikey Walker, then it's Brandon Truman and Jack Gillingham.
Into the midfield then, Freddie Lloyd and Benjamin Southgate go from row 7. Victor Hansen and Jack West need big results here from row number 8. Lewis Gilbert, the Scotsman, starts on row 9. It's joined by Charlie Webb.
Row 10. Teresa Babakova on the inside, Charlie Smith on the outside with Strawberry Racing. Then it's Adish Mehta and James Tester on row number 11. Row 12, George Holbrook and Joshua Graham.
Towards the back of the field then, Joshua Turnbull and Oliver Liversidge go from row 13. It's Louis Judd and Lewis Goff on row number 14. Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Albert Wilton complete the top 30. And the rest of the field then, Lena Gallio, Connor Tubby, the penultimate row of the grid, and then George Hart and Finley Jones. Here we go then, into those tram lines. Little bit too quick, little bit early on the gas pedal there before the acceleration marker, so race director Nigel Edwards sends them round again for an extra formation lap.
Yeah, that'll be one more around for the senior Rotax drivers. Give us a minute to take a look in here. I'm hoping I didn't jinx it, Andrew. It was the sun was out moments ago. It's now back to overcast skies again as we try to get our final race of the day. 19 races in today, and guess what, folks? It's another round through the entire gauntlet tomorrow, setting the pre-final grids, and then, of course, the Kartmasters main events through the rest of the weekend. So 2 more full days of action. We hope you've enjoyed all the on-track activity. Of course, tonight we've got the Paddock show in store, and everyone else in the Paddock will be gearing up to go back after it tomorrow with all that they've learned from today. Mixed conditions in the morning, started in the wet, crossed over to slick tires about halfway through the qualifying groups, and then since then it's been still intermittent track conditions from the weather altogether, but still on the slick tires. The Mojos are another lap warmed up now. Let's see it. Callum Bradshaw on the right there in the green and white Tony kart, and then again leading your field to green, the JDR 191 blue, white, and red machine of Liam Hartley. Let's see if this heat will go a little better for him as we get set and get the lights out, and away we go.
Good start once again for both on the front row. Bradshaw a little bit tentative into the first couple of corners, understandably. Slots into third behind Bishop. Hartley holds the lead in the early stages of this one. The field spreading out as they run round the bowl onto the bridge. Oh, Benjamin Southgate out wide there and falls to the bottom of the field. Here comes Bishop, here comes Bradshaw. Liam Hartley trying to do everything that he can to hold on to this lead, but he's going to lose it, I think. Bishop's got a really good run out of hairpin number 1. Takes the advantage, takes P1. Bradshaw using a little bit of the grasscrete there is through into second place. And here, is that one of the Guy Cunnington racing machines? Yes, it is. Harrison Crowther on a real charge here up into the top 3.
Well, and watch the exhaust pipe of Callum Bradshaw. That looked very loose, and I think he's got a broken left side bracket once he made that move around the outside and bounced on the exit curbing. So keep your eyes peeled on the driver in second here as they go to the line this time. If that exhaust pipe does come fully off with the springs off the back of the motor, that may be all that's holding it on right now. Callum may or may not have any idea about that, but either way, he's still got a hungry group all behind him and looking for third to try and get back a little bit of ground as Liam Hartley, but he may end up almost sacrificing himself for fourth.
That's a good spot there with the exhaust, Xander. That could be a real development in this race. 3 wide, nearly 4 wide. Brilliant switch back there from Brandon Truman. Gains a few positions. That was all opened up by Hugh Moulton in the number 51 Coles racing machine. And here comes Kai Hunter. This is what Kai Hunter is about. He's had a bit of a quiet day so far, has the former GP winner, but this is when he can start to gather a bit of momentum. Up to P4 now. Who else is charging through? Lewis Gilbert we need to keep an eye on in the 329. He's been having a very, very good 2025 season in senior Rotax. Didn't have the best of single lap qualifyings earlier on today though, but at the moment up 6 places, is just outside the top 10.
Mind you as well, Freddie Lloyd looked so good in that senior X30 heat race that we just watched moments ago. He's also up 6 spots from his 13th place grid position. P7 right now for the 227, and further back, is that him or maybe no, a couple of others looking for moves down on the inside. That's the 87 of Alfie Thompson trying to make a move. The privateer in contact as well at the end of the corner between 2, specifically Mikey Walker and Jack Gillingham as the fight continues.
It's a really, really tough scrap here inside the top 15. One of the Jacks Motorsport team getting involved there is, of course, Jamie Perilli, who's had some very strong results in this event in years gone by. It's a bit of time away from the front of this field, but we'll look to roll back the years. I think we saw Teresa Babichkova going through as well. Babichkova up to 15th. That's a gain of 4 as down the pit straight. We were hoping to see another of the Babichkova-Babicek family here this weekend, but no, Denny Babicek racing in the inter categories, sadly after being on the entry list earlier on in the weekend. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, well, if there is a problem, it's looking pretty stable. That rear, that pipe, the exhaust for Bradshaw. What we can definitely see, Xander, is that he's closing in, and I think we're going to get another Bishop versus Bradshaw brawl around PF International in the next few laps.
I think so too. Again, it's a reminder as well, right? There's 3 places that exhaust pipe's connected and held in place. You have 2 cradles, one on the left side, one on the right side, and then beyond that you have the 2 exhaust springs off the motor. That's the important piece. Is the exhaust springs. If those come disconnected and the exhaust is no longer still in full contact with the engine, that'll trigger the flag to send the driver to the scale line. And the cradles obviously are trying to keep those springs from popping off, keeping the tension on. But for Callum Bradshaw right now, whatever the moment of risk maybe that we saw at the end of lap number 1 is not holding him back. He has been purple the last 2 laps. He's tracked down Macaulay Bishop. He's not yet gone to the lead, and so we've been keeping tabs as well on the mad scramble for what looks to be now behind Kai Hunter. He got eaten up a little bit, made a move to get back to 4th. He's got a burgeoning gap now back to Hugh Moulton and Lewis Gilbert and crew.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scrap there in the middle of the top 10. Oh, was that a little mistake from Macaulay Bishop? He recovered it well if he did. It's just through these corners here. It's the get through those medium speed corners. That's where there's a little bit of movement on the rear exhaust, but it's nothing too dramatic. Out of the race over the bridge. That's not good news for Lena Gallio for the Precision Racing team. Will be classified in 32nd place in this race. Meanwhile, Bradshaw starting to apply the pressure to Macaulay Bishop. 5 minutes of this one to go. Mikey Walker has just set the fastest lap of the race. Bishop checks over his right-hand shoulder. Does Bradshaw go for the move? No, not on this occasion. Just happy at the moment to sit in 2nd place.
Biding his time right now, playing the long game. This is, again, a mini championship. You don't need to win every battle. You're trying to win the war for the pole position, or at least just a front couple row starting spot for the main events on Sunday. So a long game and some smart conservative play here from Callum Bradshaw to keep the rest of the field at bay, because they are definitely scrapping it out. Fast lap of the race that time for Mikey Walker, all the way back in 11th. Some of the other movers up. 8 spots up for Charlie Smith here in the 308. That's teammates to Callum Bradshaw up in 2nd, sharing the data and learning. And Lewis Gilbert on the Craft Motorsport 329. 12 spots up to 5th here, and he's closing in back again on Kai Hunter. But let's take a look back at the moment that sadly we lost 2, although 1 able to continue. Top of the bridge.
I think that may have been Louis Judd involved as well for the JDR team, or actually might have been James Tester instead, because James Tester, well, yeah, there is number 27 out of this race. Significant amount of damage to the bodywork on the front of that Jack Dex Racing MS car, the chassis from Czechia. Also trouble out there, just noted it out of our window for one of the GWR machines. I think it was the number 20. We'll catch up with that in a moment's time. But it's all going on out there. Here's Hugh Moulton trying to fight back. There it is. It's the 23 of Finley Jones. The tyre scuff on the side slightly confused me there. 3 minutes to go in this one. Still Bishop leading from Bradshaw. But here's the next potential problem for them, Xander. Kai Hunter there in 3rd place now, and bringing Lewis Gilbert with them. Bishop and Bradshaw, if they fight too hard, Hunter and Gilbert, within a lap and a half or so, they're going to be right on them.
Yeah, that was a big shift in the standings here, just that last lap around as we kind of bled through the field. Macaulay Bishop and Callum Bradshaw still have a nice 2-second cushion to Lewis Gilbert, who's got to deal with Kai Hunter. And then not far away, Freddie Lloyd is now up into the 5th position on the time charts here in the 227. That's a net gain of 12 on the Craft Motorsport OTK. Harry Crowther, then Hugh Moulton, Truman, Thompson, West. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Macaulay Bishop continues to show the way. Let's see if the gap closed this time. It did. 2/10 goes the way of Lewis Gilbert.
Yeah, Lewis Gilbert turning a really, really good bit of speed at the front here. Now, have we got a potential problem for Kai Hunter? Meanwhile, is this going to be another round the outside job? Really good stuff here between Brandon Truman and Hugh Moulton. Not quite able to pull that one off. They're all over the back of Harrison Crowther in this battle for 6th place. Just heading into hairpin number 1 now. This is bringing Alfie Thompson into play. Jack West is also there. through hairpin number 2. It's all getting a bit congested. One of the Evolutions is right in the middle of all of this as well. That's Alfie Thompson in number 87, side by side between teammates there. Through goes Thompson once again, and the Jax Motorsport boys are getting involved now. Perilli and Walker, brilliant end to this last race of the day in Senior Rotax. I just wonder if we can scroll down the order, because have we seen, yes, plus 5 second penalty for Hunter, so we need to take that into consideration. Now at the moment it's not losing him too much, he'll only lose 1 position as Crowther is unceremoniously shuffled out of the way. He has been a little bit of a cork in the bottle for the last few laps here, Xander, and could fall further down the order.
So Kai Hunter here, third in line in the screen now, looking, further back in the O plate. Oh, contact at the end of the corner, 1 around.
Yeah, it's one of the DHRs that's gone around there. Quite catch who it was. This is what happens. It's the 155 of Brandon Truman that, after all of that hard work, has fallen down the order. I think we can have a look at a replay possibly of that incident. So, well, this was earlier on. This was the moment for Crowther through and under the tunnel, and then you're going to see it there. Well, that's clear a little bit of, well, more than a little bit of physical encouragement for Crowther there. That could be quite uncomfortable in the morning.
Yeah, and that, I mean, you look at the 54 now, and they're all stacking up behind him. Crowther, I think he may be struggling. There may be something a bit off. There's Perilli off. We saw, obviously, Brandon Truman involved in the incident. Lewis Judd is going to at least get by him of Perilli, who's out. Truman did continue, but way down the board. And up front, you can see even Kai Hunter there struggling as he falls behind the 227 of Freddie Lloyd. So Lloyd's up another spot. That'll put him up 9, now into the 4th position provisionally. Meanwhile, this is just chaos here.
I was going to say, for Kai Hunter's sake, in terms of the final result, he's got a bit of a thanks to send to Harrison Crowther, because he has opened up this gap, involving himself. This is all the 9th place down battle, but the likes of Babichkova, Moulton and Thompson, they've all been held up by this as well. Lewis Goff pointing forward there, saying, come on, let's get on with this. We're on the final lap of the race. I don't think Crowther's going to listen to you on this occasion, Lewis. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Bishop. This has been a very measured performance. For Bradshaw, though, I think, again, he's thinking long game, isn't he? No real need at this stage of affairs to start throwing in big moves as if it's Sunday.
Yeah, no doubt. I think also, though, credit to Macaulay Bishop, because he's been putting together some pretty good sectors, and it opened the gap up to start this final lap. So whether Bradshaw's taking a breather or Bishop has opened up the throttle, either way, it's going to end with the number 1 in position number 1. Macaulay Bishop scores the win in Senior Rotax's final heat of the day. Bradshaw to Gilbert. Fast lap and 9 up for Freddie Lloyd. 14 spots up for the Craft Motorsport entry of Lewis Gilbert. Hunter will cross the line in 5th provisionally. The gap back, he looks like he's outran a 5-second penalty with Teresa Babakova up 13 on the Dan Holland Racing 26 to P6, but 9 seconds back from the lead, and most importantly 7 back from Hunter, Moulton, Thompson, Lewis Goff. We mentioned him earlier, and that was the only time we mentioned him, how far back he started. He picks up 19 positions to crack the top 10 at the end. Charlie Smith up a bunch as well. We'll get to them, though. Tip of the hat to Macaulay Bishop. He's had tabs on a handful of the other drivers, but everyone's probably got tabs on him, and he's had their number. That's why the number 1 ends the day in position number 1, and with the classification, it'll still have him on top of the board. Bradshaw 2nd. Jaden Thean slotted 3rd with the first day in the books. Here's a look to the back of the top 10. Again, Lewis Goff. Massive drive forward. With more penalties, it could be 20-plus spots gained. 10 up for Smith, 13 up for Joshua Graham, and 13 up for Joshua Turnbull as we work our way down the field.
Really good drives there into that top 12. Webb, Crowther, West, Walker, Hanson and Gillingham. All in the top 20, completed by George Holbrook and Oliver Liversedge. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, P21 in that one, ahead of George Hart, Adish Mehta and Jack Baker. Into the drivers who had problems. Benjamin Southgate had a little bit of a slip on lap 1, but did get back ahead of the likes of Albert Wilton, Connor Tubby, Liam Hartley from the front row of the grid, pole position all the way down to 28th. Not the kind of result.
It's been a rough day for poor Liam.
Not what he would have wanted. Brandon Truman was unlucky in that one, fell down to P29. Louis Judd, the last of the 30 finishers. 4 retirements on your screen there. Jamie Perilli, James Tester, Finley Jones, and Lena Gallio. And relative calm and quiet falls over Paul Fletcher International for the first time since about 8:30 this morning. That concludes day 1 of the racing here. Xander, what's been your highlight of today?
Well, before I get to that, a couple other notes here. We mentioned Kai Hunter in the O-Plate having a 5-second penalty. There were 2 more, and one that came on the final lap. The 2:27 of Freddie Lloyd got one as well. Shouldn't affect him. He and Hunter both having 5 seconds and outrunning it, and then a 5-second penalty as well for the number 87 of Alfie Thompson. That will be a decent blow to go back a couple of spots. It'll put Goff up 20 and Charlie Smith up 11. They'll leapfrog him, and he'll slot in, I believe, just behind Joshua Graham, couple of hundreds. But in terms of my highlights, my goodness, the racing here across the board in the heats, this track always provides great racing. There's a reason why 30 Kartmasters have had so much to write home about by weekend's end, by day's end. And again, we're just through one full day. We get another bite of the apple tomorrow with even more racing, with the grids already set from qualifying. So I'm super excited. I've got a lot of takeaways that we'll dive into further in the Paddock Show. But while the drivers are here and with us in Parc Fermé, let's go down to Kai to dive into the final bit of the action on track.
Before any debrief, just a quick apology to Charlie Blenkinsop for the mix-up of names earlier on, but straight into the senior Rotax class, where the man who said he was going to beat them as usual is once again on top. Macaulay Bishop is going to join me for a quick chat here. Macaulay, we were just having a quick chat before we got on air here, and you said you're saving it for Sunday, and this is just the warm-up. So if this is just the warm-up, what should we expect?
You can't really expect a lot. I mean, it's going to be close. We'll say that in the finals. But yeah, no, these races don't matter. You just got to try and make them through as high as possible for a good starting point for the final.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like as soon as you got out in front there, you were able to bridge a little bit of a gap between you and Callum there, and from there on, it was just smooth sailing in that race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the pace up front was like really good. It's just a slipstream that just sort of like kept him with me really. But yeah, no, if there's no wind, then I think I just would have driven off. So yeah, it was good.
And I feel that we need another quote for this interview. Last time it was you're going to beat them as usual. Before the interview, you said it was just a warm-up. What's your quote to leave us off for the end of the day? Motivational quote for Friday.
Watch on Sunday.
Watch on Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, tune in on Sunday to watch Macaulay Bishop hopefully win the Kartmasters GP, in his words. Thank you very much for your time, Macaulay. I don't know why I'm saying that. He's already walked off. But we're going to be straight on to another guest, another driver, and an up-and-coming commentator, fellow F1 kid, Zach McDonald. It's your first time here at the British Kartmasters Grand Prix. How are you finding your feet in the paddock?
It's very eventful. It's synonymous with Crashmasters, and going into it, I was a bit nervous, but I found it is eventful. People do go for moves that you wouldn't expect to see at a typical British round, and yeah, I've really had fun so far, throughout this day especially.
Well, hopefully there's not too much crashing for you, because obviously we want everyone to be doing well here in the paddock. But, you know, as I mentioned before, you're a fellow F1 kid as well. We both do the broadcast, and you know, you've got this love for racing, you've got this love for commentary. How do you balance the two?
It is busy. As we know, we have the F1 Kids broadcast a couple of races of the year, and then this. Juggling them is really hard, but I just really enjoy racing altogether. So binding them together, commentary, racing, they all help each other. So yeah, I really love it.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's not just commentary, it's not just racing. Zach's also still in school, so there's even more workload that he's taking on, and he definitely is an inspirational little kid, and he's doing a brilliant job indeed with his commentary and with his racing. But prediction for the weekend, where do you think you're going to end out?
I'm really hoping I'm the GP plate. Yeah, that's what everyone wants. They come to Kartmasters, they come to win, and that's what I hope to be at the end of the weekend. It's been an uphill battle this year. Just came into X30 at the start. It's my second year as a junior at highest level of British karting. So yeah, it's really been a battle, but I think this year I've really taken it on, doing okay in the British Championship, and I've come here to win. So that's what I hope to be. It's a bit of a, maybe unrealistic, some people might say, but I hope I win.
There's no such thing as unrealistic. You have to have goals and you have to have aspirations. Zach, thank you so much for joining me. And we've had one guest, we've had another, but we've got a third. Henry Beaudette, where have you came from?
Well, I was just coming down here. I suddenly don't feel so secure about my job security with, you know, young, not one, but two really young, up-and-coming, excellent commentators. So I want to make sure that I won't have a job just yet.
Well, you know what? I heard in my ear that you've came down to do the best Dragon Den pitch for our Paddock show, which is going to come up.
Are we ready? Well, here we go. In the Paddock show later this evening, we've got 25 minutes that will go out. It'll all go out on YouTube. 25 minutes will go out during the lunch break tomorrow. We've got a bonus section. Now, in the Paddock show this evening, we have Xander Clements learning how to play cricket, learning how to speak frag. We've got the biggest Paddock show pooch we've ever had, and probably the most important night in the history of the tyre carrying sport as we know it. You'd be a fool to miss out. But before then, I want to say on behalf of Kai, on behalf of Xander, and on behalf of Andrew Mather and the entire Alpha Live team, thank you for watching. Thank you for voting in the polls. Thank you for contributing to the live chat. We're going for a world-leading viewership figure this weekend. Today, tomorrow, Sunday. Can we get to 80,000 viewers on the live stream?
I don't see why not. With our brilliant broadcast team that we have, and with Xander Clements coming in.
A brilliant broadcast team and Xander Clements. I wasn't.
He is the cherry on top of the broadcast. He is the cherry on top of the cake.
Look how nervous he is. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Tune in for the Paddock show on the Alpha Live YouTube channel tonight, tomorrow morning. Rinse and repeat. Do it all again. We start at 10 o'clock. Motorsport UK, Kartmasters, British Kart Grand Prix is underway. It's only going to get better, boys and girls. See you then.